and welcome to What is Comics. I am your host, Jamie Jones, with my co-host, Matt Sardo. We're live tonight, baby. We're going
Man,
live.
this is amazing. Aaron, we're going to bring him to stage first, but him dancing to the music of what was going on was just cracking me up. And this is a very special show. We are going to try to interview as many IC3 creators as possible. If you're trying to get into the green room, this is very important. If you're trying to get into the green room, we are full at this point in time. Once somebody gets kicked out, once we kick Aaron out, the next person in line, oh my God, the next person in line can get in. So keep trying to get into the green room. Just wait until we finish an interview. But this whole thing is because of IC3. And yes, we are the biggest nerds ever. Indie Comics Creator Con is next week, March 15th, New Haven, Connecticut, Southern Connecticut State University. We have 175 plus creators coming to town. We have a scavenger hunt. The first 100 people through the door is going to get amazing gift bags that all the different creators have provided for us. Like, this is going to be an insane time. My favorite thing to say is it's free parking. We got tons of free parking. And then there's going to be a drink and draw on the Friday night before at the hotel. And then afterwards, we have an after party that it's like you have to be there. And all the details are at indiecomicscreatorcon.com.
That's right. Are we going through the whole list? We've got portfolio reviews.
No, we've already gone through. We need producer Bill to throw up the slide for our sponsor.
Throw up some sponsors, producer Bill.
Oh my God, Comics Wellspring has been with us through the beginning, and they support us. They do all the print supplies for us. TD Art, Detulio Art, Athenium Comic Art are on board for the first time. Very thankful to them. Cosmic Lion Productions has a giant island at IC3, and I can't wait. I'll give Eli a big hug. The New Haven comic book store of choice, and they have so many indie comic books, and they support indie creators. Check them out when you're in town. Monkeys Fighting Robots, we all know about them. And then Dark Horse has put the swag in our bags, and that is our sponsors for IC3.
Amazing, fantastic, lovely.
Are we ready to do this?
We get in our first guest. What's going on before we start this extravaganza?
No, we're starting it. This is a marathon.
Let's go. Let's go.
Aaron, are you ready?
Oh, hey. Nice to see you. Can you hear me okay?
Right.
Nice to see you there. See, I've got my mug. It says I must work harder. But hey, thanks so much for doing this, guys. I've been enjoying the What is Comics and all the different stuff that you've been putting on, just consuming that while I'm working on stuff in the early morning. So just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Well, thank
you for coming to IC3.
Oh, I wouldn't miss it. Wouldn't miss it.
I am so hyped up right now, but I need to know where are you coming from for IC3?
Oswego, New York, or as I like to call it, the bottom of Lake Ontario.
Oh, what's the drive time on that?
It's like 4 hours, four and a half hours. It's not the worst. It's not the worst.
Doable. I've driven further for a show.
I have too.
What are you bringing? What's on the table?
Oh, I'm bringing some of the great old Wesley the Robot First Snow. This is the big thing that I'm bringing. I have something newer, but this is super exciting because this is actually a result of attending IC3 last year. A lot of this stuff, because seeing people in real life and getting some pinups from folks like I've got some Ian Cinco in here, some good Ian Cinco doing some Wesley the Robot and his Crush Beatrice. Wesley the Robot, born of the radio station at Alfred State College. Some John Burkett. Look at this. Look at that John Burkett. Oh my God, dude. Oh, when I got that, I could not believe that. I haven't watched that episode yet. I know what's up, but I'm going to watch it probably tomorrow morning. Morgan Herron. Come on. So
Morgan's talented. Morgan's pretty.
What a guy.
So basically, I went to the event and I made these connections with people, and I was like, I want to give you money or trade something to have you draw my character, and then that's how I ended up with this. And a nice little 10-page short story. And I was driving home, and do you guys know Steve Mannion, who does Fearless Dawn and some other stuff?
Yes. Yeah.
I love his stuff. And on his eBay, he had a commission up, and I was riding high off IC3, and I was like, you know what? Yeah. I'm gonna do it. Let's go. Nice. So I've got First Snow. I'm super pumped about this thing, and I'm working on. Well, I'll get to it, but I'm gonna be debuting just a little dollar zine of a little snippet of the next thing I'm working on.
Oh, nice.
It's a Halloween special. This is a little 4-page thing called Save the Cat. So it's about a cat stuck in a tree. So I'm super influenced by Warren magazines, like the creepy and eerie stuff. How they have like the first page splash page, and then you get in and out 10 pages, like 4 pages, 6 pages, 10 pages, 12 pages. So like they get in, they get out, you get the story, and I'm really trying to pour on like the sauce on the artwork, like really kind of like relish in the detail and the levels of highlight, midtone, shadow, just really push as much as I can. So that's the new stuff. I've got Creep of the Crop and the Crop of Creeps Craptacular Crop Show. That is a one-man 30-page little horror anthology in the spirit of EC Comics with my rural ghost horror host. He's got a little straw hat there.
Did you have this last year?
I think so.
And I didn't grab it? That's ridiculous.
No, I'll have more. These are home printed too, because what was it? James Easterly posted somewhere that you can print on newsprint and in this Epson. You probably have the Epson workforce, so we probably have the same thing. Maybe. I don't know.
I don't. I have a brother.
Oh, me too. An older brother. Yours younger brother?
Yeah, it's an older brother.
Okay.
We got to keep going. We got to keep moving. We got to do
just so everybody knows, we're talking about printers.
Yes.
For the non-artists out there, for the people coming to the show, we're talking about printers here.
Oh, this is what I live for, man. And then we got the Piece de Resistance, the Wesley the Robot, the Dark Ages, 170 pages of story, tons of bonus stuff. Interviews with some of my favorite bands like The Faint, Interpol, Abso Facto, Longwave, Secret Machines, Power Nerd, Berenstain, and more.
While you're holding that up, who would you say this book is for? Who's your audience?
Well, I think anybody could read it, but typically people with graying hair who remember Eclipse Comics and Kamiko, who like their comic books black and white, will appreciate it. Although there might be some crossover with some manga folks. I've been getting more and more manga influence into my stuff. Anybody who likes indie rock, or just like the search for new creative things, I think would like it. And I've got some good quotes on the back from Nick Cognetti. He said the book was good. Scott McCloud said I was doing the Lord's work. That is real. I met him in real life. I read him in real life and told him I was a middle school art teacher, and he said, "You're doing the Lord's work." That's going on the back, baby. My buddy got Eric Larson to say excellent, and Jim Rugg on Cartoonist Kayfabe. I saved it. I pulled it off the web and archived it forever. He said, "Good art." And I showed him it at Eddie Pecan, and he said, "Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's good art." Yeah,
just double down on the clarity. And I've got this. This is my first little serious attempt.
I was like, "Where's the pizza guy?" "Where's the pizza guy?"
Yeah, Pizza's pizza, son of a pizza man, the son of a living pizza man must fight evil anchovy zombies with the help of LT Provolone, who's like Judge Dredd with the cheese on his head.
It's amazing.
It's a slice of life story. It's pretty cheesy.
It's great.
Keep the fun going. Just go hard.
This is like the ironclad like pitch monster. Like I'll never have a better pitch than this. So I've almost like crippled the rest of my career. It's like, yeah, the first thing I ever did is the best pitch I've ever done. But I'll figure it out. I also have a sketch cover of First Snow I played around with. That was kind of fun. My first batch of sketch covers I've done. You guys want to hear about a comic that was super influential to me?
Yes.
Or
we would like to.
Or am I out of time?
We are. Let's keep moving. Let's keep going. We've got a bunch of people in the audience.
I want to be a good citizen because I appreciate everyone else in here who's waiting.
I appreciate your good citizenship by appreciating everyone else's. So we have, what are you working on next? Which I guess you kind of alluded to. You got more Wesley the Robot coming out.
A Halloween special of Wesley the Robot. It's going to be a 32-page thing with some bonus stuff. It's going to be the best thing I've ever worked on. That'll be out. I'm hoping to have it debut next year at IC3.
Nice. Fantastic. And
I've got it mostly sketched. Yeah.
Final question. What is your favorite indie comic?
I think not necessarily for like the story itself, but like what it is. You guys remember Warlock 5?
Yeah.
You ever seen this thing? The artwork like punches so hard above like the cheap newsprint. It's yeah, that's okay. But like it's like crossing genres, and the artwork is so good. It's black and white, and it's like I picked these up from Gutter Pop in Buffalo, and they've got that old like black and white comic print smell, So it just hits on all the levels. You got your Dungeons and Dragons, like Terminator guy, all like action adventure, black and white art, highly detailed, and it's even got the smell. So like, how can you beat it?
Awesome, Aaron. Thank you so much for your time, man.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being first.
Yeah.
Kicking the whole thing off. Yeah.
All
I feel
right,
like we're
moving.
moving really quick.
Yeah, we're gonna bring Alfred up. Hey, Alfred, how's it going?
Guys. Hey,
Hello,
thank
hello.
you very much for having me.
Wait, how do you say your last name? That's what I need to know.
My last name's so Italian, you gotta gargle with marinara to say it right. It's just Kachiri.
There you go. It's funny. My mom, I get the tangents will be minimal today, but my mom is not Italian unless you're saying calamari, and then it's calamari, and I'm like, Mom, what are we doing here? I don't know what's going on. But no,
every Italian's got a word or two, like cannoli. You're not supposed to pronounce the I. It's cannoli.
Where are you coming from, Alfred?
I'm coming from North Carolina.
Oh, we're bringing the Italians from North Carolina.
We are very few.
Let's get them all up in New Haven for a weekend.
I'm looking forward to the pizza almost as much as the comics.
This is why we're in New Haven, right? That's the whole reason. We were like, we'll have pizza, we'll have comics. It's a match made in heaven. What are you bringing to the show? What's your thing?
So Defective Comics, our main thing is an anthology series. I was watching the kayfabe live stream when they were going over Caliber Comics issue 2, and I was in the comments with some people, and I said, boy, somebody should do like an indie anthology again. And my buddy Vlad said, do it. So I was like, all right, yeah, sure, let's do that. And so now we have this anthology series. It's everything from pros doing, stories they've done before, reprinting old goodies, and artists doing work for the first time. This is Gabby. I mean, this is crazy for somebody's first comic. This work is unbelievable. She's a painter and just started getting into comics. I'm so happy to be the one to print her first comic. It's so good. But yeah, we have an anthology series. It's all original creator-owned art, stories, characters. And this is one of my favorites. This is issue 3. This is an issue that IC3 basically built because I made connections, made friends with a lot of great creators at IC3 the first time around. And so I got some unbelievable people in here. Got Rick Lopez doing a Cosmic Cat story. Got Blade again right there. Unbelievable art. Got pinups from some incredible creators. Work by that same painter, Gabby. I mean,
yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
This
and
is
then
super fun.
got some other incredible creators like Chris Anderson.
We
know that guy. We know that guy.
Yeah.
He's good.
He's pretty talented, that kid. He's all right with a pen. You know what I'm saying?
He's okay. He knows what he's doing.
He's going places, that guy, And then a pinup by yours truly.
Oh,
Werewolf. I'm a big werewolf guy. So there's my Wolfie.
let me just remind all the creators to make sure you drop in all your links in the YouTube chat so people can check it out. We have we got 34 people watching right now. So 34 new fans of your work.
That's right. That's right. We have a website. We sell things online. We are legitimate.
So how many issues of this comic have you guys put out?
So those 3 have been out. This one is debuting at IC3.
Who did that cover?
This is Ruben. Goes by Omac Vera Ronin 2K on Instagram. Guy's got more names than anybody. Like the Stephen King of comics. He's got all names. But this is all. Look at this. This is another creator that she came up to the table at the first IC3 and showed me some of her work and was like, would you publish this? And I was like, are you out of your fucking mind? I will do it right now.
Yeah. Awesome.
Look at this. This work is gorgeous. What's
her name?
Rebecca Church. Sorry. Yeah, I'm over here cursing and not throwing out the creator's name. Yeah, Rebecca Church. I apologize. But yeah,
Awesome.
Some great work by some unbelievable creators. This is really great, and then I love it because we have everything from black and white to like the most eye-popping color.
So what's your elevator pitch when somebody comes up to your table?
If you want a taste of all that indie comics can be, that's what our anthology is. It's everything an indie comic can be. So it's all original creators, original characters, original art. And then to be selfish, this is mine. This is my original creator-owned character and story. This is the mini that I'll be selling at IC3. Elevator pitch on this: disabled veteran gets an alien suit of armor and takes it on a citywide tour, bringing street-level justice to white-collar criminals. So
He has one leg?
nope, that's just crappy art.
Oh,
Plain and simple. That's all that is. I'm new. Thank you for pointing out my foibles on the
You
live
said
stream.
disabled
That's
veteran.
terrific. Did I not line my beard up well either? Thanks, Matt. Anything else you want to throw me under the bus for?
I was
I'm
totally
bald too, in case you want to say anything else.
I was
could-
totally into
wait.
it, man. I was like, oh man, we got this one-legged veteran with a cosmic suit. Like that action sequence has to be amazing.
He's a human pogo stick. It's got one of his superpowers. No, he is two-legged, but he is a disabled veteran, and he is taking out white-collar criminals almost exclusively. So if you were a fan of a young man named Luigi, you might be a fan of that book.
Lovely. So who is your work for, right? If somebody comes to the table and goes, hey,
I would say we're PG-13 plus.
nice.
So teenagers and above.
Cool. What are you working on next?
I have really been writing a lot for doing an actual Renegade series.
Nice.
So I've spent like 4 months going over issue ones that I really enjoy and trying to figure out how to create a really good issue one that gets you all the information in an entertaining way and makes you want to come back for issue 2. So I feel like I'm 90% the way there.
Nice. Awesome.
And what's your favorite indie comic book of all time?
This is tough. I mean, I love Ninja Turtles. I love Faust, The Crow. I love all that stuff. But for a one-shot, like, amazing indie comic, I'm going to go Dragon Chang.
Nice.
Tim Truman,
Good book.
Tim Bradstreet. The logo is by Stan Sakai. Talk about indie comics royalty.
Awesome, Alfred. Thank you so much for your time, and I can't wait to hear about all the pizza you eat in New Haven.
You'll see some in my hand when you see me.
Fantastic.
All right, man. We'll see you in a week.
Thank you.
I cut him
God.
off.
We got a whole week. We
My
only
bad.
have a week?
Yes.
Oh,
it's a
no.
week. Hey, to everybody trying to get into the queue, just so you know, we're full at this time. As soon as we kick off a new creator, there's going to be, I heard the beep. I heard the beep in my head. That means a new creator kicked in. So Indie Comics Creator Con, March 15th, next Saturday. Drink and draws on Friday. After party is Saturday. Let's bring Enrique onto the stage. Enrique, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are we doing, guys?
Doing well.
Very
So,
excited.
Enrique, where are you joining us from?
Well, I'm not that far for you guys. I'm coming in from the New Jersey, New York border. I'm about an hour and a half from
Nice.
you guys. My longest trip was New York to Miami. Drove that.
I have done that trip.
And and then from there I went to, because I did a show down there, SuperCon, and then the very next weekend I did a show in Cincinnati. So I went full circle that way. That was a big 2-week trip. So
Ooh.
that's a lot of fun.
So you're going to actually be on
Every year
every part of
I'm a
95.
hero. So
Yeah.
What are you bringing to the show, my friend?
that's the thing, man. I got so much stuff out here. I'm thinking, what should I bring? All this, or should I bring a few things? Overall, as an indie creator, and I got a whole bunch of anthologies I've worked on with a bunch of friends of mine down here in New Jersey and New York. We've done Stupendous, already a few volumes of Horrendous. You'll see a lot of my work there. My pride and joy is this one is called Not So Fair Tales. This was a Kickstarter that was done. I still got copies of it. There are 3 stories of mine in here. I wrote all 3. I did artwork for did all the ink work on them. Did full artwork on another one. It was lettered by my buddy Carlos Mangual. He's the guy. He is the letterer for almost any title in DC Comics. You'll see him doing it in Dark Horse. So, and this one is also special because my 16-year-old daughter at the time, now she's 21. This is her first published work. Is in here as well. So these are basically fairy tales that we all, a bunch of friends of mine, we got together to do. It was a great project. I'm gonna have still a few copies of those there. I'm bringing all my original artwork out. You're gonna see things like this. You can pick up a blue line done by me, or this is in this case is Marcel Abreu, is a great friend of mine from Brazil. You can find original artwork of mine pretty much like in any form of my sketch covers, like this one, or you can find my playing with negative space here. Some ideas like Iron Man as Doom. I don't know where that came from, and other things like this, homages and stuff. So you'll get some of that stuff from me there. I also have original art from my works that also be available. I have little things like these called little canvas prints. You can get these. These are regular prints, but on canvas, tiny ones. I have my metal prints, regular prints, like these over here. You can see these are all the new ones for this year. They're all starting up on there, and then you can see you have evolved. A lot of them are different available here, and I've mostly been a writer, but I've done a lot of comic book covers and stuff, and artwork inside. So you can see a lot of that I'll be bringing into the show.
Nice.
Who would you say is like coming to your table and who's like, buying what you're selling? Like, who's your audience?
My audience is so eclectic because it all depends on, every show is different for me, but it's like some people will come because they see the art style. Like, for example, my #1 bestseller of all my prints is this guy, Link. I've been doing Link for years, and anytime I put this out, this is actually a metal print. So anytime people come to me asking me oh, you work for Nintendo? No, I don't. So it's like, so I get a lot of Link commissions. People come to my table just for like sketch covers or getting sketches done. But for this show, I'm going to bring in something that it's like my middle finger. I'm sending a middle finger to all that AI chat crap. Yeah. Us artists, we do our stuff. So I'm going to have this little card, and believe it or not, with this card, you could just come to me. It's called Story Time. You come to me and you give me some prompts, and I will write you a story here live, not having to go to a computer and maybe see what comes up. I'll get you a little story right here from your prompts from a real human writer, not some kind of crap out there. Give me a break. And if you're really into some good stuff here, I can do a 6x9 sketch on here. You can get it. I prefer to do it before the show because you'll get a much better thing, because you can see back here, that's the good old table. And that makes it look a lot nicer than on these tables in the show. Sometimes they're not that stable and we're moving around. So it's always a good idea to come and get that stuff there. So
I feel like I have to defend the quality of tables at IC3 now, don't I?
yeah, take it up. You got good tables.
Well, I can tell you for sure. I mean, it depends. There are some shows that I go to that they're really, really nice and they're nice and stable. But like this last weekend, it was hard. I mean, the show was great. The tables they gave us was like moving so much. I ended up having to work off it, and it was like, it's not as great. But the client was happy with the product, so that's what's important at the end of the day. And going back to your question, what comes to my table? I got everybody. I got a lot of kids because they see the big Link as my banner, and they go, "Hey, that's a." So they see a lot of all these books are very young age. When we wrote like for example in Stupendous, we did that one during the pandemic, and my original story was more, what do you call it, deep as to so this version came out. He asked me to do a new version, something a little lighter. So all these stories, even in the horrendous ones, are really low key, maybe PG level, the ones I wrote in here and this one got a little stronger, but still are. I mean, I got people who have told me they've read this to their kids at nighttime. I go, like, really? because most of the stories are nice. Well, the one or two is like, especially one of mine, has a nice little ending. But so most of I've already got a lot of young people and art collectors. Art collectors like to come to my table. They like to pick up the original inks for the prints that I've done and stuff, or artwork I've done, and it's a lot. So I get a lot of people from those different bands, like young and a lot of older collectors and stuff. And
Nice.
What are you working on next?
well, I'm currently the inker for this puppy here, codename Humber. This was my cover I did with Ian Miller, who's actually at the show. Ian is going to be at the show. Unfortunately, he's in the room next to me. We're not in the same room. So he and I are working on issue number 4 right now, which takes off right after this incident here. There's a major cliffhanger in this one. And I'm taking over all the inking work and stuff. And actually, we were meeting last night, and we were actually getting together to actually do a few revisions and stuff. I've also done covers for like Amerikaiju and Blade Shot in the past, so I'll have all those available and stuff. So
Nice. And final question.
In my own personal writings, I have right now I have an anthology where I'm working on with for another company, and that the artist for that story I wrote is none other than Henry Martinez from Marvel Comics and Spirit of Vengeance. So he and I are combining for that story, and it's actually pretty cool because we're the last story before the ending, and it gets really cool. This is a horror slasher, 80s kind of homage to those 80s slasher movies. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and having him working to do the artwork with me, it's going to be a lot of fun. So that one's coming up hopefully sometime this year.
Nice. A final question. What is your favorite indie comic?
Atomic Robo.
Nice.
Atomic Robo. Yeah, I love those guys. I wish they would do more and stuff. And I remember seeing them at New York Comic Con. Wow, I think it was 2016 when I met them the first time. And I just fell in love with the storyline. And it's so great because you get this big book, and which is the idea, like it's all in one shot. You know, you can read them all, pick up one, and it doesn't really affect the other ones because they all like center in that storyline, which is brilliant because you get the full gist of it in that one book. And if you say, "Oh, I really like it, let me try another one," you don't have to worry about, "Oh, is it out of order?"
Yeah.
No, it's like you can read each one as it is, and I think this is a brilliant work to do that. You know, I say, if I'm gonna imitate somebody and try to follow, that's the idea I want to do for my works. So some people can pick it up and go like, "Loved it. I don't need to read anymore." Or wait, what's the next one? Oh, it's totally different stuff, and I like the idea.
Awesome, Enrique. Thank you so much for your time, and I can't wait to meet you next week.
Okay, man. See you next Saturday.
It's going to be great.
Okay, a few things came up. Enrique mentioned that there's multiple rooms at IC3. That is correct. We have taken over the whole entire 3rd floor of the Student Center at Southern Connecticut State University, but we have a scavenger hunt. And if you go into each room and you get the stamp, and you get the stamps from all the different rooms, you come back, and we have a prize for completing that. But then we also have a grand prize that Amy Jones is working on.
Yes, the grand prize. I'm very excited to talk about this. I love talking about it. On Friday night at the Drink and Draw event that we host and have, I will be coming around with a probably 11 by 17 jam piece for everyone to draw on and draw their own character and kind of put that out. Hopefully we can scan that real fast the next day and get that thing looking all pristine. And that will be the grand prize is a jam piece of original art by all of the creators who want to be a part of it. So that's
Drink and Draw is going to be a great time. And to all the creators trying to get into the green room to be on this show, we are not going to end the show until we talk to you. So we are full at this point in time. Once a person comes out of the green room, you can pop in. I hear a little beep in my head every time we let somebody go and somebody comes in. So we are not going anywhere until we talk to all of you. So just keep trying to get into the green room. We'll make it happen. And let's go talk to Scott.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey Scott, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for having me. I'm really excited. Looking forward to the convention.
Great. Where are you coming from, Scott?
I'm just outside of Boston, so it's about 2 hours and 15 minutes for me to come down there. I had a table at the show last year, the first one, and I absolutely loved it. It's just awesome So I'm just really excited to get back there and see what everyone else is doing. So this is exciting to hear what everyone else is saying and hear about their books, because now I know what to plan for when I go down there.
This is a thing that I was really excited to do this particular show for, because last year I wasn't able to go and talk. We couldn't talk to everybody because you had to be at your table. And now it's like, okay, cool. I kind of know touchstones, where I want to go, what I want to see, what I want to do. So this is very exciting for me. What are you bringing? Speaking of things that we're bringing, what are you bringing?
Well, I'm bringing a lot of stuff. So I started making comics in 2018, and now I have 3 ongoing series. So I'm going to be bringing all of those. So this is my epic fantasy series Quest, sort of my love letter to like Dungeons and Dragons and Bronze Age books like Red Sonja and Conan, Savage Sword of Conan and Warlord in particular. So I've got 4 issues of that out here. So that's number 2. And I'm going to have sets of these. I've got lots of variant cover sets as well that I'll be doing. So I'm hoping I can, people pick up all the sets. In particular, one thing I wanted to shout out, because this is sort of my most popular thing, and particularly last year at the show, this is what everybody liked. For that, I do a variant that looks like the old D&D modules from
cool.
the 80s. So I've got a whole set of those. Every issue I do that. So that's number 2. They're all homages to different modules or classic D&D artwork. But the other thing is it's not just a variant cover. It has bonus pages in the back with a mini module, so you can actually play through the story from the comic in your home game. And
nice.
It's got like the class rules for how the different classes work. So the different characters in the story all have different classes, and you can create the characters and play through just like you're in the world of the comic. So I love doing that. I love playing D&D, and so that's the most popular thing that I do. Really, is the people love the D&D stuff.
Nice.
I also have
Jamie's a huge D&D nerd, so
yes, yeah.
He's quietly exploding on the inside.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm going to be bringing a bunch of sets of these, and I really want people to be able to read them. So at the convention, I'm going to be doing a special deal where you buy 3, you'll get the 4th one free. So you get the whole set of all 4. You only have to pay for 3. Nice. Now I've got another series called the Crime Busters. This is the volume 1 trade, and this is sort of my homage to things like Scooby-Doo. When I was a kid, I was big into teen mystery books like The 3 Investigators and Trixie Belden and Nancy Drew. And so this is it's drawn like in an Archie style, and they're sort of student detectives that are investigating supernatural mysteries. So this is issue 6. So I'll have the trade, which has issues 1 through 5, and then I also have issue 6 as well. And I'll have a deal where like if you buy the trade, you can get issue 6 for free, that sort of thing. And my 3rd ongoing series, I just got these in new anniversary covers. It's Cthulhu versus Uncle Sam.
I like that Marvel homage cover.
Yeah, so I'm doing a whole series of those for 5.
That is awesome. We'll just put that up to the camera. Put the Cthulhu up to the camera. Like that thing is beautiful. Yeah,
the cover artist, is a guy named Samir Samau. He's from Brazil, and he's actually right now he's currently drawing issue 3 of this series for me. So he's going to be doing the interiors for issue 3 as well as the cover.
Nice.
So yeah, these anniversary covers, everything I put out last year and the beginning of this year, I've done an anniversary cover. So I've got a whole set of like 6 or 7 of them now. And the story is basically it's set in World War II, and the Axis powers are trying to summon Cthulhu to win the war, and so Uncle Sam has to stop them. And so those are my 3 ongoing series. I'll have all of that. Some of these are new from last time. Like last time I only had 2 issues of Quest, and now I got 4. And also since last time I did a romance comic. It's called Geek Love. And it's got stories about wizards in love and cosplayers in love and gamers in love. So I'm a big fan of classic romance comics, so I really wanted to do that. Now I write all of these. I've drawn some of them, but most of them I'm working with other artists. But like this is a cover that I did, and I did drew one of the stories on the inside as well.
Nice.
That's really cool. That's really cool. You're all across the board, but who is your target audience?
Well, it's me, basically. You know, I always feel like if you're passionate about what you're doing, other people will find it. You know, they can tell if you're doing it. So I didn't really set out to do this, but what I've discovered is almost everything I'm doing is sort of the stuff that I was really into when I was like 13 years old. So in the early 80s, when I was, you know, watching Scooby-Doo and reading those mystery novels, and I was playing Dungeons and Dragons and, you know, reading Red Sonja books and Conan and stuff. That's the stuff that I'm making. So I really make everything for myself. A lot of this stuff comes about because I'm like, oh, it'd be really cool to have this in my own collection. And then other people respond because they can tell that you have the passion for it.
That's great. What are you working on next? You said you had issue 3 of Uncle Sam versus Cthulhu, but
yeah. So I've got a new issue of all 3 of these series coming out this year. I'll drop a link here in a second to my website because all 3 of the Kickstarter pre-launch pages are live. So if you go to my website, they'll have a list. You can click on all 3 of them and get the you know, sign up to follow them. I've done 17 successful Kickstarters so far. They've all been fulfilled on time, and so we're going to do at least these 3 more this year. I'll just drop the link here. And again, if you go to my website, it'll have the list of all 3 of those issues. So Crimebuster 7, Quest number 5, Cthulhu versus Uncle Sam number 3 will all be out later this year.
nice.
Yeah, like I just can't stop making. I'm addicted to making these comics. So, you know, I'm currently drawing Quest 6 myself right now, and I have another artist that's drawing Quest 7 at the same time. So we're like,
Awesome.
Yeah, really getting out there ahead of things.
That's great.
What's your like favorite all-time indie comic book?
Well, I'm a big collector, so I thought I'd show you because I've got 3 different answers for this. I'm going to give you 3 real quick. My head says Usagi Yojimbo. So here's my Albedo number 2 with the first appearance of Usagi Yojimbo. I've got a complete run of that, and it's just amazing from start to finish. The craftsmanship is just incredible. My heart, though, is ElfQuest. When I was a kid, you know, I read this starting in '85 when they were being reprinted in Epic from Marvel, and then I got the Donner Starblaze trade paperbacks in color. So it's really that original ElfQuest series. Those first 20 magazine-sized issues were just really huge for me. And the last one I want to mention in terms of like current stuff, I just want to give a shout out to a guy named Mike Shea and Ryan Mendoza. They do a book called Miskatonic High on Kickstarter. And they started the same time I did, but they just finished kickstarting issue 25 of their series. So they're 2 indie guys. They've kickstarted all 25 issues, and they're putting out like 5 new issues a year every year. And it's just that's what I aspire to. It's like it's amazing to see like indie people ground level starting here on Kickstarter, and just to get to issue 25 is really incredible. So
Yeah, that's crazy. That's great.
Yeah.
Gosh, to the moon.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go.
Scott, thank you so much for your time, man. I can't wait to see you next week.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I hope to see everybody there.
Yeah. Man, I was getting lost in Scott's eyes at a certain point and completely just botched having a next question ready. That won't happen again. Professionalism.
Yeah, D&D, and you were lost. But let's bring Manny to the stage right now.
What's going on, everybody?
Oh, I know this guy.
Manny's ready to go.
I'm ready to go. What's the first question?
Where are you coming from, Manny?
Well, I grew up in Miami, but I'm in Cape Coral, Florida, which is on the west coast of Florida, southwest Florida. So
Nice,
kind of
nice.
east of Fort Myers.
What do you? I don't want to be here. You got to go.
What are you bringing? What are you bringing to the show?
There's going to be a few things that are going to be there that I'm involved with. I don't really have any copies except for Relic Hunter #1. I have a backup that I wrote that Rick
Nice.
Lopez drew. Second printing of that is going to be coming out, but Adam Lemna, Relic Hunter creator, he's going to have those copies with him. So I don't have one in hand to show off today, but that, and then Anton Blake and I are going to be debuting a bootleg Ninja Turtles comic that we did about Bebop and Rocksteady starting a hardcore band in 1980s New York. And he's got those copies ready to go. So those will be on hand. And I also edited a book for Cosmic Lion called Red, and those copies will be at the con as well. So
That's great. You are also going to be on one of the panels.
yeah, that was going to be the
so-
next thing I wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
I'm going to be on one of the panels. It's going to be called Asking Good Questions. It's about interviewing creators, podcasting about creators, and it's going to be with the amazing editor-in-chief of Monkeys Fighting Robots, Anthony Composto.
Yeah, no, really hope Anthony's been sick, and I'm hoping
Yeah.
he survives and gets back and everything like that.
Yeah,
But he
yeah.
sounds like
We
he's turned the
joke
corner.
that if Anthony isn't feeling better, we're going to prop him up like Weekend at Bernie's with sunglasses.
That's,
and a hat.
yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, it'll work.
That's going to be the best part of IC3 is Weekend of Birdies, Anthony. Okay, so give us the elevator pitch of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles bootleg.
Okay, so basically, Bebop and Rocksteady, as they always do, screw up, and they have a piece of Dimension X technology stolen from them by a bunch of punk kids. The kids think that it's an amp, so they're going to give it as a prize at a battle of the bands. So instead of being the usual thing they do, going the violence route, Bebop and Rocksteady say, hey, let's start a hardcore band. We win the contest. We get the amp back fair and square. Shredder never finds out. There's no fighting, and we're in it. Problem is, Raphael and Casey Jones overhear it, and they start their own band. So then, now we have conflict.
This sounds great. I'm gonna have to pick up a copy.
Yeah,
after
yeah,
show.
yeah.
You sold me.
I'll give you a preview. The Casey Jones's band is called Penalty Shot. It's a hockey theme. Yeah.
You sold
Yeah,
Star now.
yeah.
So who is your work for? You're editing.
I mean,
you're
Scott
writing
mentioned
stuff?
something that I thought was pretty spot on. I kind of write for myself, but I think I have taste that a lot of people love. I like 80s genre movies, stuff that I grew up with. I like punk rock. I like 80s and early 90s Marvel comics. Dungeons and Dragons. Sword and sorcery books from the 80s, black and white boom. You throw that all in a blender, and I think you kind of get the kind of stuff I'm interested in writing. So.
Nice.
Well, that's what Jason Aaron says every time I've talked to him, name dropping. That's what I'm doing today. Every time I ask them, who are you writing for? He's like, I write comic books that I want to read.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
that's my advice that I give. There's two advices that I give, that I've stolen from other people. Jason Aaron's one is like, write the books you want to read. And then Gail Simone's like, you don't have a budget in comics. Your budget's infinite. So make the biggest, most impressive comic book you can and make Jamie go crazy doing all the artwork that you can think of.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll say this. In high school, the best kind of night I would have was maybe playing some Magic the Gathering with some friends, listening to some, good new punk rock band, walking the shelves of the video store and renting whatever B horror or action movie that I've never seen, and reading some comics. I mean, you put all that together and you kind of get what I want to write about, right? So
That's awesome.
What are you working on next? Oh, sorry.
Adam and I are Adam's putting the finishing touches now on the second issue of Relic Hunter. I came on as co-writer with him for issue number 2, and issue number 2 goes in a really cool, crazy, wacky new direction. We're both very excited, man. I think it's actually one of the best things I've ever written,
Nice.
and I can't wait for everyone to see it. I mean, it jazzes me up just to see what Adam is doing with the pages. I mean, he's leveled up 99 levels with this comic. I mean, what he's doing now is going to be killer, and I can't wait for everyone to see it. And I'm so stoked. I wish we would have it for IC3, but maybe we'll have some kind of ash can or something with some of the pages, because he's pretty much done. And
it would be really awesome if you guys were at FedEx Kinko's on Friday night making it for the Saturday show.
Hey man, if he's down, dude, I'm there. I get there kind of late, but who the hell needs to fucking sleep? I'm not planning to sleep till I get back home on Monday, so I'm gonna be pretty good.
The cool it's last year Adam couldn't make it to the show, so I'm really excited that he can make it this year, and that's super exciting.
And Adam and I have never met face to face. I mean, we've been collaborating for years now. We talk all the time. We FaceTime all the time. But as far as physically shaking the dude's hand and giving him a hug, I've never done that. And honestly, that's one of the first things I want to do.
Oh, you know what? I forgot. There is a business center at the hotel. You can just make copies at the hotel.
Hey, man, if he's down, Adam, if you're watching, message me. Maybe we can come up with something really quick. I'm down. So
that's
okay. So
bringing people together, Matt. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah, I mean,
Indie
I'll
Comics
have the beverages. You guys can be in the business center. We can make this happen.
There we go.
Matt and I have talked about this before, but Indie Comics Creator Con is the show that you find out how tall or short somebody actually is.
Honestly, yeah, that was probably one of the strangest things about it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I love Chris Anderson. Man's a lot smaller than I thought he was in person.
I thought he was a giant.
Yeah.
I really thought he was a giant. And then
To
I
me,
met him.
the vibe for IC3, what I said last year was like, it didn't feel like I was meeting people for the first time. It felt like I was seeing people that I hadn't seen in a long time.
Yeah, that's
You
a
know,
good.
like
That's a good way.
yeah. So that's, and I think that's what's going to be this year, even more so, you know?
Yeah, that's awesome. So the final question: what is your favorite indie comic, Manny?
I got two. Obviously, the original Eastman and Laird Ninja Turtles comic. I mean, that came along at a time when I was already in comics, and like I was like, when I saw this, you know, I had already kind of seen the cartoon, but I saw this, and I was like, wait a minute, there's another version of what I saw on TV. And then, I mean, I was blown away by what I saw. It was so gritty and violent, and I mean, I've been in love with it ever since. And you know, this is my copy of issue number 12, probably one of my favorite issues. And my other favorite indie comic is Optic Nerve by Adrian Tomine. I discovered that a little bit later too, and it sort of, you know, brought in two worlds that I love, which was like kind of like, you know, the music and comics. Adrian's comics initially were very much about like being an adolescent and going to shows and like, you know, the pains of growing up. And it was also the first time that I saw a comic that was not genre of any kind. You know, it was just things that were very relatable, you know, like, you know, having a shitty job and getting fired, you know, like having a shitty car that breaks down, you know, breaking up with a girlfriend, stuff like that. And you know, Adrian also made his comics like people made zines and flyers, you know, at Kinko's making photocopies. So it kind of opened up the idea that like, you know what, this is something that I can do. I don't need to wait around and have someone give me permission to do it, you know? So,
Yeah. That's awesome.
Manny, thank you so much for your time. And I can't wait to hang out with you next week.
Me neither, man. I can't wait to see you both guys. And, you know, keep up the good work, man. I'm going to watch the rest of this, man. So I'll see everybody next week.
Sweet.
Hi. If you are a creator trying to get into the queue, try now because Manny's out. There's a space in the queue. What else? IndieComicsCreatorCon.com is where all the information for the show. Get your tickets. Friday is Drink and Draw. Saturday is the show. Saturday night's the after party. Lots of good stuff going on. And let's bring Jerome. Oh, I heard the beep. Another creator just popped in. Let's bring Jerome to the stage.
Hello, Jerome.
Oh, hello, Jamie. How are you?
Oh no, I feel so seen.
Cheers.
Cheers, brother. Cheers.
Oh, thanks
where
for
are
doing
you
it.
coming from, Jerome? I know where you're coming from, but where are the people? The people need to know. Where are you coming from?
I am coming from Ajax, Ontario, Canada. That is about 45 minutes east of Toronto, and that's about 8 hours away from you guys. And I'm going to be driving down. I don't think I'll be able to make that early check-in, but I'll be there for the drink and draw. And if you need somebody to shout people out and win their prize, then I'll probably have a couple in me, and I'll shout.
Nice.
I'll cheer anyway. It doesn't matter.
Sure. Yeah.
Since I have the boxes at my house, I know what you're bringing to the show. But what are you bringing to the show?
Oh well, you only have some of the stuff. Big one, latest one is Tree versus Fox. Okay, Tree versus Fox is about a tree and a fox that have some kind of fight history that's happening. However, some rumblings online kind of there's a dispute between their supremacy. So they just settle it like men, and they have it out. It's a story about rivals and iron sharpening iron, but it's wrapped around over 40. It's a 72-page book, but 44 pages 47 pages of the story. It was the best choreographed fight in this side of indie comics, and I stand on that. I know there's a lot of people that can draw, but when it comes to that choreo, I like it. I had Destroy, Scott McCloud's Destroy, Tony McMillan's Attaboy, and Rick Beach's Can't Get No, like close to the table when I was making it. So that's just to give you the vibe of what the book is. So that's one.
And
Second,
you have fight experience, right?
Yes. I was a national team athlete, represent Canada, and I was also the national taekwondo team coach. So that's where a lot of my experiences are, and that's where you can tell with where the books are going. Because my next one, the big one, is Everyday Black Belter. So Everyday Black Belter, it's kind of like the not fight one. even though that's the title. It's a rhapsody of comics from the mind of a martially artistic family man. It was my COVID diary. It chronicled like my thoughts and my work life balance during that time, right? Those years and couple years. So it's my most personal book. So if you want to get to know me, then that's probably one of the best ones for it. So like there's, and then it's like I have like parody stuff in there too. So I have like Show Retta in there.
Showing off, yeah, the greatest movie of all time. Yeah,
showing up with the Shredder. He's Show Retta, and then he's got and then I have a Pepe Le Pew strip in there because he deserves to get beat up. And then there's a lot of things, just black and white stuff for me. This one, really inspired by Jim Rugg Super Mag and like Mad Magazine, and like a lot of like personal diary comics. I just felt like I can make up stories, but then how to tell somebody how I feel and what I'm going through in my actual life is. I felt like I needed to go. So I was like I was saying, I was a national team coach and I was traveling around a lot, and I had a young growing family, and I was losing a lot of time with them. And this was the book that kind of explains how I dealt with it. Right. I also have, this is one what you got. This is Haya the Handbook. It is it's my interactive graphic novel promoting the practice of martial and sequential arts. It's about a tree that wants to get his next belt, but he keeps getting distracted because he wants to make comics. So it's a goal setting book. There's art stuff in there that kids can copy. Where is it? Oh, and then there's a bunch of these all over the place.
Oh, that's cool. Hey, if my kids pick up this book, are they going to beat me up after reading it?
No, because they're gonna learn what they should be doing. If they beat you up, it's not gonna be my fault. That's gonna be your fault. I have this. This is kind of like somewhere in between. It's somewhere in between Dogman and Bone, right? So this is a great all age book. The kids do love this one. But I also have a bunch of zines, right? And I'm gonna, rather than saying you can mix and match, which you can, I'm making them in packs, and I'm gonna tell you what it is. So this is the Jerome Starter Pack. So the Jerome Starter Pack, this is Tree Kids of Troop 44. It's about those same trees. It's actually my first book that I've ever made, but I've remastered it and got it colored and rewrote some things, because this was like what I actually originally drew this book with my finger on a trackpad on Illustrator. I had no idea what I was doing, and it just ended up being a 248 page graphic novel. And I'm gonna give you guys so this is gonna be chapter 9. Chapter 9 is like it's like the training montage. This is gonna be like a best of the best, right? You know that movie Best of the Best, Eric Roberts. Okay. Yeah, to save life in defeat. Yeah, this one. But look at the bad guys. The bad guys are, okay, look, there's a snake, there's a centipede, there's a lizard, there's a toad, there's a scorpion. That's 5 deadly venoms. So if you like Shaw Brothers this would be like Shaw Brothers cartoons. Right? I have this. I have my Etch-a-Sketch zine, which was a cartoonist kayfabe, the prompts, like the Inktober prompts. But are you bringing your Etch-a-Sketch? Yeah, someone said yes.
I need to see that actually happen, like in real life.
Yeah, I can do that.
That is bizarre and bonkers, and a skill level that I will never comprehend.
All right, so like so I got that, and I also have, so that's a part of the starter pack, and then I have this. So this is Dear Cartoonist. This was the following year's Kayfabe-tober, but rather than just writing the prompts, I forced myself to create a story.
Oh, nice.
Create a story, and I talk about the process and the things that go on in your head. Process on your head as a creator, as a cartoonist. So it's Dear Cartoonist, and then bang, and then on the opposite side, it's The Invisible Fight, which is the stuff that we all go through. Right. This is my I guess a silent story on mental health, right? And how to deal with the pressures of life. So that's one pack. That's the Jerome Starter Pack. I got my One Stone pack. So this is from Next Panel Press. This is These are my zines. My first zine. This is an adventure comic. It's an adventure comic about a reptilian princess that's trying to fight and escape from her bird colonizers. Right, so that's inside. That's kind of what the stuff looks like inside there. Right, so that's another pack. I have my Sean Walton, my X-Men pack. So this is John Byrne the John Byrne Elseweds. For practice I inked them and I toned them.
Oh,
So
nice.
this is me doing my best Terry Austin, right?
Oh,
but,
awesome.
but I made my own covers. So if anyone feels any ways about it, you're buying the print. That's the cover, okay, guys? I'm not getting rich. And then last one I got not my last one. I have my school pack. So my school pack. So this is storyboards of the Bruce Timm Batman on one side. Right, it's the full storyboard of the intro, and then on the opposite side, I have the Autobot Massacre from the movie by Peter Chung.
No,
Yeah.
don't do that to me.
Yeah. So where is that one? Oh, how does this one make you feel?
Oh man.
Yeah. So I got that one, and then I got this one too. People have seen this one. I got the Peter Chung Turtles, and then the Scott McCloud, Kurt Busiek, the X-Men, the OG X-Men Grand Design. I got that on each one. And then I got my favorite stories from Kuber Skeeber. I got just a few that I just jacked over there. So these are super bootlegs. I think IC3 indie stuff. I think it's welcome. If you don't, then I won't. Okay. And then Pow Biff Pops. You guys know about Pow Biff Pops?
I do not know.
This is from 1978. It was Kurt Busiek and Scott McCloud got a license for one day only to create a Marvel and DC crossover. They got the actual license, but they only got like 250 copies. But everything that wasn't sold, they had to burn. So there's only like 12 in existence. If you find it on like eBay or something like that, it's a lot. But it's not this. And yes, I will about that karaoke. That's on Matt. If Matt wants to get
I'm
people.
gonna start researching for karaoke for Saturday night. Like I think if the town stays open, we will make it happen.
And then my last zine pack. It's my Image Grand Design flip book. It's just basically my pages. You guys know about the story about Image Grand Design and how important it was to me and to the group. This is me. This is a Rick Lopez cover, and it has that nasty fight that Chris Anderson finished inking and Ben Granoff colored, and I did the ballpoint pen layouts for it, and they made it into something really, really beautiful. And then the Ringsideology, the hand versus the foot. So if you wanted the Ninja Turtles and Daredevil, well, they ain't really in it, but the foot in the hand. There's that, and then there's right. Shout out Sam. Right? Shout out Sam Blanchard. Right?
Yeah.
He'll I'm sure he'll be there. And then last one. This is my latest Inktober project. It's Lost Cats. This is it's a silent, or I should say not a silent because you can hear it when you watch it, but it's wordless. It's Last Ronin but Thundercats. Okay. It's Last Ronin but Thundercats. So there's some black, white, and then it has like these fights that are here, and I'll have the original art for a lot of this stuff here. Okay,
Nice.
I'll have the original art for a lot of this stuff here. Hopefully, people will catch it, and that's what I got. I'll be basically doing what I'm doing now. I'm just going to be rambling a whole bunch of stuff, throwing a lot of stuff in people's faces. And I'm also going to have a pack of what I like to call oops zines. So oops zines are like, when you print the zine and something goes up like upside down and you print it wrong, and instead of getting messed up, I make sure that my print guy gives it to me, and I'll like fool around with the pages, and then I'll just staple it and fold it just so just so if you come by the table and you don't want to buy anything, I'm gonna throw something at you so you can have something anyway. Whether it makes sense or not, it's better. It's better in your hands and in your garbage than in my garbage.
That's amazing. Jerome, I can't wait to meet you next week, man. Thank you so much for hopping on the show. You have so much stuff. That's amazing. And
Yeah, it's new to everybody there because I'm stuck up here with the igloos and everything, and then nobody's ever seen it. So I'm just trying to throw everything at everybody. You know what I mean?
no, I'm definitely going to support the Canadians. That's my job. That's my job right now. So, man, all right, I'm going to kick you out of here, and we're going to go with Jeff. But I can't wait to meet you next week.
No problem, man. Thank you. Oh, thanks for taking those boxes.
We've just hit an hour. Are you ready for the next hour?
Oh, we are. If you are a creator trying to get into the green room, space is just cleared up, so keep trying to come in. We are going to talk to you all. Yeah, we just did hit an hour. That's amazing. All right, so I heard the boop. Somebody just came in, but we're going to bring Jeff to the table.
Oh, hey guys.
Oh, hello, Jeff. How are you?
I'm good. I'm ready for round 2 of IC3.
Let's
There you
go. Where are you coming from?
I'm coming from the Boston area.
Nice. Thank you for putting on a tie. I appreciate.
Well, I tried to counter program the bow tie.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. What are you bringing? What's going to be on your table?
Well, I got a couple things. First up is my brand new graphic novel, In the Valley of Death. It's a true story about the first day at the Battle of the Somme in World War I. You can see I also painted the back cover as well. Got some pull quotes from my friends Rich Woodall, kind of popular guy that does some indie comics, and my buddy Shuli Egar from the Howard Stern Show and now the Shuli Network.
Cool, man.
Yeah, let's see. What's the elevator pitch for this book?
Yeah,
let's hear about it.
All right. In the Valley of Death is the true story of the first day at the Battle of the Somme. It was probably the bloodiest day in all of World War I. The British had 60,000 casualties in one day. So if you like the horrors and traumas of the First World War, I got you hooked up.
Yeah, this is right up my alley. I've recently got really into World War I, so I'll have to pick up this book.
Yeah, I'll also have what I have left in my inventory is some older work that I've done, like Spiderweb, which was kind of a legal procedural thriller, and Honey Trap, which was espionage. And I've also been getting a ton of commission requests, so I will be doing commissions just like this.
Nice.
I guess hold that up. That's really good.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Oh, I love the reflections in the water. Wow. That's
there's a lot going on with that.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot I can look at.
Yeah, no, that thing's beautiful, man. That's solid work.
Thanks.
So, who is your work for, other than the World War I enthusiast?
Well, if you like good comics, I got you. I mean,
perfect.
I'm making the best stories that I want to make and that I want to have read at some point. So I'm just out there doing the best stuff that I can, and I'm doing everything I can to get it into everybody's hands.
That's awesome. That's great.
When did you first start working on comic books?
Oh, geez. I don't know. Earlier in this century? My first published work was a thing called Zachary Midnight Terrors #3 with writer Bob Tinnell. We did it for Chanting Monks Press. I remember that's what it was, but I don't remember what year it was.
And then, okay, when did you decide that I want to make a World War, comic book and really go into it?
Oh, it was after I'd finished up my last book. It was like, I'm tired of doing crime for right now. What book would I like to read? I want to read a war book. And my first thought was to do World War II, but I couldn't think of a story that had already been told 7 different ways. So I decided to go back another 25 years and thought there's a rich tapestry for World War I. There's some good stuff there that can be told. So I willed it down to the first day at the Battle of the Somme, which was... I thought it had the most heart and the most tragedy.
Oh, you're selling me. That's not a hard sell for me. This sounds great. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see you next week and get this book. what are you working on next?
Okay, well, there's a couple things. I've started working on my next graphic novel, and I'm also getting ready for an art show that I'm a part of. So doing stuff like this, very expressionist.
Oh, nice. So good.
And for the next 6 months, I am on the road from the West Coast to Western Europe, out there promoting In the Valley of Death. So
Where are you going in Western? Where are you going in Western Europe?
I have dates scheduled in London and in Ireland.
Nice.
I definitely want to hook. I want to talk to you afterward to see like what the response is on the book. I think that's going to be very impressive.
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to give a shout out to the guy that does my lettering and also does a ton of production work on the book, Patrick Hernandez. He is the best creative partner I've ever had. I don't want to work on books without him. Like, he takes everything I do and he just makes it a little bit better.
That's
and
fantastic.
I don't know what more you could ask for in a creative partner.
No, literally nothing. That is, do you like each other? I guess that's the other thing.
Well, I mean, we never met, so he's probably ahead of the game.
Yeah,
I like him just fine.
Perfect.
And what's your like all-time favorite indie comic book?
You know what? I'm going to give you the one that is probably the most influential to me, and that was something that my buddy Rich Woodall started a number of years ago, called Johnny Raygun. He did it out of Jetpack Comics in New Hampshire, and it was just one of those things where when I first started thinking about working in comics, I picked up a copy, and it was just like, wow, you can do this, and it can be done in black and white. You can have color covers. It was just like a revelation that there was more out there than just Marvel or DC or Image or whatever. I guess I just always have to keep thanking Rich Woodall for opening my eyes as to like that there's this whole other world of comics out there that are equally, if not more so, interesting than anything that any of the established publishers put out.
I'm going to need to find Johnny Raygun. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. I just Googled it. I'm in. I'm sold. I can't wait.
Glad I could sell a comic for Rich.
So Jeff, Jamie and I are definitely going to stop by your booth, check out your books, because you got us both hooked on the book. Thank you so much for your time, and can't wait to see you next week.
All right, I'll be seeing you guys.
Thanks.
Oof. That was I'm terrified of that book right now because I'm gonna think it's gonna be crazy. Crazy good. Adam, I saw you chimed in that you want to get into the green room. Somebody just left, so try to get in right now. Oh, I heard a boop. It might be you. What else is going on? But let's just go straight to. I'm going straight to Anthony because I think I lost my train of thought. Anthony.
Hey,
hello.
How are you? Good evening. Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
How are you doing?
Just so everybody knows, I'm answering this question for Anthony. Anthony's coming from Philadelphia, and like that's where he's coming from. And we're not a big fan of Philadelphia. My kids boo Philadelphia all the time, so that's where Anthony's from. Now you can ask him.
Anthony, I'm a big fan of Philadelphia.
You are always welcome, Jamie.
He's moving there.
I'm moving. I'm going to be moving there. So.
Oh, and I'm 5'7", so
great.
I know Matt probably already knows that, but that's about it. Yeah, 5'7".
Nice,
so,
fantastic.
No one's gonna think that I'm 1,000 feet tall or anything like that.
From your image here, I would have expected you to be 1,000 feet tall.
Yeah, right.
So I'm glad to know. I'm glad we've established a height.
Yeah.
So we know where we're coming from. What are you bringing?
So I'm bringing all of the comics that I've made so far, which are right here.
I've seen this stuff. The grandma. Where's the grandma? Show us the grandma.
It's on here. So I'm just gonna go in order, the order that I made them. This is Babies on a Plane, which is about a Yummer Baby Corporation, like the Gerber Baby Corporation. They're looking for their new baby model. So they grab a bunch of babies from Philly. They're all on this plane. And all of a sudden they start turning into monsters, and hilarity ensues. Next book I made was Silver Fox Golden Ops. This is about two old ladies, part of the Silver Fox, which is a covert operation, and they basically just fight for senior citizens' rights, and they do it with extreme prejudice. They
Open up the book. Show us some. We
aggressive.
need some artwork there.
Oh yeah, sure. So it gets here we go. They get a little wild. Oh yeah, there's some fun little fight scene, beating the piss out of this bald guy. Yeah, let's see. They're naked in the shower at one point. Up there's all the old guys with their boners. It's yeah, it's good. It's good times. Some decapitation, all the fun stuff. Everything that your grandma did to you, you know.
Well, that's my favorite book from your table.
Thank you. The only one I didn't write, Checkers on the Beach. It's about these two seagulls. It's written by a Jersey comedian, Nick Fierro. These two dirty seagulls just bickering at each other the whole time, and yeah, it's a good. It's kind of like the conversation's just like it's like about nothing, Seinfeld-esque, or like kind of like a Quentin Tarantino side scene that they go on about McDonald's burgers or whatever. It's kind of like that. Then the next book I did, this is a long one. This is 94 pages of nuts. These are nuts that you do not need an EpiPen for if you're allergic. It's still good. You could still read them. This is there's some other little homages I did for the back of Ghost in the Shell and what's this, Akira references. But basically these three nuts go around the house just trying to help other anthropomorphic food. That's their vow. And they go on a ridiculous little trip. They keep getting killed. And then what I'm working on now, before you even ask, is Demon Nun.
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
Demon Nun is about this demon, Andromalius, and this is issue 1 that I just finished, that I will be bringing to IC3. Andro here is sick of torture. He's sick of being in hell, and he wants to get back to heaven. His buddy thinks he is insane. He says, you know what? You should just possess somebody and get that out of your system. Come back to torture, and you'll be good. Well, Andrew has another idea. He goes, I'm going to possess somebody and do good shit and basically not give the body back. And then once the body dies, I'm just going to sneak into heaven. And issue 1 here is how he's basically getting out of hell. He makes a few attempts that don't exactly go his way, which I have fun with. I won't spoil it, but it does jump into some history of the 90s. Takes place in 1994, which I think is among all the good shit comes out in 94. all the best Nintendo NHL 94, Quarterback Club, anything. Music, Alanis Morissette, you know, at 90.
That's the first. That's the Alanis Morissette's your first.
It's my first, yeah. Nirvana, yeah, whatever. Alanis, though, come on. Jerome was on. He would probably agree.
No, I'm a big fan of Alanis. I have no problem with it. She was God in that movie.
Yeah. Dogma. Yeah, she was God.
Who are your books for?
Oh man, I think who was it? What's his name? Scott hit it on the head. I make them for myself. Like I do it to amuse myself. I am bored like all the time. Like it's not that I'm not busy or I don't have things to do, but I need to constantly amuse myself, whether it's during work or whatever. So like, for instance, I work in New York. I'm walking around the city. I'm usually humming like the Super Mario go down the subway. It's like like I need to do things to amuse myself, and I've always wanted to. I was always like infatuated with Bill Watterson growing up. Always wanted to do like a comic strip, yeah, I once I got more back into drawing, like 8-9 years ago, I got really bored with just drawing a picture of a character that I did not make, and I was just like bored at. I'm like, this is bad because I love to draw, but now I'm hating this. And then starting to put all my goofy ideas into on the page really kind of opened me up. So yeah, me. And I hope other people enjoy them. And if they don't, that's fine. I'm not going to stop. I'll be 90 years old making goofy shit about old ladies decapitating people. I don't care. Nobody could read them. It's totally fine. I mean, I hope you enjoy them. But yeah, it's to give my own shits and giggles.
Is the Mallard coming to IC3?
Oh man, this baby. He's a good boy. Let's see. He's old enough to drink now. That's my first duck. Oh, good. I'll tell you that story sometime.
You can tell us
That sounds like a fantastic Saturday night after party story.
Oh yeah, I could absolutely share it then.
I'm excited. What is your favorite indie comic?
Oh man, it's I'd probably have to say God Hates Astronauts, Ryan Brown. Yeah, that is a fantastic bunch of nonsense that I just ate up. It was so refreshing. Yeah, before I read that the first time, everything I was reading was very, I don't know, structured. That's probably the wrong word, but his everything, even his like onomatopoeias were like is so refreshing. Like I can't even give you an example, like butt poke, like something stupid, and he would just write out what was happening. It's like absurd. I loved it so much. Nice. So yeah, I love his brand of humor. Comes off great on the page, I think.
Anthony, thank you so much for your time, and I can't wait to hang out with you next week. And safe travels, my friend.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night. Appreciate your time.
We're going to keep this rolling. Let's bring Daniel to the stage.
Hey, all.
How's it going, sir?
Good. It's been a long work day, but I'm here.
But we're here. We've made it.
Yes. Here's the weekend.
If somebody tries to come through your door, we'll warn you.
Okay. Just was the backyard, so I'll be very scared.
Where are you coming from, sir?
Brooklyn, New York.
Lovely. And what are you bringing? What are you bringing to the show?
Oh, I bring a lot of stuff. I got some here. I got American Dreams. I got it in
the big screen
trade form. I have it in single issue form. This is my big baby. I have, of course, the first issues of Night Wrath, Broken Knight, and brand new Sherlock Holmes: The Phantom Masquerade.
Ooh.
And I also have some anthologies I've been in. I have the Spider Squirrel anthology, where I wrote a short for one of the heroes in this. Holiday Spirits. I wrote a Hanukkah story in this one. It's like holiday horror. And I wrote a Dodo story for the Ringo Award nominated Cthulhu Invades Wonderland.
I don't know if you can see that. It's like on my back shelf right there. I'm like facing this way. So I have.
Yeah, I wrote the Dodo story for this one. It was a fun one to do. Plus,
so what's your elevator pitch to people that come to your table?
Well, I usually focus on this one, American Dreams, which is about a superhero and a Jewish immigrant in 1900s New York who gains superpowers from an Edison experiment that goes completely haywire. Has to figure out what to do with them. And this is our first full arc. As I said, we have this in trade, and we have this in single issues. I also have. Do I have time to do the other pitches for
Sure.
these? Yeah.
Go ahead. We'll cut you off if you go too long.
Okay, I have Night Wrath, a guy who seems to be down on his luck. Is abducted by evil mercenaries, gets turned into the purple rage monster. When not the purple rage monster, no self-esteem whatsoever. Rook and Knight, father and son, vigilante team falling apart at the seams at the worst possible time.
Well, I like that pitch.
Yeah.
Really quick. Gives me everything you need to know. Makes me want to look at it.
Sherlock Holmes, The Phantom Masquerade, and Sherlock Holmes versus the Phantom of the Opera in the hunt to find Christine Daae's kidnapped son. It was basically a sequel to the original Gaston Leroux novel, versus just being a straight up, putting Holmes into Phantom of the Opera, which is what people tend to do.
This is exciting. Wow, there's so many books, so many things. Who do you think your audience is? Who's the people that you're really trying to attract to come to your table?
Well, I would like to say, like everyone else's, my original audience, first audience is me. Like I wanted more Jewish superheroes. I wrote a whole book about a Jewish superhero. But I really think I lean towards like a PG-13 rating mostly when I write. But it's like anyone who loves like interesting twists on superheroes for most of my work, or fans of, in the case of Sherlock Holmes, or fans of the opera, fans of Holmes or Phantom, or just a good old-fashioned mystery.
Nice. What are you working on next? You've got such a slew of things. I'm just like
on top of everything else I'm working on behind the scenes, I have American Dreams issue 6 coming to Kickstarter in April.
Oh, lovely.
I'll drop that link right now in the private chat. 1 second.
No, not the private chat. You got to put it in the public chat on YouTube. And this is for all the other creators that are come on the show and been on the show and are waiting on the show. Drop your links to all your work on the YouTube page or on the Facebook page.
Oh, it says it failed to connect to post.
It's okay. After you get off, after we kick you out of here, you can go on the YouTube page and like put it in.
Okay.
Yeah. I failed also.
Ask you to leave. But no, what is your favorite indie comic book?
Well, I had to think long and hard because I can't decide because there's so many, but I figured out at least 2. And I brought them downstairs.
Ooh. Lovely.
The Rocketeer.
What a book.
Amazing art. And continuing the idea of Jewish comics, and because his birthday week was just celebrated this week for the comic book community, Will Eisner's The Spirit.
What a book. I'm a big Spirit guy. We've talked about it.
Also a Contract with God, of course, but
yes.
This is my favorite Eisner.
It's amazing. We'll have to talk about some Spirit stuff.
Yeah.
At the show. I've got questions.
Yeah. Like, I really got started with the Darwin Cook run, but then I went back to look at the original Eisner stuff.
Yeah. That Darwin Cook run is great.
Yeah.
Daniel, thank you so much for your time.
I can't wait to be there because
this is your first IC3, so
it's on my birthday too.
Oh, it's your birthday!
It's gonna be on my birthday. It's gonna be on my birthday, the day of the con.
What?
So just so you know, like I used to work at TGI Fridays, so I'm gonna have to have the whole entire room saying "Happy Birthday" to you.
Okay, I could deal
with it. So you know, that's gonna happen.
I deal with it. I had a bar mitzvah about 23 years ago.
Well, let's do bar mitzvah too. Let's do it.
Yeah,
make it happen.
Excuse me, whether it's a dust, as I just remembered I was 13 over 20 years ago.
Daniel, thank you for your time, and I can't wait to see you next week.
See you soon.
I almost went to producer Bill because he was next in line, but he's
man.
But I didn't do it. So a big shout out to producer Bill making everything happen today. He's amazing. And somebody just popped into the chat, so we have to go to Carl. How's it going, my friend?
Hello, Carl.
It's going great. How are you guys doing?
I was really hoping that a whole bunch of claymation was going to happen.
Well, I did bring some of my friends. Let's see if I could get Arnold in there. Oh, there's Arnold. Let's see, which way does he go? Oh, there he is. This way. So this was for a second TV series that I worked on, and it's they call it claymation, but it's not really made of clay. He's kind of like soft foam rubber, and you could squeeze him, and he could shoot you and things like that.
Where are you coming from, Carl?
I'm coming from Long Island, so not that far away.
Nice.
And what are you bringing to IC3?
Okay, so we've been working here for about 3 years. So I'm kind of like the new guy on the block here, doing comic books. And this is something I've been dying to do for a very long time. This is my character Spontanea. This is the first issue. It's out of print now, but we did put the first 6 issues together, and we have our first trade paperback. And there it is, volume 1. It's all 6 issues, and it's a reader. Let me see if I can pull up something there, because that seems to be our next follow-up question is, who's the book for? I miss a lot of the books from the 1960s, the ones that Stan Lee says he wrote, but really they were written by like Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko, and there's a lot of great dialogue and a lot of great characterization, and that's what I was really aiming for when I created the book. I wanted it to be something that would hold your attention for more than a couple of minutes, because there's not a lot of fight scenes. It's more about characters, where they're going, what they're doing, what's going on in the story. I even tapped into a horror writer by the name of Robert Atone, and I had him create a character that's a conspiracy journalist. So he writes for a company. He writes for the newspaper of the town, which is Tranquility. So he writes the Tranquil Times, and the conspiracy journalist begins to write about the strange things that are going on in Tranquility, which is where Spontanea is.
This is wow, what a thing. Who do you think who is your audience? Who are the people that you're trying to pull in to come to your table?
Primarily people who enjoy a little bit more of the reading and a little bit less of the art. Not to say there's anything wrong with it, but someone who would really get into the characters. I've got I go across the evenly across the board. There's a lot of representation in my books. So someone, let's say higher middle grade, teenage plus, teen plus, young adults, a little bit of everybody. But primarily I'm looking for people who appreciate something that goes on for a while, a lot of interesting characters, a lot of little mysteries that need to get solved. That's what I'm aiming for. That's
awesome. How many issues have you done? Are you doing more than the trade? Are you
more than I probably should? The paperback is the first 6 issues.
Okay.
So that's about 100 and I think we're at about 160 pages there. I keep getting backwards here which way the camera's pointing. So we just finished issue 12. We have a little bit of coloring left to do. So that's going to be the second volume. And I'm not sure if I want to actually do a second volume of the book, or do I want to put all 12 issues together as a trade paperback? It'll be a little over 300 pages, and look for a publisher that is not small time like me, because I self-publish. I may be looking for a publisher who's looking to that 300-page paperback and get it out to get it all over the place.
Nice. Yeah, that's a great plan. That's
Thank
awesome.
you.
12 issues is impressive.
It's been taking about a little over 3 years from start to finish. I had to find just the right artist. I started illustrating myself, and then I thought I wanted it to be better than that. I'm more of a sculptor. I could bring out a little character here from another show I did. So you may recognize it's Mel Gibson from Braveheart, and he's also made of foam rubber. They call it claymation. It's the same story, but it's really foam rubber latex. And I'm just much better as a sculptor than I am as an illustrator. So I have a couple of friends live in Mexico City, and they were the illustrators. And then I found myself a pretty good colorist, one in Italy and another down in Argentina. So it's kind of a global thing going on. And I'm very proud of the book. I'm very, very proud of the story and the artwork. In fact, I'm going to be giving out several of these. This is the final issue. I'm hoping to get a lot of people interested in it. And there's a giant werewolf trying to eat Spontanea right on the cover. So I'm going to give out a lot of these for free if as long as my supplies last. You come to the table, you say you want to look at the book, you're not sure if it's the paperback you want, you might be able to get that for free if you're the first to come to my table. I'll be happy to give them out, get more people interested. I believe in doing things grassroots, getting people genuinely interested. This is the first time I'm at IC3. I didn't even know you existed. I apologize for that, but I'm new in this business. And when I saw you had this going on, I have to be there. I think I was probably the first to say, take my money. Just trying to be
this
there.
is only our second show. So
it's the second show.
The second show. So we
a year ahead of me.
Yeah, you're right. You're right in there. There has been a little chatter about your office. What is your favorite Spider-Man item on your back wall?
Oh, so I've been collecting things for quite a while. I have I don't know if I can pull it out because it's in a case.
Don't worry about it.
But it's a Spider-Man ice pop from the 1960s. So you get these little plastic containers. You fill them full of orange juice. You put the thing in there and you put it in the freezer and you pop it out and you suck on it. It's just something I remember from my childhood. I saw it on eBay and it's like, I must have it. So, but there's some other things. I've got is that Ren and Stimpy up there? Yeah, there's Ren and Stimpy. That was signed to me by Bob Camp, who I used to see all the time at School of Visual Arts where I teach. When we were both in the animation department at the same time. So we used to hang out and have lunch. And when I saw him at a convention, I said, I must have a Ren and Stimpy.
I know Bob. Bob's a great guy.
Yes.
What's your favorite indie comic?
Wow, there's so many. I'll tell you what really I found was groundbreaking. As I started to get away from being an illustrator and a sculptor, I got more into story development, characters, story arcs, really diving into that. So when I think about indie comics, I think about story. I think about Terry Moore's Strangers in Paradise. A lot of simple black line, no reason to color it in, but you could sit there and just look at his pictures, and there's so much expression on the characters' faces. There's so much going on in the background. This guy knows how to tell stories. And I've been waiting for when is this going to be a Netflix TV series? What's taking so long? It's so good. And he's already gone on to 2-3 series after that by now. Yeah. But I still appreciate those old books.
Recently, just back in print, they've been out of print for a little while, and they just did bigger omnibus collections of them, within the last few months, I think. So.
Wow, I've been selling them. I guess I should hold on to them now.
Yeah.
Carl, thank you so much for your time, and I can't wait to meet you next week.
Fine, fantastic. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, quick reminder to all the creators in the queue. If it's your time to come up on here and you are away from your desk, I am going to skip you and go to the next person. Mario, get back to your desk. Hello, my friend. How you doing?
Good. How are y'all doing?
I don't want to butcher your name. Can you just tell me your name?
Yeah, it's Caetano.
Awesome. And
Kai is fine too.
Kai too? Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Where are you coming from?
I'm also coming from Oswego, New York.
Oh, nice. we have 2 now? Is it 2?
Yeah, that's right. We got a little contingent that are gonna come up there.
Are you all coming together? Are you traveling together?
Well, I think we're driving separately because I actually wasn't sure if I was gonna be able to go, but so we're driving separate. But it's gonna be me, our comic shop owner friend Evan, and Aaron Lee.
Nice.
From Oswego.
Well, what are you bringing? What are you bringing to the show?
Well, I'm going to bring some comics that are Rizzo printed. I have issues 1 and 2 of Night Moves, or issue 1, 2, and 3 of Night Moves, which is a full story of a pumpkin-headed magician and a large cat trying to make their way back to a circus that disappears at dawn. And this is Rizzo printed and put together.
I'm going to cut you off. Explain what Rizzo printing is for Matt, because he doesn't know. We were actually just having this conversation yesterday about Rizzo, and he was like, I don't know what that is. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you can educate.
The way I always explain it is it's like if a screen printer and a copy machine had a baby.
Isn't that what I said earlier today, Matt?
Yeah.
Yes, you're an artist. I'm not. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Awesome. And then I also have Hidden Path, which is sort of my sketchbook that has my artwork in it, and it has some short comics in there as well, just written and colored by me. Can you guys see that okay?
Yeah. I apologize. I'm not familiar with your work. I really love this stuff. It looks really great.
We met briefly at the first IC3. I stopped you in the hallway, and I think I was asking you about just story.
Oh yes, yeah. That was after the panel. Yeah.
And then I'm also going to be bringing. I don't have it in my hands yet, but I should be having my first issue of an ongoing series. It's going to be called Twilight Houses. And I can show you guys some of the original the inks of it, if you like. So this is the cover, the inks for the cover, and I've got like characters like this. It's sort of a portal fantasy / urban fantasy work, and so I'm gonna be bringing some of these originals too, just like for people to flip through and check out. I've got like this is a cover for the new the issue 22 of What's Furthest Place from Here, image book.
Yeah.
And then this is one for a cover for Camazotz, which is an indie comic that I did the cover for with Rafael Flores out of Texas. I don't know if you can see that. The Return of Camazotz. And then I'll also be bringing a handful of some prints I work on. I'm hoping you guys can see that all right. But this is just the work that I do. I'm fairly new to comics, so I'm like kind of learning as I go, but I've been illustrating for a super long time.
You're doing it all wrong.
Oh man, I knew it. I figured I'd talk to you fellas. You guys would know.
I follow you on Instagram. Now I'm seeing art and it's coming things and everything, faces to images.
Right on. Yeah.
It's great. Yeah, this stuff is awesome.
Are you doing commissions? Are you taking commissions?
Yeah, I figured I'd just bring stuff, like bring, paper and stuff and work on things there. And also bring, I have some contributor copies of issue 266 of Savage Dragon. And so, same deal with, my comic shop owner, Evan. He introduced my work to Eric and he said it was beautiful and I'd love to publish it. So in the back of Savage Dragon, it's kind of a funny story. He published my the first time you see Cathead, which is the issue number 1 that I'm going to be bringing. Nice. So he put that in the back. Unfortunately, my name is literally nowhere on here. And I was just like, so it's sort of like when I got the copies, I was just like, yeah, that's amazing. And I'm like, oh no, my name is nowhere. So he apologized in issue 267 and mentioned my name, but I was just like, but anyway, so I've got these copies. I'm going to bring some copies to share with folks.
So you're new to comics, but you're already published in Savage Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it's a total I've got and Tyler Boss. I met Tyler Boss at Syracuse, and we started talking. And I go to Buffalo all the time, and he lives in Buffalo, so we were like chatting, and he offered me to do a variant cover of the What's the Furthest Place from Here. So it's like my second foot in the door. Doing stuff for Image, and I've got also like a comic and a short story in an anthology that's going to be put out. I think it's supposed to be available later this month through Ohio State Press, and that's it's called From Lucha to Cocinas, and it's story like Chicano stories of or Latinx stories that go from like wrestling to like food and culture, and so I've got a short comic in that. It's going to be coming out, and then so I'll be bringing that stuff, and just like more like just a ton of original stuff. Figure I'd just show you guys because like I like looking at original artwork. Hope you guys too. You too.
Yeah, this looks great.
Yeah, so this is like my my Cathead comic, and this is actually part of like issue 3. But I figured I'd show you guys, and I've got like I'll be bringing like I've done like a couple of these kind of things. So just kind of like trying to practice my my superhero muscles. And this is like that print. This is the original of that print.
Nice. Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just a reminder to all the creators that are in the green room or have been on the show, drop your links in the comments on YouTube and share your Instagrams. More links you put in the comments, the better, so that everybody can find you and everything. And I forgot every time I do that, I forget my question.
Well, who's your work for? You've got a wide array of work. You have the Cathead comic. What is your age group? Who's your audience?
I would say that my age group is probably somewhere in the range of teen plus, like teen and up.
Yeah.
And like because I do have like some cuss words in my books. Sort of like for people that really dig on say like if you were to like mix Hellboy with Adventure Time and maybe a little of the Max, that sort of stuff. But I like a clean style, but I also like, you know, bombastic action. So I'm sort of like trying to like figure out where does like Jaime Hernandez meet up with like James Herron, you know, or like Daniel Warren Johnson, like somewhere interlaced somewhere in there. And I don't know if I'm doing it right at all. But
what a great I feel like that's a great description of your work. So good on you. Good on you for knowing what you are.
Right on.
And I can ask you, like, because I was running around with it, like last IC3, like a chicken with its head cut off, doing everything. Were you tabling last year?
I wasn't. I just went to go hang out and check it out. So we came up, me and my buddy Isaac, we went and just like we got a hotel room and just hung out. So we were hanging out at the drink and draw ahead of time, and it was just such a good vibe. Everybody was so awesome, like super friendly, and that's the thing that like I really love about the comics community. Everybody's like that I have met has been like super welcoming and friendly and giving with information. Like it's just been awesome. And so like that vibe, like the same kind of vibe that like I went to SPX a couple of years ago and it was amazing. And I just loved everybody's like just the friendly vibe from everybody. But IC3, I was just like, no matter what, like I'm gonna come back. Like I don't care what it takes, come hell or high water.
Nice.
All right, we're just gonna clip that. That's our commercial. Thank you. No, I'm looking forward to it. Just so everybody knows, Drink and Draw is the Friday night before the show at the hotel bar. And it's an amazing time. I just love how everybody just had their books out, they had their inks out, they were painting, they were, you know, it was messy awesomeness.
Yeah, it was an awesome hang. So I guess last question. I feel like we could talk forever. But last question, what is your favorite indie comic?
My favorite, dude, I had to think about that for a while, but I think like I keep on coming back to one that just had a really beautiful emotional gut punch, and I really love Poor Sailor by Sammy Harcum. You guys familiar with that book?
No,
it's a lot of like just a single square panel format, and like it's been published a bunch of different ways. But like I really love the single panel per page. But Sammy Harcum's Poor Sailor is fantastic. It's a really cool story that like there's pirates, there's like a husband and wife, and there's a crazy brother that takes him out. It's such a beautiful book. I have one of the original pages on my wall.
Oh,
Jamie, are you writing all this down? Are you taking notes?
Yeah, I just Googled it. This looks awesome. I'm gonna have to go find this right now. Yeah, wow. This is what I love about indie comics. I love not knowing anything. Like the second you think you know something, somebody pulls out some incredible thing that you have no idea about, and this looks like it might be my favorite thing.
Yeah, I love it. I love Jordan Crane. I love those kind of comics. But I mean, like I am also like when I saw, and it's not necessarily like indie, but it's kind of an unusual book, the Wonder Woman Dead Earth by Daniel Warren Johnson. I was just like, holy shit! Like this is the most fucking wild thing I've ever seen. So it's just sort of like two very different worlds that I'm just like, can we?
Yeah.
These like
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Kai. Thank you so much for your time, and I can't wait to like officially meet you.
Right on, same. Right on. I'm so excited, guys, and thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, let's keep this rolling.
Go.
How's it going, guys?
Hi. Going well. Can you hear us?
Yes,
I can hear you. I love y'all's sweater.
Oh yeah, Astro Boy.
Yes, we are Tezuka fans.
I'm a huge Astro Boy fan. Astro Boy is my jam. So this is amazing. Where are you guys coming from?
We're in the Philly area.
Nice.
We've talked to a few Philly people already.
We heard, yes.
Yeah, we kind of took offense to the anti-Philly Matthew. No, I'm kidding.
We're all gonna fight them when we get up there, and that's what we're gonna do.
Do we have to represent Philly? Is that how it has to go?
Do I have to wear an Eagles shirt?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
We don't have sports stuff.
Listen, I can't wait till we get back to a time where we can just disagree about sports teams. That's going to be like my favorite time we can just do about that. But what do you guys bring into IC3?
So we're longtime artists, but first-time comic creators. It's always been a dream of ours to do it. I personally can't write, but Melissa, we're married, to explain it better. So it kind of made my dream come true. Melissa is the character designer and artist for Starcat Galaxia.
Oh, awesome.
And this is an all ages manga.
Yeah. So it's a magical girl space opera. And it's really a story about a hero maturing, finding herself during a seemingly lighthearted journey, and it evolves into something much deeper. Yeah, sorry, we have a microphone right in the middle.
No, it's awesome. And you also have to learn to go in reverse of where you want to go for the camera.
Yes. Oh, it's so awkward.
This looks great.
Oh, thank you. So I did do the writing, the character designs, all of the actual like sequential art, the panel work, the lettering. That's all Greg. So like I say that he does the heavy lifting for this particular project. So.
And you guys sent me some bookmarks for the gift bags. So the first 100 people through the door are going to get gift bags, and a lot of creators have donated items to it, and you guys donated bookmarks.
Yes.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much.
That has Ricochet, Galaxia's sidekick.
Oh, you got to hold that
space
up.
flying squirrel.
Oh yeah, that looks awesome.
Yeah, the space flying squirrel Ricochet is actually based off of a real live flying squirrel pet I used to have a number of years back named Ricochet. So yeah, she comes into most of my work.
That's amazing.
Don't tell my girls that you had a flying squirrel, because I don't need to have that
It's
year-long
pet.
battle.
It's definitely a single person pet. It will attack everybody else.
You're safe. You're safe from this one, Matt.
Yes.
Yeah, Galaxia is so the basic world is there's a group of star cats, and when they enter into space, they turn into cats, and only cats can navigate space. But when they enter like a atmosphere, they turn into human. That's where the magical girl part comes in.
Yeah.
So it is an all ages adventure, and it does target younger teens.
Mm-hmm.
Like
it's rated G though, so it's it's for everybody. But it will have deeper concepts going forward in the story. So this is the first chapter. It was a successful Kickstarter, which is really exciting because Greg spearheaded that. And oh my goodness, it's going to be an epic journey. There's a lot of time involved. Greg decided that he wanted to color all pages with Copic markers. I don't know if anybody out there has worked with Copic markers.
What an undertaking.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Watercolor would be so much quicker. No, it must be Copic. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted it to be consistent, and the marker it should always be the same color. Like I don't want to have to mix colors ahead of time or have like a palette ready whenever the time comes for me to draw. So
yes,
it makes sense. Like there's logic behind it. It's just it is an undertaking.
It is a time-consuming effort for
Yes.
sure. So I'm assuming into our next question, this is what you guys are working on moving forward. This is how many issues do you have planned? What issue are you working on now?
So in total, we're gonna be doing it manga Takoban style. So it'll be 9 chapters per volume. I'm working on these are the names in Japanese or the page layouts. So I have all of chapter 2 and 3 laid out already. Whoops.
Are you going to bring those to the show so we can look through them?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I really want to look through those
Yeah,
at the
I would
show. Yeah, please bring them.
And we have the original page art as well.
This is very large. I'm gonna try to knock the microphone off. Oh.
How big are you working on?
I'm doing the deleter manga pages, which are roughly like 11 by 14 almost.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Are these pages for sale?
Yeah, they'll be for sale. There's a few accounted for already.
Okay.
Can we?
But yeah.
Turn the page? Can you even see if it's back
Yeah,
here?
yeah, those look great. Yeah, we can see them.
Okay.
Your effort is not for naught.
Sorry.
Yeah,
That's
that's
great.
really good.
We'll have them at the show.
Yeah, and we're also doing sketch trading cards.
Oh my god, you need to talk with Kezra.
It sounds like a Kezra thing.
Yeah, you need to talk with Kezra. He'll be walking around the show, and you and him need to have a conversation about sketch cards. because he is trying to make sketch cards the thing, and he is accomplishing it. And oh man, that's awesome too.
So yeah, we'll have some holographic prints available.
That is a Honey Tessa special. That is going into my kid's room like almost immediately. I can see that like
Oh,
being
nice.
bought.
And we have, I mean, we're looking at it more because our background is graphic design, marketing. Melissa had products sold in Hot Topic in the 2000s. She had these dolls made for her IP, which is Precious Miseries. She could tell you briefly about it.
Yeah, I've been working with Precious Miseries since college. It was my senior thesis in 2005, 2006. And I went to the San Diego Comic-Con 2006, I believe, or 2005. And it just, everything happened. Like, it was really right place, the right time. I met with the Hot Topic reps. They loved my series of character designs that were fashion-based. And like, it all happened very quickly. I was just very naive and like young, so I didn't know what I was doing. But it gave me a kickstart. And you know, this is back before like the internet was as it is now. It's like super accessible now. But I will also have at our table my Precious Miseries stuff. So like, this is an origin poem book that I write and illustrate. I have like a novella based on one of the orphans, one of my more popular orphans. I have an artivity book, which is basically a coloring book of the line work for my illustrations. And then a comic book that I wrote, but I'm not really a sequential artist. That's not my strength. I'm more of an illustrator and character designer developer. But I did hire some comic book artists to see my visions come to life. So I'll have those there.
Nice.
That is really cool.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk to y'all at the show. Final question: what is y'all's favorite indie comic?
So we thought about it, and it's already been given, ElfQuest for me. But I mean, I do love Bone. I love Earthworm Jim, even though it was like 3 issues from the 90s. But I am a big Earthworm Jim fan, just like video games and figures and everything like that. So
nice.
Yeah.
That is awesome, guys. Thank you so much for being on the show, and I can't wait to meet you guys
Yeah.
next week.
Yeah, we can't wait.
Are you guys going to be there for Drink and Draw?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
It's going to be a really good time, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank
Safe
you.
travels.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi. So people are saying I need to apologize to Philly. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Not at all. All right, we're going to. Oh, Mario is in there. There we go. Hey, Mario.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey,
I'm
Mario,
doing
how
good,
are you?
man.
I'm
I
good.
don't want to be on the main screen. You're going to be on the main screen. There
Really
we go.
nice to be here, guys. Thanks for the opportunity.
Where are you coming from?
Okay, so as you probably assume by my accent, I'm not from the US. Originally, I'm Brazilian. I come from Brazil, but I've been living in Long Island for 2 years now. So I'm going from Long Island, which is much closer.
Well,
Nice, yes.
you help me when I say that we have an international crowd coming to the show.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
So thank you so much, my friend.
What are you bringing to the show, Mario?
Okay, so let's see. So ever since I got to the US, I had to decide whether I was gonna, I don't know, keep my connection to Brazil, keep publishing back there. And whenever I go back there, I do my stuff and my shows. But what would I do here in the US? I mean, I didn't want to miss the opportunity to be part of the ecosystem, the universe of indie comics. So I started publishing my stories in English. So the first one that I took to IC3 last year is Vincent in Pieces. It was my only comic back then. And it's a slice of life story. It's kind of autobiographical. And one of the characters, actually, the story is about this guy who's not Vincent van Gogh, but he looks a lot like him and he feels like him. And it's about grief, hope, resilience, and there's a reflection on, like writing stories and being characters in other people's stories too. You know, we write about people and we are characters in other people's stories too. Then we get Teardrop that I published last year. So I was supposed to take Teardrop to IC3 last year, but I mean, the printer didn't deliver in time. So, well, now it's your chance. So Teardrop is an anthology of short stories. They're all slices of life, and they are all about the rain. So it's relationships, mismatches, people missing somebody, broken hearts, and everything that happens under the rain, because of the rain, after the rain, before the rain. So it's a very wet book.
Can you show us some of the interior pages?
Sure, yeah.
Oh, yeah, because your work is really amazing.
Thanks, man. Let me show another page here. Yeah.
And just a little tidbit behind the scenes. Mario was the final creator added to the list of last year's show.
Yes. Actually, I found out that I was gonna have a table at IC3 the afternoon before the show. And me and my wife, we were on the train going to New York City. She was taking her students to an art exhibition there. And then I found out and I said, well, I need to make this happen. So we made it happen. It was an amazing time. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I love those stories of like how things kind of just fall into place because your work is really good. You need to show us more pages. That's what you need.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one hopefully this book will be available at the show. This is just a print, a test print of my new book. It's called Absence. It's a collection of missing pieces. It's continuing my series of stories, short stories about relationships or the lack of it. So all the stories here are about absence in some way. So there's grief, there's long distance relationships, there's people who left, people who died, people who came back. So yeah, we have some of my favorite stories in this book.
Wow.
Yeah.
So who do you think your work is for? Who's the people that are coming to your table? Who are you trying to attract?
So hopefully everybody, but specifically, I like the idea of showing my work and having my work being read by people who are not usually into comics. And this happens a lot because I mean my work has a very sentimental, introspective, poetic side to it. So I talk a lot about relationships, psychology, dreams, things like that. So I have many readers back home that are not mainstream comic book readers. They maybe started reading comics because of my work, because they are psychologists or musicians or actors, and then they found my work and, well, this is not like Spider-Man or Batman or whatever. So I like the idea, like the broken-hearted people, the people who are missing somebody, people who are dealing with grief. If my work can offer these people a little bit of a shoulder to cry on or a hug, that's my objective. That's what I wanna reach.
That's great. You're definitely the guy I'm sending my girlfriend to. That's
oh yeah,
that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I hope she enjoys the material.
Yeah, I think she will.
Yeah.
What are you working on next? You've got you have things like I know when it's like weird and you're in the chamber and you're waiting for your book to come in and you're like, I hope this comes out. But
I made a list. I was preparing here. So I finished. I was the inker for a graphic novel. I can't say anything about that because of the NDAs, but it's supposed to come out next year, which is a bummer because I would love to show people this. It's an YA adventure, such a cool book. I'm also inking a cyberpunk comic for a Brazilian company. It's called Residium. It's a nice work, but I'm the inker. I'm also gonna do a YA comic with written by R.R. Rubin, which is like about weird kids in elementary school trying to fit in, and maybe something supernatural in the mix. We're starting to work on that. And then I'm starting to write my next solo project, which is an YA, kind of an urban fantasy about a girl having to decide whether she takes on like absolute power or not. So it's like about the danger of power, of having power or too much power.
Nice.
Yeah. And yeah, that's a lot.
That is a lot.
I'm tired just by saying this.
Do you do commission work as well?
Yeah, I do occasionally. I'm not gonna be able to do commissions for the show, but once in a while, I open for commissions. I'm gonna take to the show a few original arts, so they would look like a little bit of this.
Oh, just a little bit of that. That's
Yeah, like the Spider-Man, like
awesome.
this Nightcrawler will be available there too.
Oh, these look great.
This Batman.
Nice.
And one of my favorites, which I love to do, is working on black paper.
Oh.
So I like to use white materials on white paper. So
Yeah,
this is
wow.
just one of them. Yeah.
That's pretty. So,
yeah.
Is it last question time, Matt? Or we?
Let's do it.
Last question time.
Mario, what is your favorite indie comic?
Okay, so I have to say that I haven't read much indie comics from the US, but Strangers in Paradise was published in Brazil. Bond was published in Brazil. A few things were published there. And nowadays, more recently, things that started in the US as indie comics and then they went to Image or Dark Horse or Top Shelf or whatever, they end up being published in Brazil, but then are they indie if they are published, overseas by a publisher? So
Matt's got a great.
My definition of indie is if the publisher is paying for your health insurance or not. So if the publisher is not paying for your health insurance, it's an indie comic book.
Oh, so every single publication in Brazil is indie.
So everything's indie. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we don't have that. So I know it's this book actually is from Image, but Street Angel.
This is independent. Jim Rugg is coming to the show.
He's independent.
He's
so and I'm taking the book for him to sign. I got to know. I'm talking about Street Angel because when I was first starting doing what I say it's my work in comics, my solo work, my authorial work, I got in touch with so many Brazilian comics that were amazing, independent comics, and I got to witness as a reader, as a fan, the rise of Fábio Mono and Gabriel Bá in Brazil. So now they are superstars, and I got to read their first independent books, which were amazing, and they were they brought a lot of inspiration for my work. And then I got to know Adrian Tomine, Craig Thompson, Terry Moore, and there's so many great people, but I have to give a shout out for my Brazilian friends. I mean, all of Brazil's indie scene is amazing, and I dare to say that the indie comics we publish there are next level. They are amazing.
All right, so Kezra, I know you're listening. IC3 Brazil, we got to make it happen.
Yeah, I can help with that.
That's going to be my conversation at the bar Saturday night. Like, listen, seriously, that's going to be my conversation. Let's make this happen in Brazil.
Amazing. Yeah, let's do it.
Mario, thank you so much for your time, and I can't wait to see you again. And your artwork is just stunning, and
thanks, man. Appreciate it. Looking forward to it. It's gonna be a blast. And thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, see you guys. Bye.
All right, we're gonna work on the multiple saying goodbyes. We got to we hit 2 hours.
We just hit 2.
Can't say goodbye more than twice. So all right, let's do this. I know this guy. Hey-o!
Hey,
hello.
It's
how's it going,
Mr. Ryan Murphy? How are you, sir?
I'm doing pretty well. I like Jamie's bow tie.
Oh, thank you. I'll be wearing a bow tie at the show.
It's giving the baboon.
It is. It's there's a reason the baboon wears a bow tie. It's because I wear a bow tie.
That makes sense.
We've talked on the podcast, What is Comics? What's up, Matt?
No, I was just gonna be like, I think he might be the closest person to IC3.
Yeah, probably.
Distance
I'm literally like 5 minutes
from?
away.
Just down the road.
Yeah.
Fantastic. What are you bringing? What are you bringing to the show? I saw some things.
Yeah, so I'm bringing the first graphic novel that I made, Turtle Man Year 1. This is the interior of it. If you want to see all black and white,
I really
then,
like when people flip through the pages really fast.
Yeah, or I can, I can give you a more. Let me find some
Show us your
good.
favorite page from Turtle Man.
I think the favorite one is the one I was talking about on What Is Comics. Let me find it. This one where it's like a double page spread, but it like goes across it, like panels going across a double page spread. I was pretty proud of that.
There you go.
Yeah, so I got that, and then I recently got this officially printed, the first 5 issues or 5 chapters of Living a Fantasy. So I'll do this one slower so you can absorb all of
Did
the.
you send it? You sent us all 5, right? So I've read all this.
I think the 5th
We
one
hadn't
wasn't like.
finished issue 5. Issue
Okay,
5
so
was
I
like
guess this is a good
in-
book, and I recommend this, and I will pick it up to get to the next issue because I need.
Oh,
yes.
sweet.
Give us the elevator pitch.
Well, so it's takes place in like a fantasy world, kind of like Middle Earth, or if you're into like the Elder Scrolls games, kind of like that. And then the main character is this wizard. He's not a great guy. He does like experiments on animals, including his pet owl, who then gets his body. So the main character is his owl. So let me find. So this guy, Otis, the owl wizard, is the main character. And yeah, there's a bit of conflict because he's got that wizard's body and the wizard's got the owl's body. So, there's some tension there. And there's other like fantasy characters. There's a lovesick vampire. There's a broke leprechaun, all that good stuff. And they kind of cross paths every once in a while.
This is
I
great.
also have this, which I'm bringing, which is the Marvel character sheet that I was working on. So I did this on TikTok, and I did a Marvel character a day, and each character was requested by like people on TikTok. So it's over like 190 Marvel characters over like 190 days. And I also have a very big version of it, which I'm really excited to have everybody see at the show.
How did it come out scale wise? Since you were like, what did you draw? What scale did you draw it at? And then what did you blow it up to?
I forget the exact numbers, but I did try to do. It's like, well, this one's like 7 feet tall, and I forget the width. I forget the exact numbers, but I tried to do it like that size in Procreate.
So that's a huge file.
Yeah.
Procreate file. That's insanity.
Yeah.
Is MODOK on there?
Yeah, MODOK is. I don't know if you can see him, but he's right there.
Ezra saw it from a mile away.
Yeah.
So, Ryan, what is who's your work for? Who do you hope grabs your comics?
Well, I kind of consider them like all ages, but I guess anyone that's like a fan of fantasy or superhero comics. There's lots of like Easter eggs in my books and lots of like references to tropes that I feel like come up a lot in those books. So yeah, if you're into that, I'm sure you'll enjoy them. But I think I try to make it so like anyone can, any age, any type of person, hopefully they can get something out of it.
Nice.
What are you working on next?
Right now I'm still working on Living a Fantasy. So I'm doing the 6th chapter currently. And that's this is like what I'm going to be working on for probably the next like couple of years.
And if anybody wants the long version of this costume, if anybody wants the long version of this conversation, go to What Is Comics, where we talked to Ryan for like an hour and we went down the rabbit hole of all his books.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm really blown away with what he's working on story wise. So definitely stop by his booth, check out his book, and sorry for cutting you off. I just figured I'd.
Oh no, yeah, you're good. Yeah, definitely check that out. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I was excited to do it. Let's get to this last question. What is your favorite indie comic?
So I was thinking about this. I don't even know if this is really indie because it's like one of the most mainstream comics, but it's also not a fun read. But I think Mouse is probably like my favorite. Like that ever since like high school, I like go back to that book, and that was also the first like non-superhero, non-like action comic that I had read. But yeah, I just go back to that like every few years, and I'm just like blown away by it. I feel like that's like the comic that has used the medium to like the fullest effect for me. So yeah, I'd probably choose Mouse.
Awesome, Ryan. Thank you so much for waiting for this and getting on here and showing your stuff. And I can't wait to hang out with you next week. It's going to be a great time. And I need some copies of your books.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I can't wait to meet you guys officially.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time.
Oh yeah, because this is your first time tabling, right? You
Yeah.
showed up at the show last year showing your book, and then this is the first time tabling. So you're one of the people that I actually talk about, which I think is amazing about IC3, is that like you came to the show not tabling and we're just showing your work, and then now you have a table. Like this is the progression I love to see at the show, and I'm very excited. So.
I've been waiting since last year.
All right, my friend. Take care.
Yeah, have a good one.
Ooh, I'm excited for this couple. Yay! Oh, you're muted. Let's unmute you guys. And I muted you.
All right. Hello there. We're stop trying on our end. Hello.
hello.
Dylan and Lane, how's it going?
We're good. How are you guys?
We're here.
You're having a long night. You're doing great.
I know you guys look like I can see you and like everybody in little thumbnails below me, and I see the twinkling lights. I was like, those guys are having a party.
We like to keep it a little lively in here on the even when there's not a big holiday going on. So.
Where are you guys coming from?
We're coming from Staten Island, New York. So I know
Nice.
there's somebody in here from Brooklyn, so we're hello from your neighbors. So not crazy far. Pretty good trip.
Nice. What are you all bringing to the show?
We're going to be bringing our 7 issues of Starside, our sci-fi fantasy comic series. Issue 7 just finished kickstarting at the end of the year, end of 2024.
November.
So it's almost a debut. This is issue 7. Oh, it's nice and dark. You can't see it great, but we'll have that, and as well as all 6 other issues.
I know which cover is my favorite, because I know when I was like putting together social media, you showed me all the covers, and I was like, I think it's like 2 or 3 is like my favorite color. That like
I love 3 also. I want to pull that up. 3 is probably my favorite of all of the art in general. Here's issue 3.
Very kind of like Western.
Yeah.
Western.
That's really good.
And we use issue 3 is always the one that we have out on the table for a display too. To be like, here's what
that
the
page.
Yeah,
page
that's
is
real
one that I've
pretty.
seen multiple times. It's just sitting on my computer as like promo social media. And I always,
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, our artist Jordan, he's fantastic. So we're just writers. So that means everything in this book is done by Jordan. The art, the lettering, the lines, the inks,
design of everything.
Yeah, I mean, unless we had like a specific idea for stuff, like he takes the reins. Of figuring.
Very talented guy.
Yeah.
So give us the elevator pitch for your book.
All right. So follows our main character, Jack. He's a normal kid going about his day. He gets ripped out of there when aliens invade Earth, and he gets brought deeper into the universe, where there's an intergalactic war that's been raging for centuries, and Earth's been kept isolated from it. So as Jack struggles to venture back home, he starts to uncover a little bit of mysteries as to why Earth's been kept isolated from this conflict, and kind of just finds his place in all of this. So yeah, it's a hero's journey.
Yep. Fish out of water tail for sure.
Nice.
And you've kickstarted. I'm sorry, you kickstarted all the books.
Yes. Yep. We've been doing this since 2017. 2018 we ran the first Kickstarter, I think, but we've been working on it basically since 2017 or 2016, and 7 issues so far. And then this summer we'll be kickstarting the collected volume of the 7 issues that are the first story.
Ooh la la.
Yeah,
And how
excited about that.
How far into the future is this book going? Like, what do you think?
TBD. It's a long series. We know where it's going to end, generally, like how the story's going to end. Of course, we had that in mind when we started, but it's definitely an ongoing series for a while. So we actually, to already answer a question that you're going to ask, the next thing that we're working on is a much shorter series that's just like it'll probably just be like a single graphic novel. I think like 5 or 6 issues. That's a Victorian horror comic, and we have like a little ash can essentially of it. And it's us and Jordan again. because Starside, it's the first thing we worked on, and it's, you know, something we are extremely passionate about and excited about. But as first-time comic creators, publishers don't really want to say, yeah, we'll publish your comic that we don't know when it's going to end, and we think you're going to finish it and it'll be fine. So we're trying to get our foot in the door with something a little bit more digestible. Yes.
Yeah. That's great. Who do you consider your work for? Who are the people who are coming to your table?
Well, for Starside, honestly, it's hard to say. We have people stop at our table of all ages, interested in just all sorts of different things, drawn in either by just, oh, I love supporting all types of indie comics, or I love sci-fi and fantasy and space, or like, oh, this art reminds me of this artist who I don't know artists well, so I don't remember who they remind them of. But there's just like a lot of different ways that Starside appeals to people. It's definitely for like, I'd say maybe 12 and up, maybe 10 and up, because like there's some scary stuff with the aliens. There's some violence. It's like Star Wars level violence, nothing like gory, but you know, not for like young kids. But yeah, really anyone who's interested in like immersive worlds and a hero's journey and space operas, and will find something to like about it.
And what's your favorite? We get two answers today. What is your favorite indie comic book?
I don't know if we have two answers prepared. We've been thinking about it.
That's true. It's both the same. We've discussed it since.
Yes, we've decided.
Such collusion. There's no collusion allowed on the show at all.
I think we came to it separately, but
Yes.
I asked Lane and she said the answer. I was like, actually, it's probably my answer too.
Well, because we read a ton of indie comics. It's probably almost exclusively what we read. You know, if you include like big indie, like Image, like that's our main publisher that we read, in addition to just like self-published and stuff. So right now, I'd say The Pale by Jay and Sanders Fabre. And I especially want to shout them out because they are about to launch a Kickstarter for volume 2 of The Pale. So it's the PALE, as in like Beyond the Pale. And it's about an FBI agent who happens to be face blind, who goes to Arizona to work with the local law enforcement to investigate these mysterious murders that have happened. And there is a sort of supernatural element to it. And it's just like really well written, great art, and just so intriguing. And I'm really excited for more from them. They're just great people as well. So The Pale by Jay and Sanders Fabre.
That's awesome. And you guys just started a trend because earlier another creator gave props to another creator that has a Kickstarter launching. So this is why I love the indie community. It's not a competition. We're all doing this together and we can all support each other, and you guys are amazing.
Thank you. Back at you. Yeah, really appreciate y'all putting this all together and getting us all together to talk about this. And we're really excited for the event too. We loved last year. It was one of our favorite things we've done.
Yeah, no, this has been what this is doing is it's basically making Jamie and I make a checklist of like things we want to buy now.
I bet. Yeah. I've added to my reading list as well as this has been going on.
All right, guys, safe travels, and we'll see you in a week.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, see you guys.
All right, so this gentleman, I'm very excited to talk to. But first, if you were a creator trying to get into queue, we are full at this time, but as soon as a creator goes out, you can come in. So keep trying to get in. We're going to get through everybody. We are 2 hours and 18 minutes into this. Jamie's got to shake it up a little. Do you have another bottle of champagne coming, or what's going on here?
No, I only had the one. I only have the one. I'm not even like I've been every now and then I've been pouring myself a little bit more, keeping the party going. But whew.
All right, so creators, if you have, please drop your links into the YouTube channel on Comic Art Live. Put your Instagram handles, put your website handles. Let people know if you are doing commissions. Like, get your information out to the people that want to support you. Big time. All right, so now we've been waiting for this guy forever.
Oh no,
Steve. Hey.
What's up, man? What's up, Jamie? What's up, Matthew? Nice to see you guys.
Nice to see you. How are you doing, Steve?
I'm doing great. I'm feeling good. I'm getting excited about next week. First con of the year for me. First con I ever did last year. So it just opened the floodgates, and I'm very excited to be back for this.
This was your first con ever, right? ICCC?
Yes.
Wow.
And
what a special time.
Where are you coming from?
I am in Norwalk, Connecticut, so not too far away. Nice 20, 30 minutes.
You might be able to skip 95.
Yes. Oh, possibly.
All those people come from Staten Island. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, yeah, it's rough. It's rough out there.
But no, you were one of the people that I'm like very excited about because the part of IC3 that I love is I love being on your timeline for just a blip. Like last year, this was the first show that you ever did, and then
Yes.
I got to watch you on social media do all the shows afterwards and be successful. And now you got new books and other things. And I'm not gonna speak for you, so you tell us what you're bringing to IC3 this year.
So I'm bringing all my. So I do horror comedy comics. So I'm bringing Slowpokes, which is fast killer sloths. As you can see here, there's my head there being decapitated.
Yeah. So last year I came home and I think my wife had a koozie.
Yes.
And I was like, where did this come from? He's like, oh, we got it from somebody at the show. And it's the sloth koozie. And I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. I didn't even know it was there. So
Yep, fast killer sloths. I got Slowpokes 1 and 2. I also have the official Slowpokes shirt done by Vertebrae 33.
Awesome.
Nice.
I got Zombie Date Night, which is what makes a blind date more awkward. Zombies, of course. So
I love that cover. That cover's really good.
Thank you for that. I'm doing Ex Machina, which is a Christmas comic, Santa fighting robots in the future. And then Foul Mouth, which is a demon-possessed superhero who gets your powers from cursing.
And I think that's the book that put me on your radar because you did a Kickstarter for that one.
Yes. So yeah, I've been very lucky to be able to do these indie horror comedy titles. I'm running a Kickstarter for Zombie Date Night 2 right now. So yeah, just getting back into the thick of it.
So give us the elevator pitch. Somebody comes to your booth. What are they going to get? What are they going to?
You're going to get blood, guts, horror, comedy, ridiculousness. I mean, fast killer sloths. I mean, that's all you need to know for what I bring to the table.
The name's the pitch. It really works. Yeah.
And it's so funny too, because ever since that was my first comic, the Slowpokes, I get sloth gifts now. So I've got sloth socks, sloth. Somebody commissioned me as the Tiger King, but it's the Sloth King. Just all the sloth ties, all sloth toys, all different things. But yeah,
only it was killer $100 bill. That's I think that all the time. I'm like, man, just name it $100 bill, and people start giving you $100 bills.
My favorite thing during the Kickstarter is I told my parents that like I adopted, or like I told my parents I was like, oh, I'm having a kid, and they're like, what? And I adopted baby sloths through a charity, and they were like, oh, stop doing that. What are you doing to me?
That's fun. That's amazing.
What are you working on next?
So like I said, right now doing the Zombie Date Night 2 Kickstarter. I'm doing that. There will be more Slowpokes in the future. I'm working on a werewolf comic at the moment, putting my little twist on it. Should be out by next year, hopefully. Just a little bit of everything.
Nice. Who is your work for? Like, if you're
for the sickos, as I like to say. But no, people love horror. People love comedy. I like to think, when you would go into Blockbuster back in the day, and you would see these great horror, art on the VHS boxes, and you're like, oh, what is this? Like, what is The Dentist? What is Ice Cream Man? What is this thing? And then you watch the movie and you'd be disappointed. So for me, I want people to look at the great art, but then also be like, you know what? That was actually not that bad. That was a pretty good comic. And I just feel like horror, there's a lot of horror out there, but there's not a lot of horror comedy. So I want to bring that to the table when it comes to indie comics.
That's great.
Well, we're definitely gonna have to have you get on the longer podcast because
Sure.
I love talking about horror in comic books. Jamie makes fun of me a lot about it, but I also think like comedy as well, is how you do comedy in comic books and in horror comedy in comic books. I think it's tough. I don't think it's easy. So I want to have a longer deep dive conversation.
Let's do it. I'm down anytime.
So let's keep going.
I know. I give you a lot.
Favorite indie comic book.
So I actually brought it right here.
I love that everyone brought their thing.
Stray Bullets.
I am currently doing a read through of Stray Bullets. I only ever got halfway through, and I was like, let me let me change that up. So,
well, we're gonna let Steve talk about it.
No, it's fine. No, Straight Bullets is excellent. It's I remember reading Wizard as a kid, and I was like maybe 12, 13, and I saw the covers for these, and I was like, what is this? Like, you always are used to superhero comics, Spider-Man, Batman, and then you see that, and then you start reading, and I'm like, this is such a different thing that I've ever read. And that kind of opened up the floodgates for other indie comics. And then I also am enjoying, I think my latest favorite indie comic is Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees.
Oh yeah, that's a nice hardcover.
Yeah, that's an excellent just horror title, and just to make it cuddly animals is, I love that stuff. So it's great to see that out and about.
Steve, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate waiting in the queue. I know everybody's been waiting a long time, but we're going to get to everybody today. If you're still trying to get into the queue, once Steve goes in, try to click in. We'll get you in line. We'll get you on the show, and I will safe travels to you because you still got to drive on 95 for a little bit.
That's true. Yes, do you know how Connecticut drivers are?
And I will see you next Saturday.
See you next Saturday. All right. Have a good night.
Bye.
Let's keep it rolling.
Cool.
Steven is coming to the table. How's it going, my friend?
Good. You?
I'm doing well. Steve, Steph, where are you coming from?
Montreal.
Oh.
Our second
second Canadian.
Yeah.
So it's going to be like a 6-hour drive, I guess.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Like it's because I live like 45 minutes east of the show. And it's just a straight drive up for me to Montreal. And I've been talking to my wife about making like a summer trip up there. So I'm going to talk to you about some what we should do.
Yeah. What
are you bringing to the show?
I'm bringing a few of my own books. I have my whole series, Zombie Commandos from Hell, which is like a mix of sci-fi, horror, and a bit of humor. I can show you some of the interior art. It's a big slugfest.
Nice.
Oh, awesome.
So there's lots of action. There's a like a detailed story, but a lot of the action is in the forefront. And I'll also be bringing my cyberpunk series, Renegade XL900, which is very much like a 2000 AD comics, like has a Judge Dredd feel to it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Judge Dredd, RoboCop, all that stuff. So it's a cyberpunk, but like a grittier style.
Yeah, that's great.
Thanks. And
give us the elevator pitches on these books as you're going through.
Okay.
So we can, yeah.
Oh well, going back to Zombie Commandos, basically it's a story about humanity's last war. So the Mother Nature is sick of humans, so she makes a deal with the devil and gives devil access to all the human dead. So the zombies have access to the person's memories. So they speak, they drive, they use guns. So they're quite a menace. And the survivors are having a hard time because they were already infighting together because it's a post-apocalyptic world. There's no governments. It's all raiders and gangs and cults. Whereas Renegade XL900, it's the story I wanted. It's the closest thing I've came to doing a superhero comic book. It's a guy who wakes up with these cybernetics on him. He doesn't understand why, so it's like a kind of a quest to understand what's happening to him, but he's driven by a quest, and there's a cult building up around him as he cleans up the slums, because on his way there's like street gangs and stuff, and he becomes like a local hero, but he's driven, he doesn't know why, and some secondary characters pop in and help him on his quest.
Can you hold up that cover again? Oh, can you hold up that cover again? I really like that.
Oh,
cover.
yeah.
That's really
cool. That's slick.
And this is the second one.
And are you the writer artist? You the artist on this?
On this one, I'm the artist.
That's really cool.
I work Zombie Commandos. I wrote and illustrated, but this one I worked with a writer called Alex Gem.
Nice.
And Slaughtered Kingdom I illustrated, which is was also written by someone else, Matt Wazian. This is more like a homage to 80s slashers, and it's more of a horror. It's a darker book.
Yeah, I love pages like this where it's just like endless. Like I could just like try to figure out what's going on.
The whole thing is like this. Oh, there's a bit of a column here.
That's really cool.
And
who's your books for?
My books are for I figured they're for people who like the same books as me, like indie, like grittier comics. I was into the whole 90s dark thing, Faust and The Crow and Dead World, all that stuff. And like other people have said, I make books for myself, but it's like my teenage self when I discovered these books.
Oh,
And I discovered with time that when I do shows and the people who order my books online, I realize they're all my age mostly. So it's never teenagers.
Yeah.
So I think it's for people who like, well, I mentioned 2000 AD. I think that would be a good way to describe the crowd that appreciates my books. I get people from Europe and the UK buying my books too, and that's where I learned that I had a similar style to that, and I realized that reading those books afterwards.
Nice, that's awesome.
I even have a game.
Oh wow, that's cool.
I made a game based on my series.
That is very cool. I'm always interested in guys who are like trying to figure out little like the things around the comic to sell. Yeah, that's awesome. What are you working on next?
Right now I'm working on a book called Falcor. It's my second. All these books I've drawn by hand, like using markers on paper, and I've only recently started doing digital. I don't know if this will show up. Oh, it's kind of bright.
A little bright.
It's too bright.
Yeah.
But this is
that's better. We'll have to see it at the show. Bring it over. I want to look at it. Yeah.
This is an ambitious project that I'm working on right now. I'm also putting together 2 anthologies. I've put out 2 anthologies before. I'm starting the crowdfunding for the 3rd one at the end of the month, and another anthology at the end of the year, which I'm doing. I teamed up with another local publisher.
Nice.
And definitely drop your links in the YouTube comments below so more people.
Oh yeah, I've done that.
Okay, no, that's cool. Are those records or comics behind you?
It's all comics.
Oh,
it's my entire collection. I have like it spans like both sides. I counted. I moved here last summer in this new house, and moving books is hell.
Oh yeah.
But I realize I have like I about over 12,000.
Wow, that's a
lot
of
books.
That's a lot of bugs. The one tip that I have for people: the older you get, the shorter your comic book boxes need to get. So
yeah. Well, I have a whole section of books. Like one shelf is all the books I haven't read, and I'm at that point, like a lot of people, where you buy more than you read.
That's a good way to go. Just one shelf dedicated to I do not know what this is yet. So you have this massive collection. What is your favorite indie comic?
I mentioned Dead World earlier. The day I think I was like 15, I went into a comic shop, and in the like independent. No, actually, it wasn't in a comic shop. It was in a head shop, in a like a dollar bin thing, and I found one copy of Dead World, and I showed it to a friend at school, and he said, "Hey, it's the guy who did the Cannibal Corpse covers." I was like, "No way!" And I got really into it, and I've been drawing like zombies and gore since. I've really been obsessed over that.
Nice.
Oh, that's so cool, man. That is really good. And I'm really, I don't think we've met before, so I'm really excited
No?
for you to travel to town and meet you at the show, and it's gonna be a fun time.
Likewise. And thank you for taking my books. Makes things simpler.
Yeah, I shared the photo of my garage to Jamie today of all the books. And, It is not a small pile.
And it is. I feel like it's growing. It's only going to get bigger in the next couple of days.
It better not. It better not. It's big enough. But
I was
thank
like,
you for your
is
time.
2 boxes too much?
Oh no. So, but it's 2 boxes from you, but it's also 2 boxes from 20 other people.
Yeah.
So it's approaching your back wall as the size of the books that I'm bringing to the show.
Ah,
right now. Are you driving or flying, my friend?
I'm driving.
All right. Well, safe
Yep.
travels, my friend, and
Thank you.
I will hopefully see you coming to drink and draw, or when are you getting into town?
We'll see. We'll see. I might. It'll depend on how the drive went, but I'll try to give it a go.
Yeah. No, it'll be a lot of fun, and it's a great way to like just meet all the creators on just a mellow, super mellow level.
Excellent.
All right, my friend. Take care.
Thank you.
All right.
I gotta bring some people in.
Who's
There we are.
next,
There we
Matt?
go. I'm getting slow on the buttons here. All right, who's coming in here? All right, there we go. Hey, Ian, how's it going?
Oh,
What's
I know
going
this
on?
guy.
I'm in the middle of working. Let me put everything
That's
down.
a great. Yeah. No, continue to work. You're completely fine.
No,
What
no.
commission are you working on now? Is that a commission you're working on?
Yeah, not for someone who's coming into the show. It's Shadow from Sonic.
I saw you post this earlier. Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah. It's but yeah, I could show some other commissions. Yeah,
Ian,
what's
where
going
are
on,
you
man?
coming from? Where do you hail from?
Right now I'm out on Long Island. I've been like recovering from something, a surgery. And I've been laying very low and just making a lot of art, which has been nice. And
Yeah.
raking in commissions, which I usually never do. So, you know,
Do you permanently
making
have
money
your,
from home.
Okay, do you
That's awesome.
permanently have your booth set up at your house?
This will not be my booth, but I'm experimenting with configurations. Yeah.
Nice.
That's awesome. I wonder how many people actually do that before they go to a show, is like test out what they're doing, how things fit, and all that stuff.
I got some new things because I've vended and tabled a bunch, and I kind of haven't done it in months, and I was kind of tired of my regular setup, so I wanted to up the game or just try some new things. You know.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you got a bunch of stuff on the walls. You got a bunch of stuff set up. What are you bringing?
I figured let me try to flip the camera, show it. That way. Is that cool?
Yeah, we'll make it work.
Yeah. Actually,
We'll look at your ear for a little bit. It's fine. This is good TV. This is quality TV.
yeah. Sorry, everybody, for holding up the show.
No, we'll go
You're
to.
good.
We'll make you small. There we go. We'll make you small. We're all fit here. This is just a reminder. Indie Comics Creator Con. Go to indiecomicscreatorcon.com for all the information. Grab your tickets. There's drink and draw on Friday. We got the show on Saturday. There's an after party. Lots of oh, look at that! Producer Bill is still working.
Producer Bill is still here.
175 creators coming to town. We got panels all day. We got some portfolio reviews. Free parking is the key. The scavenger hunt's gonna be a lot of fun. And if you're the first 100 people through the door, you will get a gift bag full of amazing items from a whole bunch of creators that are coming to town.
Nice.
And we are oh, there we are. It's
here we go.
happening.
Yeah, so I got this is like the newest thing I have right here. This is a Hellboy bootleg anthology from KFAM, cartoonist kayfabe, as we all know, Jim Rugg and Ed Piskor. KFAM is like a group of people who all loved Ed Piskor, and we all make comics now. And so I got this cover. I did the cover, and I got a couple other pieces inside. And I'm not sure the exact number of creators inside, but it's a healthy number. There's a lot of. This is a 160-page book that we all made together.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited about this book, and I'm trying to think of how many creators are actually going to be at the show. I think it's like 5 or 6.
I know Devin, who put this whole thing together, unfortunately won't be able to make it for some health reasons, sadly. But Deanna is our editor. She's going to be there. Vlad is going to be there. I'm not sure who else off the top of my head.
But no, that's a good book. That's going to be really good.
Yeah, and I haven't done them yet, but I'll be doing Hellboy sketches in the front cover for everybody who wants that.
Cool.
Then I'll have more than I'm showing here, but this is my comic that I make, Neon Spring. The easy thing is to just call it cyberpunk, but the first big story arc is definitely a major like espionage heist with like a redemption plot baked into it. And this issue is about a driverless car that lobotomizes people. It takes their brain out and puts a new brain in. And in this particular issue, a mission goes astray. So this main character of mine, Zuzu, gets brought in to help lure the victim into the car. And yeah, this is Neon Spring, and I did a bunch of variant covers on it. I got a Brendan Graham variant cover. my homie Alfonso Martin did a variant cover. He's from Venezuela, as is Alexis Zarit, who did a variant cover. And I have a few signed copies. Very few Zarit covers left. And street artist Adam Fu, since it's named Neon Spring, he does like a ton of neon art. So I brought him on to do that cover. And then this is my variant cover. And this is my art book, Erotica. It's 556 pages, I think. And this is like my return to being an artist after decades of just doing video for a living. And I started just sketching in sketchbooks, and it gets a little more intense as it goes on. And then I think this is like right around here is where I realized, I'm going to make an art book. And I thought I was going to make a small one, but I ended up making a giant. I just collected everything I did for 4 years, basically.
This looks great.
This will be like, I consider this just my collection of everything. I'm not like, I had people saying edit it more, and I was like, you know what? This is just my black and white phone book, and I have future volumes that'll come out, and I'm just going to literally collect everything I do, not hide anything I've done from the world. And
well,
for
the cool thing about being indie comic books, when somebody goes, you should edit that down, you'd be like, no, this is my book. This is my book.
Right? Yeah.
You can edit down your book.
Yeah, exactly. There are some
on?
comics inside. I did throw some comics in here, which and for anybody who buys this, I've sold. I think I'm approaching 300 copies sold now, and I've drawn in every single one of them a custom sketch in the front. I don't usually take requests on this. I usually just do whatever I want. That's kind of like the rule for Erotica. The name is Erotica for a reason, and but every now and then I'll take a request on that. And I've been throwing
what a
a
tone.
copy of the main cover for anybody who buys Erotica. I usually throw in a copy of the main cover of Neon Spring.
Nice.
As and then also I'm making prints. So back to K-Fam, we did a cartoonist kayfabe tribute comic, which is not coming. That's still in production. But over the course of the weekend, everybody got basically an episode, and we had to do a page in the style of the artist that the episode was about. And I got R. Crumb. So I'll have prints of this available.
Oh, wow.
That's really great.
Jim and Ed sitting on a bench with one of R. Crumb's weird drawings. And yeah, so that's kind of what I got. I mean, I have stickers, magnets, prints, all kinds of other stuff that I always bring with me everywhere I go.
I can't believe Stingray went to bed and missed this.
Stingray went to bed and missed it. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm gonna have prints of all this stuff. These are originals that are going out the door at the con, but I'll have prints of everything, and people can look through. I'm bringing a bunch of original art with me. So.
Yeah, that stuff is your work has been just every single thing I feel like the last several months has just been like, okay, undeniable. Yeah, so this is exciting. This is great.
Thank you, Jamie. Man, you saying that means a lot, because I love I got Cal behind me. Your level of cartooning is off the charts, man.
Oh, thank you. So who's your work for? Matt?
No. Jamie was trying to ask, what was the paper made out of the art book?
Yeah.
What kind of paper?
Yeah.
Oh God. Oh, the paper in the art book? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I don't know. It
looks
like
nice.
I printed the cheapest option through.
It looks nice. I'm gonna have to come look at it and feel it and see what you got going on there.
It works for what it does. Having sold as many copies as I've had, I've restocked a bunch, and sometimes I'll get like 10 that are way off, like the registration's fucked up. But I knew that going in, and I kind of designed it with that in mind, and I'm okay with that for that specific book being like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. So who is your work for, Ian?
I mean, I can echo what everybody says. Like, I don't go into making art thinking who is this for. However, having sold a bunch now, I could say I have a wide variety of people who come to the table. One uniting factor is, I would say 90% of everybody's an artist of some kind, whether they're comic artists or just painters, sculptors, whatever. So it tends to be like artists are really like my main buyers. But I don't really think I have like figured out who my audience is yet. I don't really know. I think it's smart to make the thing you want to make. It's adult. I make adult work, so I can't really I have to say no to kids and get their parents to come to the table if a kid wants it. But I know that I had to convince my dad to convince the comic store that I went to sell me Preacher, and then eventually other adult comics when I was a kid. So I hope that some younger people convince their parents to let them read what I have.
Yeah.
That's when you unlock everything. I think is when
that's a really interesting take. I remember when I read Fables for the first time, and I was like, I think I'm a little too young for this, but it hit perfectly, and somebody just gave it to me. The comic shop owner was like, "Yeah, you'll like this," and I was like, "All right, I'm getting some new things."
Little tip for all the kids out there that want to get comic books that they're not allowed to. Just work at the comic book shop. That's what I did.
I did that too. I did that too eventually. Yeah. Or start your own comic shop, right? You had your own comic shop.
I did, but I was way older at that point in time. But I worked at a comic book shop when I was 12, and I just worked on credit, and that was the best credit ever. And I'd work a week and be like, "Here's a short box of comic books that I just worked for."
Yeah,
and it was a great time.
Yeah.
But West Coast Dave, did you buy your plane ticket yet? Come on, Wes, you're gonna chime in here about Jamie's love for sexy paper. Yeah, I need you to buy that ticket. You can't say that online. You got to come and say it to somebody's face.
That's right. Yeah. We can only fight online, and that's not okay. We're Matt and I we're already gonna gang up on Matt. All of the Philadelphia people are already gonna fight Matt. So
I think there's enough New Yorkers that are going to defend me. I'm not worried about
I think there might be a rumble at IC3. It might happen. So what are you working on next, Ian?
Well, my number one thing for this year is push all these other things that I do, because I do a lot of things not aside, but make sure I make issue 1 of Neon Spring. It has to be done by the end of the year, if not sooner. That's my number one goal. It's going to be an oversized issue, and I'm not even worrying about the Kickstarter yet, because I just want to make sure I finish it. I know that we can be kind of unrealistic with our deadlines sometimes, and I'm just being realistically I can finish an issue, and then try to crunch the time and make more issues and keep getting quicker and quicker with it as I go. But that's really as it's crazy watching everybody that's been on tonight. I'm so impressed that everybody's been able to. A lot of people I know, I thought they had 1 or 2 books. I didn't realize they had already made so much. I'm fuck, I really got to get working.
Yeah.
Focused.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Do we have a favorite indie comic book?
Bone was the moment where because I started with newspaper comics and then Jim Lee and superheroes and Spawn and Image and everything. But I remember seeing Bone. I was like, what the hell is that? And that was the first moment where I started branching out, and simultaneously Cerebus. I got really into Cerebus in high school, but I'm a huge Cosmic Lion fan. I read Rose. I read issue 2 last night, or book 2. And I don't want to shout out. If I start shouting out Cosmic Lion people, I don't want to leave anybody out. So I'll just leave it at Row for now. But I love everybody over at Cosmic Lion. They're all incredible artists, individuals. Eli's obviously, Eli Schraub, the founder of Cosmic Lion, is the man. He's awesome. And everything they're doing is just really exciting. It's such a diverse group of not just people that work with.
We woke Stingray up.
Oh.
We woke him up. He came back, and can you show that picture of?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's get to the big screen again.
I'll just show it this way this time. Yeah, I'm embarrassed to admit I didn't know this character. I had to research the character. But yeah,
that came out awesome, man.
Yeah,
I really like the concept on that. So.
Super great.
Yeah, I've been doing thumbnails for these commissions. I'll do thumbnails and let the buyer choose, and then maybe renegotiate price depending on which thumbnail they pick.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, this will be your second IC3. Safe travels, and I can't wait to hang out with you this weekend.
Yeah, I can't wait. Last year was incredible. That was one of the best experiences I had last year, just period in my life. So, looking forward to it, guys.
All right, man. Take care. All right, let's keep this rolling, man. We are close to 3 hours. We got to shake out. We got to stretch out. I'm gonna ask Comic Tropes what we do at the hour 3, but let's bring people on. Joey. Oh, we gotta
Joey. Let's unmic Joey, Matt.
How you guys doing today?
I'm doing
How
well.
are you? How are
Good.
you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me. Really appreciate you guys having us here. I appreciate the event you guys are throwing. It's super awesome. I came last year as just a guest, and this year I got a table, so I'm super excited.
Nice. I love that. I love the guest to table story. I think that's always the best. Joey, where are you coming from?
So I'm a Jersey native, but actually for the past like almost 10 years, I've lived in the Boston area. I came here for college and been implanted here ever since.
What's worse, Philly or Boston?
I mean, I love Boston, so I'm going to say Philly 100 times. Not the biggest Philly fan. I know there's some beef in your chat right now over Philly, so I'm not going to add too much fuel to the fire, but definitely a Boston guy.
What are you bringing to the show?
So I am bringing my first and so far only graphic novel, New Mafia, as you can see with my banner behind me. So New Mafia is basically a love letter to all the different things that I grew up on. So, me personally, I grew up on Spider-Man just as much as I grew up on Naruto and other anime properties like that. So I'm really inspired by the Japanese and American soul of comics. New Mafia, though, is a crime book that's very, very inspired by One Piece and like Red Hood and the Outlaws, for example. So it's got that dual element. And basically, Kane's our main character. He is on a quest to make his own criminal organization from the ground up and take over the world. Just so happens that his dad is like the guy who owns the world. So he's going against the grain there. Can't be working with Daddy Dearest. So he's going against all odds, trying to make his own criminal organization work. And he's also a demon. So there's lots of different elements of the book, supernatural elements, crime elements, magic elements, a lot of different things that I grew up on and was really inspired by.
You've got some pages bookmarked. Do you want to show those off?
I do, yeah. So one thing I want to show about like the Japanese manga element. So like, for example, this is not something you see as often in American comics, like this type of really cartoony response to different things. That's part of the comedy element. Obviously reading the page will give you a little bit more of the context, but that's one of like the cartoony elements. I've got one of the splash art pages with our magician characters here doing a little bit of a magic show, a little bit of inspiration about like Zatanna, for example. And then one more page back here that I've got bookmarked. Some really nasty action with a little bit of like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure going on with the discoloration. Nice. So yeah, lots of different inspiration there. And it's also a full spread cover as well. So it's got the whole gang on there. Nice. That eventually you guys will meet as you read through the book.
That's great. Awesome. Well, who is the book for? Who are you trying to attract? Who you're trying to get to read?
Yeah, so the book is for people like me, honestly. I think there's a lot of people in this generation. I'm 28 years old, so I think there's a lot of people my age and even younger now, probably more so the younger crowd, who are growing up on both those American elements and those Japanese manga elements. I mean, we all know that manga is like growing in popularity in the US at an insane rate. So I really do think it's like the future. And surprisingly, the big two have been catching up on this too. I've been seeing a lot more like manga-esque elements in Marvel and DC books. So yeah, I mean, it's stuff that I love, so that's what I want to write, stuff that's inspired by both. Yeah.
Nice.
No, we've been having this conversation about manga and traditional like American comic books, and I think it's more of just a perception. I think we just need to all call them comic books, and just because like people are like, oh, doom and gloom comics, and I was like, well, manga's selling a buttload of comic books, so there is no doom and gloom. We just got to change. Americans just need to change the perception and be like, hey, this is what we're doing.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point because like I don't want to call this a manga because I don't want to be disrespectful to people who do manga in Japan, but like it is ultimately this, the same genre, the same type of thing. But there's definitely a different vibe when you talk about American comics versus a manga. I think manga could be a lot more lighthearted. There's definitely a more similar style, but American comics are so great because there's so much diversity. There's so many different types of stories. Not to say there's not diversity in manga, but I think you kind of might know what I mean. But yeah, I think it's all great. It's all stuff to be inspired by. It's all a melting pot, just like the U.S. So
yeah, no, that's the thing about indie comic books. Indie comics are a spectrum, and whatever genre you want to create, like there are readers out for you. So yeah, no, this is the conversations that we're gonna have at the show.
Awesome. Can't wait to be a part of it. One thing I would like to shout out, if it's cool. So this is a 226-page graphic novel for my first book. I went for a real big one. But I do have the first 44 pages on my site for free. I've had that since publication.
Oh, nice.
So if anyone wants to check that out, I did drop my website in the chat. First 44 pages for free because I'm up and coming and I want people to have a taste of my work before they go ahead and invest in the whole thing. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Oh, definitely like do like an Instagram story or an Instagram post and then share it tag us and then I'll share it and we'll get that out to everybody. And we can even like probably, I don't know, we'll promote it more so people can read your stuff.
Really appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Great. Oh, what are you working on next? Are you working on more New Mafia? Is it?
Yeah. So New Mafia sequel in the works. I'm also working on 2 other in-universe but like unrelated characters. Not to give too much away, but one character is going to be a speedster type character. Really excited to work on his things. I think there's so many interesting things you can do with a speedster outside of just like their power set. Really reminds me of like Superman, where some of the more boring Superman stories are where he's just being really strong, but dealing with the more human elements of his story is what's more interesting. So I think that's going to be a really cool one to work on. And then I'm also working on a bit more of a Nightwing-like character, so powerless but still that do-gooder type character. So those are gonna be the type of characters that are gonna eventually fight against the New Mafia, because this is definitely more of a team of like villains and anti-heroes.
Nice,
So
nice.
gonna pit them against each other at some point.
That's great. And what is your favorite indie comic?
So of all time, I got to go with Hellboy. I mean, I definitely have like a big thing for Christian lore, especially when it comes to demons. I grew up Catholic, so I'm really interested in like the fictional side of all that, or who knows, maybe not so fictional side. But yeah, big on Hellboy. Recently, though, I've been reading a book by a friend of mine named Carmen Costa, Proctor. His book is super cool. For one, the artwork. I mean, this is an alt cover, so this Christmas theme alt cover I think is super dope. So I wanted to give him a shout out. He's been helping me a lot with some different things. But yeah, all time I would definitely say Hellboy, and in the short term, Proctor is really, really cool.
Nice.
Awesome. Joey, thank you so much for your time. Safe travels coming to town, and I can't wait to meet you at the show.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you for your time. I'll see you there.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just not gonna lie. Eli Schwab, he's last in line, but the dance party that he was having, that I could see and nobody else could see, was I almost couldn't handle it. I almost had to like dip out of this right now. But no, if you're a creator still trying to get in the queue, click the link, get in there. We're gonna listen. We're gonna talk to everybody until the words don't come out of my mouth and I pass out. And Jamie runs out of champagne apparently.
Can we take a quick break, like a little stretch break?
You can go stretch, and I will talk to Adam. That's what I'm gonna do.
Can we do that too? Like, I want to keep talking. I want to keep ending.
All right, well, you gotta here. He's here. Oh, I'm sorry. We gotta keep
Whoa!
What's up, Adam? How are you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing well. I'm doing well. Matt, are you doing well?
Yeah, I'm here. I
have that ergonomic seat that I do not have. Where are you coming from, Adam?
I'm out here in Santa Clarita, California, guys. How are you guys doing?
Ooh, coming all the way from the West Coast. We've got a few West Coasters coming out, and I'm excited to have more West Coasters. What an awesome shelf you got back there.
Oh, thanks. Just part of the collection, the fun stuff.
Yeah. What are you bringing to the show?
Lots and lots of stuff. I will have the new version of Relic Hunter, which is the 2nd edition printing. I'm completely sold out of the 1st edition, which was really awesome. This has the Simon Bisley pull quote, and our awesome friend Steve McCardle also gave me a great pull quote back here. This is a new version of the book that was actually printed on newsprint. So it is exactly how I originally had envisioned it. And it turned out really fantastic. It's got, of course, tons of pinups by, all of the folks at Cosmic Lion. And it's got a backup story by Manny Gomez and Rick Lopez, and it's got an awesome Ken Landgraf pinup in it, which turned out really, really cool and looks really, really good. And it's got Kevin Catalan back cover. So
nice.
Then I've also got Ghost Agents Metropolis, which is also newsprint, Spy-Fi, and then this is like one of my pinups in here, or one of my double page spreads in here.
Yeah, because you're going to be at Cosmic Lion Island, right?
I will. Yeah, I'll be at Cosmic Lion Island, and I don't even know. I mean, so many people are going to be there. It's going to be wild. We're all really excited. We're all prepping everything right now, so it's kind of like we're all in get ready mode, but really exciting. I will also have some copies that I made last year for Heroes of the preview for issue 2 of Relic Hunter. This is a zine that I did, which has a couple of smaller stories in it. One is like a zombie story. The other is like a like an alien soldier kind of deal. And then I did the cover for a poetry book for a female Chicana poet here in LA. So I'll have this book as well. Lots of prints. I'll have sketch covers and sketch cards. I've got like stuff like this, so you'll see like stuff like this.
Oh,
and
cool.
then I've got Scott Gerard Rule and I. We did this. We've got a collab Rick and Morty sketch cover to sell, and I've also got one of the things I'm really excited to be on here for is I picked up a House of Secrets blank, and so I'm going to be auctioning off next week. Somebody is going to get a chance to have something cool on here.
Nice.
And of course, I'm going to have tons and tons of original art, all the original art for issue 2 of Relic Hunter. This is Cosmic Cat pinup for Rick Lopez, just at the front of the book here. Whoops. And as you can see, this is all sort of the stuff that's coming for issue 2.
Nice.
So, and I'm still, I'm knee deep in issue 2. This is like one of the pages in process right now. So you can see, just sort of trying to get done with issue 2. I've got 10 more pages to ink, and everything's penciled. The story is done. I've got 2 backup stories, one from Tony Farrow and one from a young cartoonist who's 17 years old, and this will be his first published work. I've got crazy number of pinups from people, and still more coming in. I'm super excited. I think the second issue the first issue is 50 pages. The second issue is going to be well over 60, probably closer to 70. So
nice.
Should be pretty awesome. The main story in the second book is 31 pages long, and Manny Gomez, who you know, Matt, he co-wrote the story with me, and he's sort of come on as like my, I don't know how you put, like, amanuensis. He's the person who's like, doing basically everything. He's a badass, He helps me write the story. He helps me come up with like new ideas. He writes backups. He's brings new people, and he helps, market the book. So it's awesome, man.
What's that high five going to be like when you meet him in person for the first time?
I don't know, man. It's gonna be like, it's seriously, for us, it'll probably be like being in like an anime where we're like, but it'll be really, really fun. I'm really looking forward to it. I was really unhappy that I wasn't able to make it last year, unfortunately, with the strikes in the industry. I'm an editor, so it just did not happen. But super exciting, man. So many awesome people are going to be there. Can't wait to meet you guys, and just excited to get away for a few days and draw.
Yeah, bring some. I think you're gonna hopefully, cross my fingers. I want to say, but you might be bringing better weather than we've had in a while. So come out here, get some New Haven pizza. Talk turtles. It's a good time.
Hell yeah. Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be really awesome. I'm staying at an Airbnb that I found there. It looks really I can't wait to walk around the town, man. It just looks super cool.
Well, make sure you get to Uber or Lyft a drink and draw, and then we'll figure out how to get you back to the after party on Saturday night.
I will be there. The drink and draw is on Friday, correct?
Yes.
I will be there Thursday night, and we'll be setting up Friday. I'm super stoked, guys.
Nice. This is gonna be good. What are you working? Oh, guess you already explained what you were working on. You showed us work in progress. What's your favorite indie comic?
My favorite indie comic I mean, it's really tough, man. There are so many. I mean, probably Warlock 5 is like one of my absolute favorite indie comics. And then of course, Love and Rockets. I'm a huge fan of Love and Rockets. When I was a kid, like in the back of the comic shop where I went to as a kid when I was growing up, they had like that's where they kept like Savage Sword of Conan and Love and Rockets. All the indie books were back there, along with like Dungeons and Dragons and Vampire the Masquerade and all that kind of stuff. And so that's where I was, I would just be able to like pick up copies of Love and Rockets there, which, in Frederick, Maryland in the early 90s, that was pretty different stuff. So yeah, it stuck with me. Yeah.
When you're talking about Relic Hunter, like who's the audience for Relic Hunter?
Oh man. Well, I mean, I jokingly like to say stinky, filthy, heavy metal, dudes and stoners, but like I think anybody who's into like 80s black and white comics, like if you like Abel Ferrara movies and John Carpenter movies, if you like John Milius's original Conan, if you're a Conan fan, if you like the Savage Sword of Conan, I usually like my pitch line is like, do you like black and white comics? Because it's a black and white comic. But then like beyond that, it's like it's my homage to the Savage Sword of Conan, 80s black and white comics, heavy metal album covers, D&D art, that kind of thing. Because like when I was a kid, that was the stuff that I wasn't allowed to be around, and that was the stuff that I loved the most. And that's why I make isn't that like why we all make comics, is to like make the shit that we love,
No, there needs to be a whole
that's it, man.
There needs to be a whole documentary on like heavy metal album covers.
Hell yes, dude. Oh my goodness. There's so many good, and there's so much overlap too between, I mean, like somebody was just talking about Vince Locke. I mean, Cannibal Corpse, man, But then like there's so many different, like there's guys like Tim Truman who did like comics and like D&D art and he plays music and stuff like that. There's so much overlap. Yeah, that'd be a great book.
Hi, Adam. Thank you so much for waiting in the queue. Thank you for getting in. Thank you for your time. Safe travels, man. And I hope your Airbnb is amazing. What I'm really hoping for is to hear the rumors and the stories about the Airbnb after this.
I hope it's very chill. I hope it's chill. Or at least that people keep the stories to themselves.
There you go. All right, what happens at IC3 stays at IC3, people. All right, man. Safe travels. Take care.
In the circle of trust. Have a good one, guys.
So yes.
All right, let's keep it moving before Jamie can get out of his seat.
Matt, I'm going to pop away real fast, and then I'll be right back. Jeff, hi, how are you? I'll be right back. My body is literally...
He's gone. We're getting rid of him.
That's fine. He's been here for 3 hours. Every time a new person comes up and it's not me, I've been getting up and taking a lap. So we're
man.
good.
Jeff, I appreciate you waiting, and I appreciate the time. And to all the other creators trying to get into the queue, we are going to talk to everyone. And, my kids are already sleeping. I don't think I have to worry about anything. But Jeff, thank you so much for your time. And where are you coming from?
From Ware, Massachusetts.
All right, man.
It's the section of the state that they deem disposable, literally, because they sunk a section of this town and bordering towns to form the Quabbin Reservoir, so Boston has drinking water.
Oh, man.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's the history of New England is interesting, and that's just one little footnote right there. What are you bringing to IC3?
I'm bringing in a couple things, but the big one and the one that I'm going to talk the most about is Heretic Hex.
All right, let me bring you to the big screen. Slide you over. There you go.
I've got the first 3 volumes of it. Volume 4 is written, not drawn yet. Each one of these is 60 pages long. They are black and white love letters to all the comics that I grew up on. Let's see.
Yeah, just give us a big look at it right there.
Yeah. Black and white love letters to the comics I grew up on. It's a little bit shiny in here. So
yeah, no, I can see it.
Yeah.
And so, okay, so give us the elevator pitch of your books.
Yeah. My quick elevator pitch is 3 words long, and that's punk rock Gandalf.
Punk rock Gandalf. Oh, George O'Connor's giving a big clap in the air in the queue. You definitely sold some people on that one there.
Well, thank you. It's a world of magic and sorcery, fantasy, Dungeons and Dragons inspired, and my main character, Lars Strummer, used to be a member of the Mages Council that runs everything, and is now diametrically opposed to all forms of authority.
That's awesome. That is so cool. Okay. Who is this book for?
It's for me.
Yeah.
I have made what I think is the coolest thing that I could and threw in everything that I think is cool. And then therefore I hope it resonates with other people. There is, a little bit of violence. I try to be minimal on the blood and guts. But there is a little bit here and there. And to keep it edgy, like they swear all the time in the book, but it's all substitution swears. So you might get them insulting each other by saying things like, you flaming slug slime.
Listen, I love a bee snatch. I love a Lobo slur. This is great. This sounds great.
Yes.
Is that I feel like I cut you off. Are you bringing other things to IC3 or is that the?
Oh, yeah. So also with this, I'll be bringing a 3-pin pin set for.
Oh, they got to get closer to the camera. Get them closer to the camera.
You got the logo.
There you go.
We've got our main character, Lars.
Oh,
And of
he
course,
looks awesome.
everybody's favorite character, Lars, who is a wizard, does have a familiar, and that's a little tabby cat called Loki.
Oh, I can see my kids buying Loki from you. Sorry.
Yes. And then I will have several prints there. This is an example of one of them.
Nice.
And be doing commission art.
Sweet.
So just so I don't know if you know, but Jamie has a book and he has a wizard cowboy in it.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So you guys are gonna have to talk at the show.
Yeah.
Yes, I am also a big Western junkie, so you've got my interest.
Fantastic. Yeah, I'll swing by your table.
Great.
What are you working on next?
So like I said, volume 4 is written. I'm taking a quick break from drawing it because a friend of mine wrote the most adorable D&D themed kids book.
Oh.
And I'm illustrating it for him. It's called Least Valuable Player. I don't have any art ready to show because I work digitally, but yeah, hopefully we'll have that out in bookstores in a little bit, and it's absolutely adorable.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That's amazing. What's your favorite indie comic book?
That is a huge question. I read a ton, and I've been reading a ton forever. I was in 4th or 5th grade when I got my hands on like the Eastman and Laird original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles run. So that's high up there, but I'm going to go Poison Elves.
I'm unfamiliar with Poison Elves. I'll have to look it up.
Oh, it was a 90s comic. The creator has since passed, Drew Hayes, but it's another sword and sorcery fantasy of an elf thief rogue assassin named Lucifer Malachi, who at one point his best friend describes him as a tad bit psychotic around the gills. So
this looks very cool. I just Googled. I've been doing this so much tonight. Somebody mentions something, I Google it immediately. This is great.
Are you friends with Vlad?
I am.
Okay.
In fact, he just chimed in. Yes, I am friends with Vlad. He's actually how I found out about this show and why I'm here now.
Fantastic.
No, Vlad was one of the people at the show that was smiling the whole time. There's a few creators that were in IC3 for the first time, and for the first show, and they were just smiling and happy the whole time. I mean, everybody was like in a good mood, but there are smiles that are like etched in my brain, and his is one of the smiles that I had like etched in my brain. Oh man, what do we got? Yeah,
he's
Ian's
great
a big
people.
fan of Poison Elves as well. So everybody knows what they're. Everybody, this is what we love about indie comics is that like Jamie and I might not know what you're talking about, but there's 5 other people in the chat that know what you're talking about. Now we can read it and then we can have a conversation later on about it, and it's going to be like really cool.
Yeah, that's exciting.
So Jeff, thank you for your time. Thank you for waiting in the queue, and I can't wait to meet you for the first time next week.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great time.
All right, Jamie got his stretch in.
I got my stretch in. I took my pillow from my bed and put it on my seat. It's just,
oh man,
I need a new chair.
All right, I still, everybody is in the queue. They're still going to get in here. We're going to make this happen, and George is up next. Let me unmute.
Hey guys,
George O'Connor,
Jamie Jones.
How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing very well, man. It is good to see you again.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
It has been a few years since we've been in the same ballroom together. So
this is very true.
I'm very much looking forward to seeing you again and over gushing how one quick conversation we had probably about 8 years ago completely changed my philosophy of doing conventions.
Oh my goodness. Well, I want to hear about that, but tonight is not the night to hear about this. Where are you coming from? Where do you hail from, George?
Just north of Boston.
So what's your feelings on Philadelphia? How do you feel about Philadelphia?
On the one hand, I knew the crowd would enjoy winning the Super Bowl. On the other hand, there's so many psychotics down there that I had mixed feelings. But I felt good for the players.
Yeah, I felt good for Philly beating KC, but yeah, it's it's still Philly.
And every 6-year-old living the dream of climbing light poles at midnight on a school night.
I can't wait till Jamie's moving to Philadelphia, and I can't wait till he tries to climb his first greased light pole.
Oh, everybody's rite of passage.
Yeah, that's right. What are you bringing to the show, George?
I am bringing it's all behind me. I am bringing the entire back catalog, and I will get through this as quickly as possible. Let's see. We're going to start with Healed. Healed explores what would happen tomorrow if all life-threatening disease and illnesses disappeared today. It's a sci-fi what-if story that's grounded in reality. This is the sci-fi thinker on the table. Next up is Toddler Apocalypse. It's a 6-story anthology about my belief that in a real apocalyptic scenario, it's not the aliens, robots, or zombies that kill you. It's going to be your freaking kids. So, yeah, if you have kids, you know how they're going to kill you when the aliens arrive. So it's a tongue-in-cheek twist on all of our favorite dystopian stories told through every parent's experience. We love them, but we know exactly how they're going to get us killed. Charlie Spot is about a homeless veteran who loses his prized busking spot, and he sets off on a magical, bizarre, and heartfelt adventure to figure out who stole his spot and how he can get it back. If you like slice of life comedy that's going to have you laughing on one page and then just hit you right in the heart on the next, come by and pick up Charlie Spot. Next up is Silent Night. It answers the question, what does Santa Claus do with the rest of his year? And we think, obviously, he would be a private detective using his Santa powers to help find lost children. So if you like the idea of Santa Claus punching and being punched, that's Silent Night for you. Let's see, what's next? Baby. Baby is about an adorable monster from the deep who accidentally destroys Atlantic City in the most adorable way possible while teaching us valuable lessons about never giving up on our hopes and dreams. This is our all-reader book that we wrote for anybody, any age, could pick it up, read it. I kind of look at Looney Tunes as the bar for this one, where you and your kid can be watching it and you're laughing, but maybe for different reasons. So that's what we got going on there. Great Zombies in History is exactly what it sounds like, the truth. Because we all know zombies have played a much bigger role in historical events than anyone's willing to admit. And finally, Vampires on Mars is the new series that we are launching, and as of right now has 40 minutes left on Kickstarter for the 3rd issue. Vampires on Mars is about a 300-year-old vampire hell-bent on being the first person to land on Mars, and it kind of explores in a sci-fi horror dark comedy way what happens when we sell our humanity for success. And so that's the table.
So who's coming to your table?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just have to say
who's your
that's
audience?
People who like, maybe something's familiar with a twist on it. What I'm really like about my table is that you can just tell by the pitches, it hits different, buttons. So I really like to see what mood people are in when they come by, so I can hand them a book that they're actually going to want to dive into and check out, so if they're in a mood for a comedy, if they're in the mood for something thinky, if, like I said, if they want their heart ripped out in the best way possible, I can give them something that, like I said, scratches that itch that they're feeling right then.
Nice.
I'm just gonna let Jamie talk because I kept cutting him off. So you got the rest of this.
Are you sure? Normally have such good banter, Matt.
You guys are Vikings. You're 3.5 hours into this. I mean, come on.
What are you working on next?
So with the Vampires on Mars artist Fernando Pinto, co-creator and artist, we are broken ground on a new series called Universal Champion. That is two things that I love. One thing I love, one thing I hate. I love professional wrestling. I hate imposter syndrome. So, we're doing this now.
You're on an iPhone, apparently.
Yeah, apparently my system is updated. So it takes World Wrestling Champion accidentally gets abducted and entered into a universe-spanning fighting competition, and he thinks this is finally the thing he can achieve to fill that hole in his heart that he hasn't been able to. But we all know with imposter syndrome, that's not how it works. And it's full of aliens and wrestling and sneaky, heartfelt stories there. And then also breaking ground on a one-shot called Arcade Life with Bob Quinn, who is currently working on X Factor and did Kill Your Darlings with Image last year. It's a one-shot. It is the most slicey of life's life story I have ever done. It's 1983, and a girl is going to go through the most traumatic day of her life, the day her local arcade closes. And slightly based on a real-world 13-year-old George story, one of the darkest days of his preteen years. But then also just kind of explores what happens when, like, that pillar of our life, whether it's an arcade, a school, a family member, a friend, like, goes away, isn't part of your life anymore. And what does that roller coaster feel like? So like I said, we're now 38 minutes away from wrapping up Vampires on Mars 3 on Kickstarter. And if all goes right, we'll launch the 4th and final issue June, July-ish.
Nice. Oh, that's exciting.
There's a lot going on.
We'll round out this interview with what is your favorite indie comics?
Middle West and Motor Girl are two books that, as soon as I read, became benchmarks and bars of like, oh, this is what I want to do. Recently, Traveling to Mars by Mark Russell blew me away. And so those three are kind of like my big pillars right now when I'm sitting down to write.
Nice.
So, George,
sir,
a couple creators have chimed in and DM'd me. They want to know if you'll teach a class on pitches at IC3.
Absolutely. Two things. My day job is an advertising marketing copywriter. So like it is how I pay the rent and how I pay for making all these comics. And two, this is my 15th year doing independent comics. So I'm getting close to my 10,000 hours behind the table, and simply getting behind a table and trying to tell somebody about your book is the best learning experience that anyone can do. So I just wholeheartedly agree. If you haven't tabled yet, do it. It'll be a fantastic learning experience. And you're going to find that there are so many people out in this world that are into that thing that only you think you're into. And it's a way to find people who are into what you think you're the only one into. And then, like I said, that rep of talking about your book and, being your book's biggest fan. it's invaluable.
And that's one of the things about IC3 that
Yeah.
I mean, I put the show together, so it's what I love. Is we have like people who've tabled as many times, you know, like you. But then we also have people that like first time tabling, and then people like last year showed up with their book, and then this year they're tabling, and like now there's some people that'll be here that table for the first time, and all that growth and everything like that is amazing. And then like Eli, who's probably going to close out the show, like he's got Cosmic Lion Productions where he's got 20 books to pitch and stuff like that. So it's the IC3 and the indie comic scene is a spectrum of talent and skill levels and all this stuff, and you will find your niche if you look for it.
100%. Yeah, and I mean the biggest compliment I can give you guys is like I had FOMO the Monday after this show because like everybody who attended, you know, and this is kind of a small community, especially up in the Northeast. Everybody was putting the show over how great it was. You know, so the vibe is right for people just to swing by and just talk comics and find something that will be your new favorite thing.
Yeah, and I've been really trying to like turn over every stone to reach the New England comic community because I moved to Connecticut not too long ago. I'm from the Northeast, but like this area in New England is I'm from New York. New England is a different animal and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that. And so you know, just basically reaching out to every small little pocket all over there. I'm so impressed with like the New England scene. It is crazy good.
It, like I said, it's tight. The nice thing about having 6 states really close to each other, every state has their own, you know, New Hampshire Comic-Con, Vermont Comic-Con, that type of thing. So you do get to connect with a bunch of people. And again, like, you know, just the word of mouth that came out of last year's show, you know, is how I found out about it. You know, and I mean, if you've got to a person, your tabling people, words failing, you know, your attendees, if they're putting your show over, I mean, that's all I needed to hear. You know, like, you know, veterans like myself who know a good show couldn't stop talking about it. So I am beyond thrilled to sneak in at the last minute and be there next week.
Yeah, George, safe travels, and I can't wait to meet you for the first time next week.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, I can't wait to see you again, George.
I can't. You such a big hug. I hope you're a hugger. Oh my Lord. It's like a 7-year pent-up hug waiting for you.
Yeah, right.
Good night, guys. Thank you so much.
Right.
All right, we are running it. Jeremy.
Oh, hello.
Hello. We're just right in. We're here. How are you?
I'm doing well. You? How's about
Jeremy,
you?
I'm going to have you turn your phone sideways.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go. All right.
Jeremy, while you're doing that, where are you coming from?
I'm in basically the Greensboro, North Carolina area. So I'm close, about an hour and a half from where Heroes Cons typically is at.
Yeah. Great. What are you bringing to the show?
Well, I got a lot of things I'm bringing to the show. First of all, I'm going to be premiering my Batman story that I worked on last year. So that'll be there. So it's 126 pages, all black and white, all silent. So if you want to enjoy, there we go. If you want to enjoy some really cool black and white artwork, it's all 4 of these stories that kind of celebrate a year that cannot exist. So year none is something that I put together. I will also have an exclusive print for Chrono Trigger because it is the 30th anniversary the same weekend.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
really awesome print that's available. I will also have a sticker available and where's the camera? There we go. And I will also have a really cool pin to go along with it. So all that'll be available at the show. And then I'll have some other books. I did a Godzilla book. I've done a Splinter book. And then I'll have the individual breakouts of, if you don't get the trade paperback, because there'll be limited quantities of that, I will have each individual issue as well there. So I'll have a bunch of stuff, original art, sketch cards, prints, you name it.
Nice.
And you donated a book to the gift bag.
Yes, the donated book, WTF, Memoir About Dementias, a story about my grandfather, that'll be available there. Everyone, first 100 gets that in the bag, which is awesome. Thank you for allowing me to do that, Matthew. I think that That's a very personal story to me. So I'm just excited to get that in the hands of people who enjoy comics, who like stories. And, you know, if it touches a person's life, that's what matters most to me.
That's a real. Matt showed me that earlier today. It's a really pretty book. It's really,
thank you.
yeah.
Are you bringing extra copies of it?
I do have a couple extras left. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I need one of these.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
I
bring-
too would like one. So bring us a copy. That'd be great.
Yeah, no problem. I have some extras. It was weird how they did the order and everything. So I was like, whatever. So they ended up. I was supposed to have like 15 extra, but they gave me 23. Very odd numbers. Maybe they just had overrun or something.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
So give us the elevator pitch on some of your work that you're bringing, or the elevator pitch to somebody walking up to your table.
Sure. Do you like stories that are full of emotion and heartfelt, bleeding edge action? A lot of that stuff is what you're going to see in my books. You know, I grew up in a very small town called Eden, North Carolina. They didn't even have a spinner rack. So I'd find comics occasionally at the local food line, which is just a little rinky-dink store. And mostly it was what you know, Marvel or DC or something like that. I fell in love with Spider-Man right away. Just because so unique of a character idea, pops of colors. You know, I fell in love with it during considered the worst time, right? You know, in the Clone Saga era. But it was just imaginative. I was like, whoa, what is happening with all these characters? The artwork, John Romita, Steve Scroce, all these guys were just putting out some amazing stuff, and that's what drew me in right away.
Nice.
That's awesome. And then, like, who are your books for?
Oh,
we lost them.
Oh no.
the first glitch of the day. Jeremy, feel free to get back in the queue, and I will get you back. But we're gonna go to Rick Lopez real quick and chat with our friend Rick. Let me unmute you, my friend.
I know this guy.
I did it.
How are you, Rick?
What's up? Hey guys.
Rick, where are you coming from?
I'm from Southern California.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm coming out.
One
deep
of these
too.
West Coasters.
I'm gonna red eye Wednesday night, and I'll get there Tuesday morning, or Tuesday morning, Thursday morning. What the hell am I talking about? Yeah.
Like, I don't know how this is gonna work. This time traveling.
Man, I'm so excited for the show. I don't think there's a day since the show ended that I haven't brought it up. Like, just everyone, all the other creators, like especially a lot of people out here. I'm like, you guys have to go. You guys have to go out there. There's a lot of. Sorry, Jamie.
You are the biggest proponent of the show. I feel like everyone, like our biggest like flag waving is Rick Lopez.
I really love this show, man. You crushed it, Matt. And it's like grown so much since last year. Obviously, it's so insane. Like I'm so excited.
And you have a giant cosmic cat behind you.
Of course.
What are you bringing to the show?
Okay, I have quite a few things. I'll start with the first thing. This is my series, The Power. This one's a 4-issue series. It's about a boy creating a comic, only to discover a realm beyond space and time within his own mind. So this one gets like a really psychedelic, a lot of like playing with the fourth wall. Psychedelic imagery, sacred geometry. I'm like getting mixed up on the thing, but yeah. This was like the first real comic that I put out like post Image Grand Design. And then so like I was saying, I have the first 3 issues out now, and then I'm gonna be putting the 4th issue out when for Heroes Con this summer, and then that'll wrap up the series finally. Because I do Next Panel Press. I'm one of the co-creators with Craig CK, but we have like over a dozen creators. Every Sunday we put out new strips. This February we just started the 5th year, so we already have 4 years under our belt. And for that, I did the series Cosmic Cat. Now I've been doing the series for the last 4 years, like I said, but I went back to the first year and I remastered the entire first year. I redid everything. It's in this bound 64-page collection now. It's all monochromatic, when before it was sort of like gray on the board and everything. So every page represents like a post, but it's like it's that whole first year in there essentially. And then I got a grip of like pinups. There's like Anton, William Blake. There's David Grom. Got a bunch of people. Dope Cat, Scott Lamini. I got Marty in here. Morgan Herron. This is my baby. This is like the main focus. If you're not into like the psychedelic, really, pithy, like My Song to the Universe, you're gonna love The Cat with the Joint, because it looks really fun and everything, but it's definitely like it's sugar coated to where it's a lot of like, it's about the titular feline character really just trying to find his place in the omniverse at large. It's like a lot of things that I definitely go through and other people go through as well, because he's when you start the series, he's kind of not remembering everything right away. So he's just trying to figure out where he lands, and then he ends up running into this fortune teller who kind of tells him about like his past, present, and future. And then from there, he ends up finally escaping this planet he's on. He falls asleep. He starts dreaming about the past when he was a barbarian, which brings me to my IC3 exclusive. I actually just got this in the mail while I was waiting in the queue. I got these in from Fireball, but this is my first preview for year 2, essentially, and a good chunk of it's Barbarian Cat when he's like back in the past. It's got since I remastered and everything again. It's like the first few pages are remastered year 2. This is my strip from the mini comic competition, and then I got like a new pinup from where's she at? From Rohigashi. I don't want to show everything, but
nice. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, she crushed it. So yeah, just a lot of focus on Cosmic Cat, because last year I brought this little mini. This was like the preview to the big book, essentially. So it's like same model again. So I have that one going. Anyone who, like, a lot of people picked these up last year. I didn't come home with any of them, so it's pretty sweet. So a lot of people will be able to compare and contrast with that one. And like I was saying, I've been doing the series for so long. I've had this other mini that has just like the first 12 in its original format. So I'll have these as well. For a while, I didn't want to print them anymore, but I feel like at least having them to compare for a while will like really show a lot of people like just the effort it took, and like I use it a lot for like kids and stuff too at cons. I tell them like I do one page of this every 2 weeks, and I have a shitload of stuff going on. So like you could do a page a week, and by the end of the year you have 56 pages, and you can make a book, 2 books, It's like it really like helps illustrate that sort of thing. And that was like when I first put it out, it's like I'm just trying to meet the deadline every time. So when I went back to remaster, I was like, all right, let's make this like the best I can possibly make it and really show people like what I'm capable of.
Nice.
So yeah, and I'll have this too. I'll have like I have a couple of these left. A lot of them went to the pre-orders, but I'll have a couple of these left at IC3. It's like this nice little chrome, because I really I've done these stickers for a long time, these Cosmic Cat anti-AI stickers. And seeing him in chrome kind of like messed with my head a bit. I was like, oh, I need a chrome book. Like, even if it's only a couple, I want a couple of those.
That's dope.
And then I have couple last things. Here's a little mini I put in all the gift bags. It's got the first 6 strips in there. And then on the inside, it's got like a little mini poster of Cosmic Cat reading the power. So we'll just in-house fun.
That's super cool. Thank you so much for donating to the gift bags.
Absolutely. Thank you for giving us all the chance. It's really sweet. And then last but not least, I love badge ribbons at cons. They're really like random to come across. I think they're more of like an anime con thing. I typically have found them at San Diego Comic-Con just because there's a wide array of so many things there. But I made these so like anytime someone gets my book, I'm going to give them these. And I have a bunch of people there's like 8 different people that did pinups that are going to be at IC3 for me. So I'm going to give them all one of these if they want to rock it, The badge is a little small, so I'm going to have these covers for it too. Because some cons are like big, some cons are little. So I have these for little ones. It works perfect.
I'll make sure to get you the badge size next year.
No. It's okay. These have to be like the full color ones had to be a certain size anyway. So like it didn't really matter because like Heroes is like the same exact size as here, a bunch of places. So it worked out. I'm just super fucking excited. I know I'm rambling for a bit, but I can't wait for the show. Fly out Wednesday night, and we'll get there early Thursday.
Nice.
And who's Cosmic Cat for?
That's for me. I think it's all for me.
We're getting a trend. We're setting a trend right now. I'm starting to sense the trend.
Yeah,
that's a smart way to do it, and just like I was saying, like with the power, it's real like that's the word I was thinking of earlier. It's like borderline pretentious at times. Like I get it's not for everyone, but like Cosmic Cat is just like action figures, I can sneak the stuff, the little underlying tones that I want in my work, but at the end of the day, it's like, I'm like, okay, he's going to do this, and then he's going to do that, and he's going to meet this version of himself, and all sorts of just like any like manga and comic trope that I can think of. Like I want to put it all on Cosmic Cat. Like fourth wall breaks, multiverse, all of it.
So is Cosmic Hat what you're working on next, or do you have another thing? Any more machinations coming around?
So I have I did the little preview for year 2. I wanted to kind of pause it at there and then go back to the power and finish that. But I also have another mini I'm going to debut at the show. It's going to get here on Tuesday, so it'll get here like the day before I leave.
Nice.
But it's my new series called Apex Creator. It's a, you know, it's a new thing. I did the thumbnails like while I was at the vet earlier this month. It's like a story I've been thinking about. I did all the thumbnails in the vet, and then a couple days ago, because I've had so many deadlines coming up, maybe like a week ago or so, I had like 20. I took 21 hours and I finished the whole thing in a day, and then I got it all sent off to Fireball, and it's gonna get here the day before I leave. So like I pushed it to the very possible limit I could.
Yeah,
but I'm really excited about that one. It's
that's awesome.
It's really different.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. The new stuff from you is always fun, so that's gonna be good. What's your Rick? We're at the point. What's your favorite indie comic?
Okay, so if anyone's talked to me long enough, The Invisibles is my absolute favorite comic of all time. It's creator owned. It's Grant Morrison. I wouldn't necessarily call it indie because it's still DC, but 8-Ball. This is like where my tastes lie and like all the stuff I want to make. It's like somewhere in between 8-Ball and The Invisibles, like the crazy Grant Morrison ideas, and then like the beautiful Klaus drawings and just like his twisted humor. Like I would love for them to do a book somehow if there was like a way for that to happen. But this is kind of like where my tastes and all my like books kind of lie, like right in that. I love 8-Ball so much, and then like The Invisible, like 8-Ball really inspired a lot of the art. And then The Invisibles like inspired the writing, inspired like thinking, and all sorts of other shit. Like,
nice.
Those are my favorites, hands down.
Yeah. Oh, I love both those books. Good choices.
Yeah, dude. I was really hoping. I was like, someone's got to say at least 8-Ball by now.
Yeah.
I didn't think someone would go Invisibles, but I was like, 8-Ball, it's got to come up. But yeah. That's what I love. I can't wait for the show, guys. I can't wait for all the food. The pizza, Haven's hot chicken was incredible last year. They had like this really good banana pudding. I'm so excited.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited. The food. This guy loves the food. So I love hanging out in New Haven and checking out the different restaurants and stuff. But Rick, man, safe travels. Can't wait to see you in a week. It's gonna be a blast. And yeah, thank you for bringing the energy.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Matt. See you in a couple days.
See ya.
All right, I think he's still here. Hey, Jeremy.
Hello.
We got him. Oh, hey.
I don't know what happened. I was talking and it's like, is no one responding? What's happened?
Oh no, it was the good cliffhanger in the show. Like the crowd went crazy. They were like, "What happened to Jeremy?"
Oh no.
I was dumbfounded. I was like, "Oh, great! Technology is going to poop out." I've been waiting here for like an hour and a half, and of course, immediately just when it's my turn. But what were we talking about?
I have no clue.
Who was your work for? Let's go. Somebody's coming to your table. They're trying to figure out who they are, what they want. They're coming to you.
I'm looking for people who are interested in exploring all different types of stories, but are all heartfelt. I think one thing a lot of my peers have told me is you write with a lot of compassion in your stories. There's something about that. And I think that just historically, that's always been me. I come from a film background. I worked in the film industry for over 20 plus years. And after that, you know, I'd made short films, worked in the industry from an editor, director, writer, and cinematographer. So I'm putting everything that I've explored in those mediums into these books. So if you're looking for something that has emotion and cinematic appeal, that's what I'm putting out there.
And then what's your...
that was well worth the wait.
Yeah, no, that was definitely like that was really good. Like we're gonna clip it. It's gonna be a soundbite. That's what's gonna happen.
It's done.
I was hoping it froze again just to make me feel like, come on.
No, it's funny because my thing is like I thought you were like you said you worked in the industry for like 20 years. Like I thought you were like 21, 22 just from your picture that you sent me.
Oh yeah, I'm a baby face. Obviously, I'm turning 40 in August. But you know, for the longest time, people would be like, "Hey, sir, what grade are you in? I'm like already 28. I'm like, yeah, and I'll play with them sometimes. Like, oh, I just graduated.
So no, it's one of the things that I love about IC3, and we talked about this earlier, is we're all like online friends, and then we come to the show, and I was like, oh, I thought you were a kid. I thought you were taller. I thought you were small. Like all these different things that were going on. So it was just we were talking, and I was like, and then you were saying some things. I was like, I don't think he's 22, 23. But no, it was awesome, and I'm really excited to meet you. And you're gonna make it a drink and draw, right?
Oh, that's my plan. I fly in that day, but I will be riding with my friends, and we plan to arrive there to be there for that evening. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Cool, man. Safe travels, and I'll see you.
Well, wait, we got 2 questions left.
Oh no. Well, okay, you can ask those.
What are you working on next?
Sure. Again, I'm working on probably for the next year or so will be this story, Virulence. I'm working on all that right now, so you can see a lot of that promotion will be happening through here for the next year or so. But that big story is coming out, and let me show you one more piece from that. I think will be exciting. It's a double pager, and you guys are the first people to see any of this stuff.
See, Matt, we wouldn't have gotten this exclusive.
Oh man,
yeah, that looks great.
Yeah, doing some high action stuff. So really exploring the medium, getting in there, playing with that stuff. So I'm gonna have a lot of cool stuff in the next year. You'll be seeing on my timelines. Again, I'm gonna kind of do a lot of world building on my timeline in the next year, to kind of give hints at like what type of character and story it's building out before I release it to the world, obviously. So really excited about that.
All right. And Jeremy,
Eli,
last question.
Eli is excited to see your books, but watch out for that guy. He's a little shady, that Eli guy.
It's true. What is your favorite indie comic?
Well, so my older stuff, I'm going to say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's what really got me into anything. Newer stuff, I fell in love with Murder Falcon. I thought that was amazing. But the one book that I read a lot that has that compassion, those notes, is Zoe Thorogood's "Center at the It's Lonely at the Center of the Earth." That book really put it over for me. That like, man, you could do anything in comics now, and I love that she, it's a memoir, but it's also like something unique, different that I hadn't really seen. So I really love that piece.
Yeah.
Awesome, Jeremy. Safe travels. We'll officially say goodbye right now, but we'll say hello in a week.
All right. Thank you so much for allowing me to be back, and thank you for allowing me to jump back in.
Yeah, of course.
Take care, my
thank
friend.
you guys.
All right, who we got next? Sean.
Hey.
Hey, Sean. How's it going?
Good.
Jamie's just stretching back. You gotta watch.
We're doing it. We're here. We're going.
I feel it. I've been in here for a little while myself.
Yeah. Sean, where are you hailing from? Where are you coming from?
So I'm from Holyoke, Mass. So probably like an hour west of Boston.
What's your opinion on Philadelphia?
It's neutral.
Is that painting in the background? The Iron Giant or a knight? Like
it's just like a painting of mine I did like 10 years ago. Like nothing specific.
Okay.
Nice.
No, the glare kind of clear. Like I was like, is the Iron Giant's head stuck behind there? But I have like multiple. I have lots of Iron Giant stuff behind me, so I'm a fan.
Do you really like the Iron Giant?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
he does.
It's one of those. I took a whole bunch of friends who had who had like no clue about art or like animation or anything, and I took them to go see this movie, and they're like, "Why are we going to see this?" And I was like, "I don't know. I got a feeling." And then like I watched it, and I was like, "Oh, this reminded me why I love comic books." And like, it is what it is.
But this isn't about you, Matt.
It isn't. It really isn't.
We're getting to the witching hour where Matt becomes very pensive about his own life, and we need to keep moving. We need to keep going. Sean, what are you bringing to the show?
So I'm bringing the first couple issues of my comic Demon Town. If you can see them. I had the first one last year for IndieCon, and then I got the second one finished. I'm hoping to have the third one finished for this one. I literally just inked the last page while I was on the stream. So I'm hoping I can get it printed. But then I have like a whole bunch of like, I did a pinup for Morgan Herron's Frankie Boy. If you can see
cool.
that. And then like I did another piece for Culture Vulture, my friend there. So
That's awesome.
yeah, but I also have like a bunch of other art, stickers, prints.
No, because you're
your
taking
book last year. I'll have to grab it. I'll have to grab all of them this year.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I said it on Instagram. Like, I have the photo of you at your booth, and for some reason, it's like my favorite photo from IC3, where you're just sitting there and you're like, "Here's my booth. Here's my art."
Thank you. Yeah, like I saw it plastered all over it. I was like, "Oh, that's awesome!" Like,
So give us the elevator pitch to somebody coming up to your booth, wanting to look at your comics, wanting to look at your art.
so Demon Town is about a demon hunter just kind of like living her life. So like each issue is like its own individual story. They kind of build up the world. So like you don't have to read each one of them, but it kind of helps. And yeah, it's just her living her life, fighting demons, trying to get paid. It's kind of like a dystopian society where like the best job is killing demons, but you might die if you do it, you know.
That's great. So who's your work for?
Like to jump on the bandwagon. I
Who's
just
your
make stuff. Teenage adults. But yeah, I mostly write it for me. Stuff that I want to see.
Yeah.
And so I'm now I lost the words of like how you describe your artwork. How do you describe your artwork? You have that like tagline.
Oh, like cartoon horror, I guess. Like
Yeah,
there's
that's the word. Those are the two words.
yeah, it's like
where
it's
does that come
comedy.
from?
I don't know. I just kind of threw it together. Like I don't really love writing those kinds of things, so I was like, this sounds right.
Oh no, but I was like asking like where does like that artwork style that you create come from?
Oh, like just all kinds of different like influences. Like I know a lot of people have compared my stuff to like Scott Pilgrim, which I do love. I also like a lot of like the early 2000s cartoons from like Cartoon Network. Like Samurai Jack is a big influence. And like the third issue kind of looks a lot more like that. I've like changed the style a little bit. Yeah, if you guys like want to see a couple pages from that.
Would
Yeah,
love to see
that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
I mean, we're like 3 hours and 51 minutes. All I've been waiting for is your artwork.
Here's a really.
I know. Are those all your sketchbooks behind you?
Yeah, I have one pretty much for every year.
That is
Wow.
awesome.
That is
This was
crazy.
like probably one of my favorite pages. I don't know if you can see this, but
Oh yeah.
just trying to amp up the action in it as much as I can.
Is this for the? This is for the third issue. This is the more Samurai Jack, more
Yeah, I just
Tartakovsky vibes.
Yeah, I've just like sharpened the edges on stuff and like cleaned it up a little bit more.
Yeah. It looks great. It's and also like your influence is spot on. Like I can see where you're pulling from and what you're trying to do. It's great.
Cool. Thank you.
And are you going to bring some of those original art pages or like the artwork with you?
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Nice.
And then do you do commissions as well?
I do, but I just don't have a ton of time right now, like with full-time job. Like I'm a graphic designer. So
Are you going to do sketches at the show?
yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I'll do
There you
sketches at the show. Yeah.
Who's going? Who's gonna ask the question? Me or you? Come on. Let's
I
go.
think it's you. We've been trying to do
waiting.
the
I'm
trade-off
waiting.
thing.
I know. What is your favorite indie comic book?
So Scud, the Disposable Assassin. I
Yes.
just love that comic. Yeah.
That's a really good book. I like it a lot.
That seems like that is a mad answer. Of all the indie comics that Matt might know, that's great. Oh,
wait,
we were so close last year at the show. We were so close, and I don't think we talked really at all.
No, I walked by you a couple times. I'm like, I'm gonna have to go back, and that just never happened. Like,
that was how I felt too. I was like, this is this guy over here. It was yeah. That's how this show's gonna work. I feel like that's how most conventions work, where you're like, this guy's really cool. I want to go talk to him more, and then you just don't because everything gets in the way. Selling comics gets in the way. But now, I will make a point, or I'll at least send somebody to make a point to go and talk to you.
Well, we're not. Jamie's not stuck in the panel room all the time. He made sure he cut longer breaks between panels. So
I did, yeah, for very specific reasons, for selfish reasons. I am not in the panel room the entire time, so I will be able to like make my way around and talk to people. So
very cool, very cool.
Yeah.
But Sean, thank you so much for waiting as long as you did in the panel in the queue. I'm glad you got work done. That's really good. Productive time and then safe travels.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
I'll see you next week.
Ooh, you gonna make it, buddy? I think I'm running out of words. But I had
me too, but we're here. We're almost
the
at 4
Monster
hours.
Man is coming up. The guy that I love his artwork, and he is the monster of Monster Man's. Tony, welcome to the stage.
Yo, what up, though?
Oh, okay, great. Okay, cool. Everyone relax. Tony's here. We
Oh
can
my
all talk
god!
to Tony and
I
have a
was
good
I
time.
almost didn't make it. It was about 10 o'clock. I was like, holy shit! I forgot about this book. I forgot about this thing.
I know
Well-
Eli texted me. He's like, "Hey, you think you're still going to be going at midnight?" And I was like, "Yeah, we are. We're doing this." And he's like,
Well,
"Yeah."
thank you. I appreciate
And
it.
Eli's coming up next. Just so, I'm getting the show now. We're like 3 people left in the show, and I'm already like, now I'm like, here we're.
Oh no! Oh, and this is the first time, Matt. The first time you just froze. But Tony, where are you coming from? Where you hail?
I've come from Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm driving. It's gonna
Nice.
it's gonna be fun.
How long is that drive?
It's about 12 hours, I think, but I'm not doing it in one day like I did last time because that
Good.
was terrible.
Yeah, that sounds.
So I'm
that-
leaving Wednesday, and I'm gonna get there Thursday. So
Great. Cool. So you'll be there for the drink and draw. You'll be able to hang. You'll be able to do the thing. What are you bringing?
I'm bringing a whole lot of stuff, man. I've got basically 4 series that I do. First of which is 21st Century of Big Spider, which is my sort of like the series that's nearest and dearest to my heart, and ironically is also the one that people seem to like the least. But I've done 4 issues of this. And this is a book that is very hard to do an elevator pitch for. So I'm going to tell you what I've written on the back of the collection, which is, it says, "These are the exciting misadventures of 4 unlikely comrades thrown together by a dubious, possibly bullshit plan prophesied by a weirdo giant spider guy with big-time delusions of grandeur." There's more, but that's basically it. And it's just about a collection of like 4 characters who have been thrown together by this weird spider guy, and they just sort of end up fighting villains and monsters for no real good reason.
But you like drawing monsters, right?
I do. I love drawing monsters. So yeah, so this is just an excuse to draw monsters and fighting, because that's the thing. I just like drawing, action stuff. There's no real deep story to it. It's just funny stuff, just yeah. So there's 4 issues of this and a collection of the first 3 issues. And this collection also has a whole lot of stuff in the back, a bunch of extra stuff. And so there's that. There is Randy Tucker Bomb Dude, which is one of 3 books that I do, which take place in the 80s. And this is about like a heavy metal kind of stoner guy who happens to be like just a badass. And surprisingly, he fights monsters. And then I have the Monster Youth, which is a book which also takes place in the 80s, which is based on, it's about a teenage death rock band who are also sort of superheroes, and they fight monsters. And then I have Ulf Maverick, which I have 2 issues of this. This seems to be my most popular comic, and this is a kind of my homage to like the 80s black and white like violent vigilante comics. And this is my only black and white comic. I'm having a hard time finding my camera, but yeah, this is like a mostly mostly black and white stuff. And that is no monsters in that. Well, there are monsters in that. I forgot.
Wait a second.
I was about to say.
I want my money back.
There's like these mutated pig gang, like biker gang guys. They're sort of monsters. And then I have a couple of different handmade mini comics, which I will be bringing as well.
Oh, cool. I'm getting into the mini comics. Like
Yes.
now, the more and more that I like hold them, I'm like, oh man, why haven't I been collecting these?
I love it. It's like one of my favorite formats. It's just something about it. It's just great. So yeah, I've got only 3 right now. I've done a few over the years, but I've got 3 that I've got currently printed. And last thing, I've got also, speaking of Ulf Maverick, I've also made a soundtrack to the Ulf Maverick comic, which is available on the cassette. Which a friend of mine named Jim Vance, he did an electronic music soundtrack, which is kind of like in the vein of John Carpenter kind of soundtracks and stuff like that. Then there's a couple of songs by my band on there, which are kind of stoner, like sort of metal jam stuff.
What's the name of your band? Come on,
my band is named Mazinga, which I also have our new album, which just came out, which I will also bring copies of. This is a cover that I did.
Dude, that cover is amazing.
Thank you.
I love all your color. Your color work is really good.
Thank you. Yeah. I love experimenting with color. It's like one of my favorite parts of the process. So yeah, that's about all. And I've also got a number of prints that I'll be bringing and a lot of original art. So yeah, I'll be fully.
Do you do
stocked.
commissions at the show? Are you gonna do commissions? At
Yeah, sure.
Nice. That's exciting.
Yeah.
So, Tony.
Yes.
Talk to me serious.
Mm-hmm.
Who's your work for?
It's for me, really. I mean, I know everybody says that, but that's it. You know, it's like
that's it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm actually surprised that anybody likes it, because it's very weird and very dumb. That's the thing I like to tell people straight up front, is that my work is very stupid and silly. So like, don't expect, like anything really, intellectual at all. It's very dumb. But, that's what I like. I like just weird, just stupid comics,
It's good. It's a good answer.
I mean, I love your artwork and stuff, and I think it's amazing. I mean, I feel like you've been on my radar for a very long time. We've all been part of the kayfabe group.
Yeah.
And everybody's been sharing stuff, and your stuff has always popped for me. So
Thank you.
I think you need to just give yourself a little bit more credit that you have do some amazing stuff.
Okay, thank you. I always like to go the self-deprecating route, because it's that way it's easier. People don't think you're as much of an asshole.
Listen, you are amongst friends.
Okay.
You don't have to be. You do not need to be self-deprecating. Everyone can be.
I'm serious though. My
excited
stuff
about
is
their own
pretty dumb.
What are you working on next? What's next down the pipeline?
I'm working on the 5th issue of 21st Century of Big Spider, and it is going to be it's beginning a large crossover event. Like, it's going to be like my Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Nice.
Secret Wars. I'm taking all my different characters and crossing them over into one big story, and that's really fun.
That's super fun.
So that's going to be like ridiculous.
Yeah. There's going to be all kinds of monster fighting going on.
That's
and
great.
Yeah.
So that's the thing, is you need to tell people that your term needs to be ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, my book is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. Yeah.
Ridiculous and monsters. That's
Yeah.
the sales pitch. We just worked it up.
Yeah.
Just get the poster ready. We're gonna
I'm gonna have
monster
to work.
books.
I'm gonna work on my pitch before the con. I'm terrible at the elevator pitch.
It's the hardest thing to do.
It is.
Yeah,
It doesn't make sense. You make something and now you have to sell it. Get out of here.
I know.
It's the worst.
Yeah, that's why I usually have when I do cons, I usually have a friend who comes with me who's like kind of like my hype man.
Yeah.
So that helps, but he's not going to be able to make it to this one, so I'm on my own. But
Jerome chimed in. The Pharaohverse monsters and kind of monsters. Downstairs.
Yeah.
What's Rick? Yeah, Rick's like, you're the shit, man. What do we got? We got Vlad.
Just sit next to Rick and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatchamacallit? Yeah. Somebody has that album or cassette.
Oh, the poster. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah.
So you got all your fans are hanging out right now.
That's awesome. Okay.
You got some people. So, what is your favorite indie comic, Tony?
I'm going to give you two answers because I could give you like 1,000, but I'm going to tell you my absolute favorite indie comic of all time is Sam and Max Freelance Police.
Ooh.
That's been like the biggest influence in my humor of anything. And it's really good cartooning as well. But yeah, that's my absolute favorite comic of all time. But I want to mention because I happen to have this book next to me, and because I've been reading it recently. My favorite recent book, Star Seeds by Charles Glaubitz. This is the 3rd volume. This book is insanely good. Just like look at this. It's like one of the most amazing comics I've ever seen in my life. And there's 3 volumes of this. This is the 3rd one. And yeah, I would recommend this to everybody. It's wonderful. So that's that.
Nice.
That's awesome. Tony, safe travels. I can't wait to see you next week. And you're gonna come to Drink and Draw and hang out with us.
I will be. I should be arriving Thursday night, or Thursday afternoon sometime, depending on how fast I drive.
Nice. So. You got half a day to recover.
Yeah.
Get into the Drink and Draw. That'll be good.
Yeah. It's cool. Because I got there late last time, so I didn't really have a whole lot of time to hang out outside of the actual con. So I plan to get there in time to experience everything and hang out with everybody as much as possible.
Cool. Yeah, and I definitely want to see all the monsters that you draw this week.
Yeah. All right. I will definitely be drawing many monsters.
All right, man. Take care.
All right. Thank you.
Bye. Oh, the man, the myth, the legend is coming up.
We're right at 4 hours.
Oh my god! I can't believe what's going on here.
He's been waiting. Get
muted, unmuted. Now, what's up? The pre-show, post-show, the pre-show after party begins now.
Oh my!
What up?
What is going on, sir? David Grom, if you're listening, you're up next. Wake up,
the Gromster.
Eli Schwab,
Burgess Meredith himself.
How are you?
Good, guys. Good to see you. You've been on here for 4 hours, 7 minutes, and 29 seconds.
Yeah. Well, now that you've said it, it's 33. So
yes, dude. And you know what? Right now, 37 in a row.
This is wild. Eli, we are friends. The three of us. This is trifecta of people.
I can't feel my toes.
But people do not know where you're coming from.
Got it.
Tell the people where you're coming from.
I come from my heart with everything I do, man. But I live in Los Angeles right now.
And there you are.
There it is.
What are
bonkers.
So for people who do not know, you are publisher, CEO of Cosmic Lion Productions. You are the Cosmic Lion Island. You are the guy. What are you bringing to the show? You've got a bunch of people coming around to the Cosmic Lion Island.
So much. Well, look, I have 2 exclusives that are at the printer right now, and that is Sons of Pequod from Caesar and those dudes over in Turkey. This is a Turkish science fiction short story comic. It's going to be amazing. Then I also have the Coates Bros, Los Bros Coates, have their Stardust story that we all saw their insane giant pages at last year's Drink and Draw.
I have seen
so,
this book.
Yes.
So John sent me this book
It's sick.
last week. It's wild.
Yes.
It's so crazy.
Oh, it's amazing. That is so the Sons of Pequod is a exclusive, and the Stardust is premiering at. I get these terms from Record Store Day. If you haven't,
Bluesies.
you know.
Bluesies.
But then I also have a whole stack of stuff here that's debuting, and I have a world premiere right now. Matt, Jamie, are you guys ready? This is a world premiere.
Listen,
no one's seen this book
Total
yet.
Request Live world premiere.
Giant size, 1963. The brand new, the final book from that was prescribed to the fan base of cartoonist kayfabe. It's 3 to 4 years in the making. Actually, 30 years in the making. This is a trade on newsprint. It's got the look, it's got the feel, and it's got the smell, guys. It's got a ton of creators, including Tony Farrow, who was just on here. He did the snack cake ad you gotta have, of course.
Yeah.
Me and Will Hoffneck from 100% Comics did it. We got Ben Perkins starting it off. I mean, this book is going to be hot fire. And so I have a limited amount that I'm going to bring to the show. I'm going to probably try to fulfill some pre-orders for it before I leave. So if you ordered it, you might get it. But then if you pre-ordered it, try to hit me up. If you're going to be at IC3, then you can just come in and grab it there. We also have Paraphrenic #2 from these dudes are from my hometown. They sold me comics when I was 5 years old, and I didn't know it yet. But Kismet brought us back together, and now I'm publishing their books. So I have a special place in my heart for Paraphrenic. This is issue 2. It's also hot fire. It's really cool. These guys live down the street from my parents. Called me up one day and said, I think I found your dad's cell phone. And he's like, you know what? I left it on the top of the car and drove away. That's how close this town is. Anyway, Tough Stuff by Kevin Delgado, the trade edition, is in this book. I kickstarted to be in this book, so I get my face blasted out in one of the issues here. Demolition Man ad on Alternate Earth, Jean-Claude Van Damme and Whoopi Goldberg. Anyway, so I think everybody knows Tough Stuff by Kevin Delgado. It's a hot fire.
Oh no, there's somebody in the comment. Tough Stuff.
Caetano, yeah, he knows it.
Explanation point. Sorry, my bad. He knows it.
Yeah, he is an amazing artist. Shout out to Ro Higashi. We've got the brand new world premiere.
Yeah, we're all just gonna be spending.
We're not making any money at this con. It's about
everybody's just making good stuff.
Yeah, and trading and buying. Yeah, Ro Higashi's got her brand new issue 2 of Half the Crown, and then a redux of issue 1. So that's going to be insane. Ro's going to be there. She's been in the chat, I think. Actual Dracula. Yeah, it's kind of like a manga size.
Yeah,
it's about 115 pages. This thing is badass.
I have read those books. Ro was on with me and Matt. I can attest.
Yeah,
hot fire.
That was a good interview.
It's hot fire.
Two more things. We're debuting Mechanical Protector Bone Grinder by Raymar Brunson, Volume 1. Another hot fire on newsprint, post-apocalyptic. This is the follow-up from Ghostman creator Raymar Brunson, one of our best-selling books, and it's absolutely brutal. It's like a post-apocalyptic, revenge story. The child loses their father and then comes up with the revolution, and oh my god, it's so good. You guys are gonna love this one. And then one more, very proud of this. This is the large second print hardcover edition of the How to Feud the Marvel Way by Barry Tan. Sorry, my brain is But yeah, I'm just so proud of this book and Barry Tan and how beautiful this looks. Like, look at these end papers he did.
Wow.
Like, this thing is is absolute fire. We got a spot in the Kirby Collector coming up. Ads for this. This is just. I mean, I'm obviously super proud of all these books, but those are just some of the things I sent. Matt, you got already the 6 boxes I sent the other day?
Yeah, I threw my back out. That was a good one. That
They're
must be the
heavy,
Chris
dude.
Anderson art books.
Yeah. Looks sick. That thing's big. Dude, there's so much in there. We sent and we have a bunch of Ghost Agents Mizimo Ken Landgraf collected. And so you can get those at the Ken Landgraf station at the Cosmic Island. And Mizimo is going to be right there, so you can get Mizimo and Ken to sign their books together, and that's going to be insane. Guys, I wanted to show you one more
has
thing.
your library grown since last year?
Good question. I think I probably had 15 to 20 books back then, and I think I have 25 to 30 books this time.
Wow.
That's right. That sounds like some hot fire.
Dude, the fire? Jamie, it's hot.
All right, good to know.
I wanted to show you this, guys, too. I picked these up ready for the con as well.
Ooh.
Oh, we were talking about those.
Yeah.
That is a collector set of a collector set, man.
So this is good. This is going to allow me to draw in so many colors. Ooh, that reminds me. One more thing that Brandon Blocksdorf and I, Apollo City Comics and Cosmic Lion has teamed up to, and so I've got this like oversized zine of blank panels that I'm making to pass around at the drink and draws and stuff, because I always have my notebooks and I'm always drawing these panels or whatever. So this time, Apollo City Comics and CLP teamed up. We had 10 artists draw 10 pages of empty panels, 6 panels or more. And so it's gonna be 8.5 by 11 that I'm gonna staple myself, and so that's gonna be passed around throughout the whole weekend, and we're gonna try to get it filled.
Nice.
All panels filled.
Cool.
Yeah, I was talking to Brandon on the Instagram live, and he was explaining it well, and that's a really cool concept that he's got his crew of creators, you got your crew of creators, and you guys are going to try to make a comic book at the show. And he's also filming a documentary about the traveling up. He's traveling up from Philly. No, he's coming up from Virginia, the upper parts over there. But they're doing.
It's cool. He's got a signing. He's got a thing. He's got the show, the load. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I really want to be in it. So interview me.
All right, so you have a lot of books. What is your favorite book to give the elevator pitch for, and then what is that pitch?
No, give the elevator pitch to so people come to Cosmic Lion Productions.
Well, okay. I think I have an answer for both of those things, because one thing I do is like, guys, come on over, welcome. You know, I've got comics of every kind for every mind. We've got over 25 books here, and I've memorized over 25 pitches. So let me know. Just why don't you test me on one? You know, which one you got? I got everyone. You know, so I'll do that to kind of bring them in, and then you were saying earlier, Jamie, and some other people, you know, for some people it's like a little bit harder to sell their books, or you're like, oh, I just made this thing, and now the hard part is selling the book. But I liked how your friend who had the killer pitches, he's like, I work in advertising and I do this, and like, you know, his pitches were short, succinct, and hot fire, you know, and like, so, you know, I've got all those ones, like, because, you know, my Monkey Lion one for a long time is just it's about an intergalactic Afro-funk band on tour through the galaxy, and you know, that's right there to the point. It makes people laugh every time, which I didn't always understand. I think maybe it was just my delivery, and they're like, intergalactic Afro, what's Afro-funk, what's intergalactic, you know. Oh, dude, I forgot one more thing I'm debuting at the show. I've got these new t-shirts. They're designed, they're drawn by Gerardo Sandoval from Venom, and he does a bunch of Marvel comics. And my girlfriend and I did the logos and stuff and put it together. Mizimo colored it. And so I've got a limited number of these on vintage blanks for the con.
That's in fuego.
hot fire.
No, in fuego. Going to fuego.
Dude. Bueno Fuego. That is Caliente Fuego. And it's going to be insane.
Do you have fat guy sizes in those?
I have large and extra large, yes.
Yeah, but the fat guys go to like extra large.
Oh, I don't have that. You can order them maybe off the TeePublic shop in those.
Okay,
in those
cool,
dubs
cool.
and trips.
I don't know where we are in this conversation, Jamie. We got to figure it out.
We are in.
It's going to be Grendel, you know that, and it's because of all the
is-
independent comics creators that it turns you on to. You know, Grendel's like a great jazz septet, and you keep getting turned on to new music and new creator, and then the people from the septet go off and make amazing comics, and you're like, oh, I love that. Oh my god, that guy, you know. And so Grendel is the gift that keeps on giving because so many people worked on it.
My favorite thing that has happened in recent memory was Matt and I were at OAX, which is the Comic Art Fans, the parent company for IC3. Matt Wagner was at OAX this past year, and Matt texted you and was like, "Hey, what's Matt Wagner's drink?" And you sent it to us, and we gave it to him. And Matt walked over and was like, "This is from Eli Schwab." And he was like, "Oh wow, thank you."
And I just walked away. I was like, but there was
Walked
no
away.
other.
He dropped off the drink and walked away. It was
Oh,
a
man.
really cool moment.
You guys should have hung out and talked. He's super cool.
He's fine.
a
It's
real
fine.
dude.
Yeah. All right. So Eli, I'm gonna kick you out because David Grom's been waiting
Got
for
to.
4 hours.
Gotta get Grom in there.
22 minutes to be on this show. But what I
Do
do
it.
need Dave to do is I need Dave to turn his camera the other direction so he looks up and down. Oh, there he is. All right. I'm picking you out, and I'm bringing David in to close out the show.
You're
Do
a
it,
lovely man. I
Grom.
love you.
Hey, how's it going, my friend?
And here we are.
Hey there. All right. There we go. How's it going?
All right. You're the closer, my friend. You are the closer.
All right.
Producer Bill is ready to close up the shop. He's ready to
Producer
go.
Bill's still here.
Producer Bill is still, because we're going to bring him on at the end and close out the show. So,
Right on.
Dave, where are you coming from?
I am coming from Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Can you bring me some cheese?
I could. I probably, if I can take him on the plane, yeah. They don't shake it down at customs.
Marge's Cheese Castle is the best place ever.
Yo, yeah, I live right by there. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly where you live too. Like it's like
That's why.
What are you bringing on?
I am bringing. We'll save the best for last, right? The first one I'm bringing is Authority Parks Parking Authority. It's a little mini ash can that is kind of like if it was Judge Dredd, but the only thing he cares about, he has the large tenacity for the law, but it only applies to parking violations and parking stuff. So yeah, there's that. I've got the Adventures of Brickman here, which is a kind of a off-take of Kinnikuman or the Muscle figures. But when we grew up as kids and got them in the United States, we didn't know what their names were or any of the histories or anything, so we all kind of made up our own. And that comic has stuff about, what the muscles that I came up, or the stories from muscles that I came up with as a kid. But the one I'm really, really excited about, I'll be debuting this at Indie Creator Con. It's going to be with Cosmic Line Productions, and that book is Giant Mega Dungeon.
Whoa!
Show us some interiors.
Okay, let me see if I can get my camera to do what I needed to. Hold on one moment. I'm just using my phone. So, yep, here we go.
Perfect.
Okay, so
Don't fall, camera. Don't fall. We've been
exactly.
doing this.
So, all right. So this is the beginning.
Give us a little bit of the elevator pitch while you're showing us some pages so we can.
The elevator pitch would be this book combines comics and comic characters with actual RPG content or tabletop role playing game content. I wanted to have both of those things in the same book. So the beginning of it is kind of like the name of the book is Genesis Process. So this is the first book, and this has the first part of the dungeon. There's going to be 10 issues of this book altogether, and each it's a consecutive issue will have another layer or another level of the dungeon. And we have just some just kind of getting people introduced to the characters. I've got Tales of Classic EverQuest that was originally on Next Panel Press, collected in physical print for the first time. Let's see here. And then I'm going to fast forward just a little bit. So we'll get to the RPG content. And the adventure is the Tomb of the Slumbering King. So you have write-ups of some of the history. You have write-ups for the dungeon room, the monsters that are in some of the dungeon rooms, and the dungeon map.
Oh, cool.
Magic items. We'll go back just a hair here. We got magic items and monsters. And if anybody is into Shadow Dark, we have one of the characters from the comic, but all statted out that you could put him directly into a game of Shadow Dark and be able to play him from the jump.
That's cool.
And, but I don't know how well the camera is going to pick this up, but I also have custom D6s, so he'll be able to play the game and use the dice.
That's awesome.
Thanks.
I'm such a geek for things that are tangential to the comic to sell the comic. Dice, toys, pins, that kind of stuff. That's awesome.
Well, you'll like this then, is that I still have to get them printed before the show, right? But inside of Giant Mega Dungeon, there's going to be a thing called Supplement 1A, which is a supplement that has more monsters and an additional treasure table that will come with the book. But in addition to the book, it's going to be one of those 8.5 by 11 folded up into like a mini comic. And it's going to have additional content for the dungeon, but it is going to be called Mini Mega Dungeon. So it's an actual book that goes with the.
That's cool.
With the
Very cool. That's awesome. So who do you think? Who are you making your work for? Who is your audience? Who's the people that should come and visit you?
I mean, I can use the generic answer of myself because I do think that I definitely entertain myself making it, but also I'm really interested in people that are playing tabletop role playing games to use some of the characters and use some of the stuff, and eventually I might not, but to hear some of the feedback or some of the incredible stories that people have from putting some of that content in their games and finding out what happens. I guess it would be for myself and people that like comics and also people that like tabletop role-playing games.
Nice.
For sure.
That's awesome.
Are we there?
What are you working on next?
More Giant Mega Dungeon.
That's awesome. That's exciting. That's exciting. Awesome. And final question, Matt, you want to do it? You want to take it?
Who's your favorite Disney princess?
Oh, my favorite Disney princess. Damn, I thought you guys were going to ask me about indie comics. Damn. I don't know. I guess The Little Mermaid. Is that a Disney princess?
Yeah, it is.
Princess.
It is a Disney princess. All right. What is your favorite indie comic?
See that's a tough one because I thought about this and the answer is man, I'm too busy making comics to read comics. No, but for real though, I don't want to leave anybody out, so this is going to be my answer. Actually, as a matter of fact, today I just sold a copy of Ghost Agents Apocalyptico to one of my coworkers at work, and I told him that definitely to keep an eye on the Barry Tan section in that book. So I guess that I don't know. I really like Barry Tan's art a lot. I don't want to necessarily say any individual comic because I don't want anybody like to be like, well, why didn't you say my comic or whatever? So yeah, I think that's probably my best answer.
Nice.
That's awesome. Dave, thank you so much for waiting for as long as you did. Thank
Oh
you
yeah,
for,
no problem.
being on the show, and then safe travels, and we're gonna hang out in a week, man. It's gonna be great.
Oh yeah, can't wait.
Great.
Take care.
Definitely.
Take care, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Does producer Bill want to come on stage and
Whoa.
end the show? Hey yo.
Why not? Right here. And let
Wow.
me get my mic over here. This is, I think, the longest we've ever broadcast on the Comic Art Live channel consecutively.
Listen,
So, that's a
we
record. I
are
don't have a trophy or anything for you guys, but congrats. That's
we are titans
always
of
fun
this
to watch.
industry, Bill.
No,
If
to
anybody,
all the
I
people
learned a
that
lot
stayed
tonight.
on and watched the show for as long as you did, like, thank you so much, and
crazy.
for you guys to stick around for the last joke, I appreciate it because
Can
I
I
did
pitch
get
my
I did
own
get some work
comic?
done.
Can we do that
I'll
before
tell
we
you,
leave?
I actually bought a book tonight because I was intrigued. I didn't know anything about Warlock 5. I forget which gentleman early in the show mentioned it, but I was like, damn, the art in this book is great. I don't
Yeah.
even care what the story is. I want to see, all 13 issues before they changed artists. So I picked that up, and there was a trade hardcover on Amazon. So I picked that up within the first hour of the show. So I mean, there's clearly, I'm learning a lot, and I'm enjoying you guys taking over the programming here for a little bit tonight.
Warlock 5 is a great read. It's such a fun, wild book.
Well, it's right in my sweet spot. I love the Elementals, Kamiko, that era of comics, and it
Yeah.
falls like right at kind of the tail end of when of that era. But so I'm really intrigued. I mean, I didn't really read anything about the story, but I'm in it. I mean, it's the right era for me.
When we see each other in person, we're gonna have to talk about Elementals, because that is I got that very young, the entire run at a comic shop, and that's
It's the
very
best.
near and dear to
Well,
my
you want-
heart.
do you know what art I own from Elementals?
No.
Here, I was doing a little organizing. So here, I'll show you something before we end the night. Let's see here. Oh, it's still got the I had to get it scanned. This is going to be remember there was a Kickstarter for some Elementals book about 5-6 months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, they asked me if I would get this thing scanned because they wanted to use it for the cover. Now I don't know if they're going to use it for the cover still or not, but I had to take it in and get it scanned. This is
wow.
the cover to Amazing Heroes, whatever, 43 or something like that. So prior to Elementals #1.
Yeah,
and,
what a look.
And again, D&D was mentioned a lot tonight.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Yeah,
but,
that's true.
and so I first found Willingham from D&D, and when he got into doing comics, I was sold. So this piece here kind of fell into my lap thanks to Comic Art Fans. I had a guy contact me saying, I've got some Elementals art, I don't know where to sell it, and I'm like, I'm your man. So this piece is you can see all the villains are pencil only, and the Elementals are painted, and
Yeah,
it's
that's
oversized.
very
Like
cool.
all of Willingham's early stuff was done. So I get like something that is just so unique. A published piece that's a mix of pencils and painted work of arguably my favorite artist in comics. So
That's awesome.
yeah.
Oh.
Thank
Wow.
you. Well, we will talk about Elementals then. I promise you that.
Yeah. We need to.
Hey, Jamie, before we close the show out,
Yeah.
what do you bring into the show?
Hey, I have just came in today, just got it in. Spacao #3 is here. It's alive. We're doing the thing. I will bring all issues of Spacao 1, 2, and 3 will be there. Of course, I'll be bringing Baboon stuff, but Spacao 3 is out and live and here.
Who's your book for?
Who's my book for? Oh, it's for everybody, Matt. It's for the everyman. It is my I feel like everything I do is kind of my love letter to pulp action adventure stuff. I'm a big Spirit fan. I'm a big Terry and the Pirates fan. That's kind of my bread and butter. Wizard Cowboy makes his first appearance in Spacao 1 and continues in Spacao 3. So it's just a little bit of everything. You know, it's an anthology book for everybody. We're younger ages though. PG-13.
What are you working on next?
Spacao 4. Spacao 4 is written. I have to draw it. I decided to make the book quarterly, which is maybe insane, but Spacao 4 is coming up the line. It's 48 pages. 48 pages quarterly. That's the thing.
That's a lot of work.
What is your favorite indie comic book?
I brought stuff. So I, like many people, are like, I can't choose one. Got to choose many. So we're gonna start off the indie comics of all indie comics. Copra. No, duh. Everyone loves Michel Fife. Get out of here. I'm a big fan of all of Ben Sears' work. Love his Plus Man comics. What are these called? Double Plus Adventure books. Love this stuff. I'm going to shout out my good friend Pat Rooks. I am a big fan of Celery Stalks. Fantastic. Comes in a size that is a pulp novel.
Digest or something.
Dwellings by Jay Stevens. Horror comics that look like Dell comics.
Oh, wow.
Fantastic stuff. This is mature and adult, but it doesn't look like it. Fantastic. Love it so much. Cancor by Matt Allison. I'm just going to rant off a bunch of people. Cancor by Matt Allison. I have been following Matt's work for years. I think, everything he's done, which is wild. Love Matt. And the last thing that I will end, because it is, for me, the bright star of all indie comics right now, is Black Phoenix by Rich Tommaso. It is a magazine that he has been putting out for the last several years. This book came out from Floating World Comics. This collects the first 12 issues and a really nice hardback cover. This is the gold star of indie comics right now for me. So if I had to name one, it's Black Phoenix by Rich Tommaso.
This right here could be the greatest compliment that I've ever gotten in my life.
Is the ghost of Jerry Lewis coming? Whoa.
If we're up there with Jerry Lewis, we're doing something.
Mhm. Well, you guys did fantastic tonight. I mean, you've had some practice doing the podcast over on the IC3 channel. So, you as a live broadcast, you guys were fantastic, and it was so wonderful to see so many of the exhibitors wanting to take part in the show tonight. I mean, it's 1 week from the drink and draw, just 7 days away before the whole IC3 Part 2 gets to happen. So you can see the excitement. I mean, everybody, if they went there, they want to be back, and they're excited to be back. And clearly, if they missed out year one, they can't. Everything they've heard, it's just something they've got to do. And I can't wait for the videos and the stories to come out from that show. I mean, I'm excited for year 3 when I guarantee you guys I will be there. But again, we got to have a roundtable discussion after the show. Clearly, we can get Kazaran and some other people who are there as collectors and exhibitors, and we need to talk about the show, because I'm sure there's going to be some great stories. And I want to congratulate you now, but I'm going to save that till the show's over.
Yeah, no, this was a special night, and because you have no clue how it's gonna go, and for it to be as successful as it was, like, a big shout out to all the creators who waited and were prepared and had all their stuff and excited to talk about their stuff. Like, I have a huge shopping list now. I have a massive shopping list.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to rewatch this thing before it comes up, but that's just to know what I have to buy again. That's gonna be a thing.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we're past 12:30 in the morning, so we can close this out, and I will let Bill end the pod.
The buttons.
Land the ship. I'll let Bill land the ship.
I will do that. We don't have an outro to play or anything, but thank you everyone for hanging out with us for over 4.5 hours this evening, and we appreciate it. If you're new to the channel, please not only hit that thumbs up, but subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the IC3 channel as well. You can you just type in Indie Comics Creator Con on YouTube, and you'll find their channel as well. Subscribe to that too, please. And again, 1 week until the show, so I hope many of you get to attend, and if not, you'll I'm sure you'll be there in year 3, just like I will be. Have a good night.